Wow.
Hello, chat. How are you today? I was wanting to stream a little bit earlier, but, you know, I procrastinated a bit, as usual. And, couldn't decide what to play. Now, obviously, I eventually settled on more Oblivion, because I honestly didn't get to do a whole lot last time. But, yeah. Hello there, Kretosis. How are you doing today? I am doing fine. Let's play games. Also, I don't know if anyone's going to join or not. I hopped into the stream hangout voice chat, so we'll see if anyone eventually joins.
I'd like to talk about.
Right, I needed to do the book quest for the Mages Guild. World's first purple VTuber. Nah, I sincerely doubt I'm the first. Purple's a good color, man. Oh boy, another Oblivion stream. I hope no one with high disposable income derail the stream. No. Books? Yes, books. Membership message from Austin the Rumble Ustantine for 8 months. Thank you. Oh boy, the nostalgic fantasy game. Sure hope no one drops half a week's rent to play someone's retreaded soy foy fan game this time. I assume it's supposed to be Soy Boy. And my rent costs a little bit more than that. But yeah. Is $250 enough or is $750 the price now? Oh my god. For what? God, I love how high I can jump. I can't remember if I did this last... Well, it wouldn't have been last stream, but it would have been another stream. But did I escape from Coral with this high acrobatics? That might be a better place to get onto a roof. Nothing too close, though. Can I make it? No, I cannot. Soy foy. Oh, no sci-fi. Oh. Honestly, they both fit. To make you finish Starfield. I finished the main story already. I'm gonna play the rest of it on stream eventually because I need to do the research, to do the analysis, which is still on the go. Honestly, that's kind of close. I wonder... Oh, hold on. I could definitely get up from here. Your walls can't hold me in. Certain slopes you can't jump from, so I need to find... Ooh, that spike does have collision. That might fuck me up on my jump. Back here, bitch!
You've got some nimble fingers.
I want to escape the city. I know I should be doing the Mage's Guild quest, but I really do kind of want to escape the city. To see if it's possible. In fact, I might be able to get onto the church if I'm careful. Oh my god. Oh my god, I might be able to get onto the church. Hold on, I need to... Is that... That might be a bit of a hurdle. Kree is jumping around like a goat. Did you review or play Veilguard? No, I haven't. bitch! Oh, I died.
Good to know. Have you heard any?
Time to use this as background noise as I sleep. I'll try not to read too loudly. How much to make you play until you reach new game plus 5? Oh my god. I don't know, a few $1,000s? Like, we're talking... what, at least 8 hours per run-through, maybe? Hey there, Cree. The new profile pic, no idea if you recall my name. Anyhow, I haven't played Oblivion or Morrowind in ages. Maybe I'll do, since I'm without a job and next semester I'm on sabbatical. Oh. The name does kind of look familiar, yeah. Yeah, they're good games. Play them. Invisible Wall galore. I don't know. I don't know if that was an invisible wall or not. It might not have been. Invisible Wall galore? That might not have been an invisible wall. I might have just fucked up. Because I kind of realized I wasn't reaching, and then I stopped holding W, which might have been my big mistake there. Oh, 1 second. I have to be right back. I'm getting fucking thing. I am back, chat. The diagnosis is in. I'm a retard. Chat, while you're gone, post your favorite dinosaur in the chat. Do not. Do not. Yo, Oblivion, have fun. Epic parkour. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's try this again. Bruh. I am absolutely escaping this city. How high can I get up on the church? Hold on. The collision seems to be a bit clunkier there. It's just a solid block. I might not be able to get up there. Unless... hold on. No, Ree! Bastard bitch. Damn. Yeah, I might not be able to get up there. I joined at a perfect time, Lamau. Cree, if I drink you, will our autism cancel out or double? How the fuck would you... what? What does this mean? It'll double, of course. All that, and I still didn't make it to the wall. Look at this fucker laughing at me. You're purple. A purple drink. How dare. And the bad news. Last try, okay? Swear. Nope! Alright, thank you for coming out, everyone. I'll see you next time.
Good to know. Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
Nothing I'd like to talk about. What's the news from the other...
Goat. Yeah. The good thing, even if no one else is in the call, a good thing about having the voice chat is I can still access the soundboard.
Wow.
I thought goats are supposed to be good at climbing steep surfaces. I'm limited by the technology of my time. There is fresh art in the art channel. Well, since it's the art channel, that means I don't have to look at it because it's not the fan art channel. The cult of cheese will rise again. Aw. I'll make fan art then. No. No dinosaur autism. I forbid it. That appears to be the wrong way. You can also get the stream banned instantly at any moment by misclicking the bundle sticks very loudly sound. Nah. You'll have dinosaurs now? No. I forbid it. Mods, remove Beeb's vocal cords.
Hello.
Ah! It's a skeleton man.
I'm here to remove Beeb's vocal cords.
Good timing. I knew I should have trusted the skeleton from Batman.
Sorry, Beeb. I've revoked trumpet vocal cords already.
I need those. Not anymore, you don't. Can he say hello, Gordon? That's something I absolutely need to put on the soundboard. Fucking Dr. Coomer saying, hello, Gordon! And
Hello,
maybe...
Gordon? Look, Gordon! Ropes!
Yeah, maybe one of those two. If there's like an isolated version of that where no one else is talking in the background. Hey, the bear isn't chasing me any... Yes, it is. Oh! Need to get up there to live! I got him last time! Joke's on you, loser. You can't get up here. At Dr. Coomer saying, kill. Yeah, if there's an isolated version of that, too, that would be great. It's hard to believe that this was the first Bethesda game where ML was involved in. No, it wasn't. The first Bethesda game ML was involved in was technically Morrowind through its expansion Blood Moon. He's the guy who wrote the fucking weirdo crackhead character that was really unfunny. And had a dead Khajiit in his backyard. How the fuck? Bruh. How the fuck did it get up there? What? How the fuck did it get up there?
The bears do not obey the levitation ban.
Clearly they don't. I've never seen that before. What the fuck, man? Did he just run up the side of the geometry? I'm looking at chat thinking I'm safe, and just suddenly out of the corner of my eye you see this, like, void of brown enter the screen. I'm like, what? This is bullshit!
No, I think it's bear shit.
Do not. Goat bear. Bears with cat-like abilities. I know, it's completely fucked. The bear had the last surviving levitation scroll from Vardenfell. Bear would be like, I heard you talking shit about the crackhead. What I missed? A bear that can fly, apparently. Oh, great. Just as I approach the city, there's another bear. Right out of nowhere. I don't have time for this shit. Later, whore. Remind me to exit through the other gate.
All right.
Alright. Should I...
What is it?
Is she gone? Or is she just over here? Should I give the book to the bitch that's been loitering outside the Mages Guild, or should I give it to the lizard?
You look like a shrewd
I think the maximal play is to give it to the lizard, and then she makes you get it back from him, and then takes it up the mountain.
Ah. Who is the other Garbo voice? A British, so he doesn't deserve a name. I like how he doesn't even contest this fact.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah, look how tiny he is!
Well met.
What do you want? You found the book? My trust in you was well placed, it seems.
Kritosis on a journey for
Hand
his
it
sweet
over,
roll.
if you please.
Yeah. Hello, how was your day? It wasn't too bad. I woke up, took the garbage out, blank. Then I went for a nap, blank. Then I streamed. I've got a great memory. Bosmer Cannon Heights. No, maximum play is to let her have it first and give it to the lizard when she's done with it. That way he doesn't suspect the thing. Ah. I don't even want an Elder Scrolls 6, nor do I want Fallout 5. Yep. I hear that. Oh god, it's in fan art now. What cursed thing have you inflicted upon me?
Bears do not abide the levitation ban.
That's good. That is actually really good. Can't believe they added Kritosis to the game. Even have the height right. Bruh.
I just want to say, you spelled levitation wrong.
There's no recovering from this. You have fucked up beyond redemption, Beeb. Oh boy, another Oblivion stream. I sure do hope that nobody donates an absurd amount to make him play star shit again. How does one get access to uploading and fan art? You have to be an artist, and you get the artist role when you ask for it. Anyways, should I give the book to him or no? Because I really don't remember this quest. I missed most of the dialogue last time because people were talking and I was reading chat.
So it seems the maximum bonus is you get an extra point of fame if you give it to her first.
I do kind of need that.
So I don't have it. It's probably your best bet.
I do kind of need that because I can't pray the gay away because I have more infamy than fame.
So you give it to her, give her a day to study it. You get a reward from her, then you can go to him, tell him, oh, I gave her the book. You steal it back from her, give it to him, and then you can do the second part because she's had the book.
Yeah, my fame is 40, my infamy is 57. So, yeah, I can't pray the gate away anytime I go to the church.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna have to do that then. Go to her, then him, then her again.
I also have to reset the sneak thing again. Oh boy. Just give money to the town's hobo to become famous. You could do that? Or is the homeless person? I need to give him money to increase my own standing.
You look like a shrewd businessman.
Well, chat, since Kree's never going to download it, in the stream hangout text, there's the config add-on mod, if you ever need it for Danified UI.
I will download it eventually. I'm a forgetful person, okay?
I'm only asking. One more. Thank you.
Alright. There's a single coin. How much did that raise me? None.
Blessings
Bastard
of
bitch.
Julianus upon ye. Just one coin.
Hello.
I'm saving up. Thank you. Haven't you seen her around town? She's either at the Grey Mare or she's sulking around the Mages Guild.
Wait, Kree, where's your Lover's Lab mods? I don't have them because I don't do that kind of thing. Yep, still hasn't increased my fame.
Blessings of a new.
Maybe I'll just kill them instead.
I'm pretty sure fame is just tied to, like, quest completion,
I thought so
for the
too.
most part.
Wow, chat cost me 2 entire gold coins. I will never financially recover from this. Kree is a good Christian goat boy.
Oh, so...
Mods, draw I'm praying to God and Jesus.
So it's quests and closing Oblivion gates.
Oh.
Well, if it isn't my little helper, have you retrieved that?
I guess I need to go
from the-
close every single Oblivion gate then. That will get tedious.
It's either 1 or 2 per gate. An extra 1. Random Oblivion gates will always award +1 fame. Although some planes of Oblivion may contain 2 gates, you still only get 1 fame per sigil stone.
Until I'm done. This is quite a delicate business, you see.
I spoke to him recently. He really knows his way around. Knows every tree, rock, and cave in the
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters in that fort near Riften.
Leave me alone.
Hello. You haven't seen my sons, have you? They went off into the forest to fight those monsters, and I'm worried about them.
That's so sad.
Without question.
Stop talking.
How did I mute myself there? What? Kretosis making bank this month? This is a new month. The other ones aren't there.
Did you fall for chat telling you you're muted?
No, I actually was muted though.
Oh, well, I was hearing you, so I don't know how you're muted.
Well, you would hear me because I mute on OBS, not Discord.
Ah, OBS mute.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, I just saw his name temping. That's fine.
You have been branded with the mark of sin and shame, as dictated by Themis. There you go. But anyways, yeah, making bank this month. It's a new month. Those other ones, that was still November. Hello, hello, Goodman. Hello, all my Enwas. Maybe that's another soundboard thing I should get, is just a dark elf from Morrowind going, "You Enwa."
I could kill that Gua. Those boots are ruined.
You know what? I think I do kind of want to extract a bunch of Morrowind lines now just to put on the the soundboard. I almost said soundboard. What the fuck? Hey, thief.
Yes, Cree Deserts.
Xbox Live!
Emily sent me that. Oh, of course, I also added the very, very important...
Shut up, silly woman.
Brilliant. Oh, they name them all fucking weird generic names.
More fan art from Peeb. Mods, draw Pale to our Lord Jesus.
It's the Luce outfit.
Oh, the little dude, yeah.
The anime Vatican thing, yeah.
We live in a
Got the
timeline
weird rod in there.
where the church has an anime fucking, like, bruh.
Can't you see I'm busy? With
An anime mascot for its weird festival thing.
All right, here's a question.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a bunch of times in this game where it's like, you need to wait while I do this thing that's going to obviously take time, like translating a book or whatever. So, question. How do you use that to make the player go out and do other things and not just have them immediately wait 24 hours for the thing to pass?
I don't know if you can really do that, because as long as you have the ability to wait,
Yeah.
someone, even if they have other things to do, is going to wait. And if you make it so that they have to go away, and maybe the cell has to reload, like dungeons won't reset if you're in the dungeon after 3 days, obviously. So, but then you'd have the problem that the person has just waited 24 hours, and it's like, I still needed 24 hours. I just gave you 24 hours.
Yeah, and that
So,
might be
there's
mistaken
not much
for a
to do with
glitch,
it.
especially in Bethesda's games where that can actually happen.
I think the only case you can do it is, because even with Caius in Morrowind, he tells you to go level up, but you don't need to. You can just immediately ignore that and go continue with the quest.
Actually, you can't. I have tried it, and he does tell you to fuck off and go do other stuff.
Really? I'm pretty sure.
I'm like 90% sure I had to go do other stuff, and
I think there's a different stage in the game where you're required, but when you first deliver the note and he gives you some money and says go join the guilds, I'm pretty sure it does not have a level requirement or anything. Let me check.
I'm not sure if it's a level requirement or what it is. I know you can bypass it by doing other stuff first immediately, but if you go to him first, then he tells you, yeah, you need to establish a cover story.
There might be a later quest.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? It's
Is here-
Moonlight, a BioWare fan.
Look, it was for the meme.
They've never made a bad game.
Apparently, Dragon Age has a sequel, I'm told.
Oh. Would you like to play
Yeah.
it?
Sadly, I did.
Okay, so I checked the wiki. If you're below level 3, he will tell you to go level up, but you don't need to. And if you're level 4 or higher, he doesn't even tell you to go level up.
Oh.
But you can, at any level, just continue the quest
Good
line.
afternoon. Hello, my little friend. I have something that might interest you.
You let anyone
I've
join
committed
VC
most
these
of the book
days,
to memory,
voice chat.
But I took
Not
the time
you.
to write down a passage that you might find useful. It contains instructions for
If I give
acquiring a
Beeb
very
permission to join
special
the
power.
fucking stream
You'll
hangout
want to read
chat,
it carefully
voice
and
chat,
then return
I
to
swear he's
Cloud
not going to
Top.
sound like anything that I imagine
I
he would.
consider this to be more
Let
This is a
me in!
segregate. This is a segregated voice chat. Sorry, Beeb.
assuming you're careful.
Yes, only the master race is allowed in here.
He'd just be talking about King of Fighters all day.
Kingdom of Fighters or whatever it is and fucking dinosaurs. I'm told I sound white as fuck. You pass. For now.
Will you join the Unity or die? Join, die, join, die.
Oh, by the way, Kree, what build are you going in this stream?
Fucking whatever goes, really.
He's been using some spells and hitting things.
Oh. I think I went hand to hand on my first playthrough, and I was too dumb to realize the level scaling thing, and I thought when I first encountered like my first enemy that had like super high health and he was an obscene damage sponge, I thought it was a skill issue until 7 years later I figured out.
I'm gonna be fair when you hear me, Knight. You're not too dumb to understand the level scaling. They don't really highlight the fact that if you don't level up damaging skills, you're going to be immediately outclassed.
Mm-hmm. It's just that I operate by like a rule where when I play a game, I don't Google anything unless absolutely necessary. So I just thought it was a skill issue on my character's part.
The level scaling does kind of suck, but there is definitely a point where you just get over it and you start killing things easier again.
It's mostly because they only scale up to a certain point.
Yeah, I think it's like level 30 or something.
Yeah, it's around 35, yeah. And like with Skyrim, that's an improvement. If you're going to have level scaling, they have the cordoned off, portioned off. Oh, this is all the low level bandits. Then you have the bandit chief. Then you have the bandit outlaw, and then not everyone is guaranteed to scale. That's why when you go through a Draugr ruin, you find plenty that die in one hit, but then the other ones actually can kick your ass. Rather than every enemy just all wearing glass or Daedric armor.
That's one of the things that bugs me about this game is that, like, random bandits can just fucking spawn with Daedric armor. It's like, bruh. There was one set, actually 2 sets in Morrowind, and only 2 complete sets with the fucking DLC. They weren't even complete sets in the base game. One of them was. But one of them was being worn by a character.
It made sense that, oh, sorry.
They were super rare! That was kind of the point. No one had them because they're like this fucking top tier fucking armor. And then in this game, yeah, random nameless bandit number 3247 can just spawn with it. It's like, fuck off. You hate it.
You see,
even funnier.
It's the Oblivion crisis. So random Dremora came in and left their suits on the ground for bandits to take.
Oh, that's even more fucking annoying. Because if you're too low of a level, the Dremoras will drop not a Daedric sword, a Dremora sword, which is worth substantially less.
But it still weighs really heavily.
Yeah. It's one of the most annoying things about this game is that any time there are items placed into the world, fucking 99 times out of 100, it'll be iron, or it will be, like, the lowest of whatever it could be. So it's like, oh look, alchemy gear? Yeah, it's placed in the world, it's lowest shit. Always, every time. It's fucking annoying.
It's also that It's funny when you encounter a bandit and he has like glass armor and all this danger gear, and it's like, why don't you just sell it and live comfortably? Why do you keep being a bandit?
Yeah.
There's also rampant inflation in Cyrodiil as the player levels.
It's a scroll, but it appears to be a book. My dear helper, most of the text you've given me is well beyond your comprehension, I'm afraid. My dear helper, you are a fucking retard and I hate you. May I join the chat? You don't need to ask if you have permission. Actually, I think I need to give you permission because you left the server. Hold on.
Wow, can't believe he left the server.
Rather than just, like, giving individual people, permission, I should give a role. Who are you on the Discord again, Potato? Would Kree ever stream any of the Stalker games? Maybe at some point. Pagan did get me to, download Stalker Gamma, I believe. Wait, which one... Which one did he get me to do? So there's... Which one was he playing? Because that's like the heavily modified version of the other
He's
one.
playing Gamma, which is a mod list for Anomaly.
Okay, so he got me to download Anomaly.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Don't mess with Stalker fans, they've only played the standalone mod.
Oh my god. Discord is doing that fucking thing again where I can't search for people.
I'll put
Potato, can you, like, put a message in front room or something? So I can give you a role?
I'll put it in Stream Hangout text, that's his thing.
I can't wait for the streams to be filled with, like, 15 fanboys. I'm trying to keep it rather limited. There, you should be able to join now.
Howdy.
Hello.
How are you?
I exist.
Oh, you're trying to keep a limit on femboys and other estrogen consumers.
No, fanboys, not femboys.
Hey, Emily.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Emily.
All right, then.
Emily.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, I think you hurt his feelings.
What an entrance.
I'm waiting for her to come back.
Oh, you're playing that small, obscure game from a small indie company, Oblivion.
Wow, she might...
Why are you waiting
Shut
for
up!
me to come?
Silly woman!
How did I know? How did I know? How did
Get
I know? You know how I feel? You know how I feel? I just...
people! Wait! I want to kill more people!
You actually waited that long. I just saw you on the stream looking to the side. Like, I'm like, oh, what is he waiting for? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. And I just...
I want to kill
Ah.
Oh my. Did I just hear that? Oh, goodness.
I want to kill a child.
Wait, you just...
Okay.
Xbox Live! Xbox Live!
That voice sounds familiar. Was that the Yo Mama guy?
It's the guy from Yo Mama.
It is.
Yeah, that's so.
So, when we were playing Lethal Company, I did get Discord up on my phone to play the soundboard into the microphone. So I put them up at max volume so they would come out properly. And the 2 times, so 3 times now of that Xbox
Silly
Live
woman!
has bursted my eardrums. It's ridiculous.
I heard it. Like I tuned into the Lethal Company stream for a sec, and I just heard the crustiest Xbox Live I've ever heard. It was as crusty and
Yeah.
moldy as the
It was-
fat
It was like
his room.
it was
And
it
his
was like
mom.
vanilla World of Warcraft voice chat
Oh
quality.
my god.
Hey, you want to hear a really corny dad joke?
Oh no.
What do you
No.
call someone that used to box?
Xbox Live!
Close.
What?
It's close.
What?
Well, I mean, it's Xboxer. But you were close. Xbox Live. Right?
Literally,
Like I said, it was
like
a
it-
shitty joke. It was a terrible joke. I forgot where I heard it from, but oh, here's another terrible joke. Why did the chicken cross the road?
to get in the bucket of KFC.
No, to get to the other side. Knock knock.
Who's there?
The chicken.
Xbox Live!
Why did that make me chuckle?
Because it's a shitty joke.
I almost clicked one of my soundboard options that has gamer words in it. Oh, I need to be very careful. So as you can see, chat, all that has to happen is for me to join the VC, and things degenerate very quick. What, you got $250 in a donation?
Yeah, I was told to give someone the degenerate role on the server.
What?
Most free money imaginable.
Oh, this reminds me of the video I want to do. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna leave it rendering overnight.
Oh no.
You've inspired me, Kratosis. Your last stream inspired me. I feel inspired.
Oh
It's
no.
How long is the
Inspiring.
video?
It's 1 hour of silence broken up by Sergeant Dorn. Yes.
I'm disappointed. Very
You're
short.
Okay, I'm gonna do 1 hour of silence, disrupt by Gypsy Crusaders saying the N-word, and then okay. You know I would.
An hour and a half. Make it an hour and a half, and it might be worth a view.
My.
I don't get it. Why is Emily's best video the one where Emily doesn't speak? That's crazy.
What?
Fucking brutal.
My ego is damaged.
By the way, I did listen to your video about the attacks on the New Vegas fans. It's pretty decent.
Pretty decent.
Yeah.
Decent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny? That video
Decent.
came across
Yeah.
my home screen. I watched a couple.
Well, at least it wasn't terrible. It took all my willpower to get it done.
Kratosis, I want
I
to
don't
see
know.
fan art of your Sona laughing at the Skyrim cuck guy. I don't have a Sona. I have a VTuber model. Thank you.
What's the difference?
A lot.
You know what? I'm gonna play Fallout 4.
Mods. Remove this man's nervous system.
Mods, make this man's hobby mainstream.
Damn. Hey, you know what? Fallout 4 is a 10 out of 10 game. It has the best.
Check his mod list.
It is the best story-driven game. I love following the story of my character looking for his son. It's my favorite part. You know,
Mods. Remove his mods.
it's very captivating as a story.
I don't have mod privileges.
That's
On
because you're
Discord,
French.
that is.
Shut up! Silly woman!
Thank you, whoever played that, to make Emily shut up.
That was me!
Wow, cell phone.
Oblivion
Wow!
looks so dark.
Because it's raining and I think it's nighttime.
Jesus Christ.
New Vegas,
was-
good writing, meh gameplay. I disagree. The gameplay isn't fantastic, but I think it's pretty good.
I think people understand what gameplay in New Vegas is sometimes. 'Cause I don't.
Most of the problems that people have with New Vegas's gameplay isn't the gameplay in and of itself. It's the animations and the almost clunky controls that can drop inputs, don't let you move as fluidly, don't let you like use your gun as fluidly. But in terms of gameplay, the only differences between Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas is that Fallout 4 has a grenade button, Fallout New Vegas doesn't. Fallout New Vegas has ammo types, Fallout 4 doesn't. That's about the only real difference.
Is that this
Checkmate, New Vegas
Oh,
fanboys.
and the weapon bash.
Having a dedicated grenade button is a good thing, but I mean that. Yeah.
In terms of improvements, it's very minor. It's just that the animations are better, so that's why people like it more.
Fallout 4, good gameplay, ass writing. Big fucking disagree there. Like, yeah, the writing is god-awful, but good gameplay? Like, as far as the RPG mechanics go, it's heavily reduced from the previous game, and the shooting is better, but, like, way overpraised and not as good as people say.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, it's like, this game is good. Look into his mod list, 2,000 mods installed.
$5
Yeah, the
from...
peop- No, go ahead.
$5 from Richard Cardamone. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. I won't be mean to you, Emily. Someone has to be on your side. Keep up the good work.
Ah, that's wholesome. Somebody likes me. Yay!
You know, you have to admit though, for getting id Software to work on the Fallout 4 like actual gunplay, they had to work with a piece of shit and make it decent. They did okay with it. I gotta give them credit on that.
Yeah, they worked with Bethesda's engine.
Yeah, you know, id Software, you know, their gameplay is like the best gameplay ever when it comes to shooting. So, like, you know, I give them some credit. They had to make a piece of shit decent. So, you know. It's like looking at a falling fucking foundation of a building. You look at it and it's like, okay, well, I mean, the house is shit, but the foundation's okay, I guess. Like, even then.
I think for the most part, it's probably just the way that the guns, quote unquote, feel. They've got better sound effects, they've got better animations, and they did change the way that headshot damage is multiplied. They just increased it, but it's still basically the same. You get a bonus if you shoot someone in the head.
I don't know why they just don't use a new engine. I don't understand that.
They're in a lot of technical debt from using the Gamebryo creation, whatever you want to call it nowadays.
You're in debt using that engine?
Technical debt. So basically, the idea is it's essentially a sunk cost fallacy, where they've spent so much time with the engine that by picking up a new engine, it would drastically detract from what they can do with that new engine.
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose, but like, shit. I mean, sooner or later, you gotta make a new fucking engine for a game like that. You know, you look at fuck, what was the?
You okay, Curry?
Oh, I hate those.
But I want to kill more people. Wait, I want to kill more people.
Okay. Like, no doubt I would want a engine replacement for most of the Bethesda games. Like, Open Morrowind has its replacer for Morrowind, Daggerfall Unity for Daggerfall, but those are effectively reverse engineering processes. Really hard to do, and for Bethesda to go out of their way and make a new engine, it's just going to take too long.
Yeah, and then Bethesda would have to do work. And
Yeah, they would have to
Bethesda's
do
like,
extra work to make the new engine, then extra work or to make or learn the new engine. Because, like, if you were to just pick up Unreal Engine 5 or Unity, either one, if you want to pick either one, Unreal Engine 5 would probably be the one they go with. They need to hire more people that know Unreal Engine 5, learn the systems, implement the systems they already have into Unreal Engine 5, because UE5 doesn't have the native things that they have. They don't have all the tools that they have with the creation kit, where you can easily create NPCs and all the things that they have. So they have to make all those new tools. That's just to get to the ground level and then start making a game. And given they took several years to make Starfield in the engine they're comfortable with, it would take them so much longer to make a different game in a different engine.
unpopular opinion.
Take-
Fuck UE5.
Sorry. What I was gonna say was they're taking longer to put out worse products.
Yeah, pretty much.
UE5 is good, but it's way too overused and too high budget for most studios. They just seem to think of it as like Unity 2.0.
Problems that come with it is that no one knows apparently how to fucking optimize that engine.
That too.
So it's like, we've made this game in the new UE5 or UE6 when that eventually comes out, and it's like, yeah, it can't run on any PC, can't run on any console, but hey, it worked when I made it. Oxy makes a good point. Harder to mod Unreal Engine. If you made a game in Unity, so easy to mod because you've got Bepin X, which is developed for practically any Unity program.
I mean, Bethesda already uses like a proprietary scripting language, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to sort of transfer that language to something more clean.
I have returned.
Stop!
Reject
Validate
Unreal
killer
Engine,
child.
return to RPG Maker. No thanks. Not every game needs to be made the same way Undertale was.
You came back just in time. Oh no. Drew your half-shark wife. What the fuck? What does that even mean?
Oh. I'm scared to go into fan art.
Oh, it's just the visual novel character again.
You're not supposed to run back in. I have no idea what's happening in that image. And of course, Beeb has done the dinosaur autism again. Mods, remove 20% of Beeb's brain.
But there's
But I
none
want to
left.
kill more people. Wait, I want to kill more people.
uh. Uh. Chat? Chat? Are you listening, chat? Click the like button. Thank you.
Wah.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and share this video with all your friends.
Okay, so
Who
how
the
do I
fuck
not...
actually shares video with...
How do what?
It's like, hey guys, I just watched this video and it's ball and it's banging.
Oh my god.
I mean, some people share videos.
Thank
like
Lord,
one
the
person
only
or
20% of
throwaway
people who watch my
media.
videos are actually subscribed trend died off.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Kretosis just showed me his analytics, and it turns out that 90% of you aren't subscribed. Can you please subscribe?
Okay, hold on. How many of my viewers are subscribed? Let's find out. Are you ready, chat?
No.
Okay.
Oxy, I don't think that's an Unreal Engine thing. That's
Wow.
a developer's thing. They could have focused on the mechanics if they wanted, but they had to have it to where there's 2 minutes of gameplay for 10 minutes of cutscenes.
Oh, we talking about The Last of Us?
That's very generous to call it gameplay.
Hey, see, I didn't even mention the game there, so I could have been talking about anything. But
I know, that's why you said
This
that.
is bad.
yeah, I was referring to God of War.
Oh, that's a good example too. Yeah, that's a good one as well.
This is
Yeah,
very
that's what
bad.
Oxy was mentioning.
91% of my viewers are not subscribed.
That's a good thing.
Is it?
Let's shoot for 92.
It's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Because that means your video is going out to, like, a lot of people who aren't your subscribers. People who aren't already subscribed to you are checking out your video.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, then again, I have 3.3 thousand subs, and my latest 2 videos got 52,000 views total. So, you know.
$5 from Richard Cardamone. Thank you. Could someone explain the 1 hour facts to fall asleep to trend? Alright, it's really simple. If you don't have anything actually substantive to talk about, you can do videos of, hey, look, here's a neat little fun fact that doesn't mean anything. If you put a bunch of those into an hour-long video, money. It's
Yeah,
just the
'cause
peak.
people are like,
It's just peak. I have nothing substantive to say. That's all.
Most
it
of
is.
those 1 hour of facts to fall asleep to are compilations of their already existing shorts content that they've now that the shorts algorithm is like completely nerfed. They're like, oh, let's go back to long videos. And if you watch through an entire video, it's more likely to autoplay one of your own videos than it is someone else's. So it's to make you fall asleep so that you keep watching more of the videos as well.
Hey guys, I'm here in my garage with my Lamborghini.
The bear fucking teleported again.
Do you know how I got this Lamborghini?
Bruh.
there are over 3,000 subs. I'm one of them. If there's only one sub, I'm him. If you have none, I'm already dead. I'm not sure how to react to this, but thank you.
You know how important knowledge is?
I am positive the bear fucking teleported up here. Like, how else could he have gotten up here? Come on.
Bear reportation.
No.
It's a druid using portals.
Because,
Bears
like,
are really good at climbing.
I was looking to the side, but I noticed, like, just out of nowhere he was up here.
Maybe he levitated.
Yeah, there it is again! He literally fucking teleported.
He teleported around you.
That's
Bruh. Fuck off.
What the actual?
He has access to developer consoles.
So it wasn't levitation. He's actually got the teleportation spells that they removed from the game. He's got mark and recall, and you've just so happened to be on his mark.
One of the Imperials gonna arrest the bear for illegal teleportation.
I didn't even know that was something that was possible in this game.
So a random bear can just say, "Hey, you know what? I'm up there now."
I think what it is.
Gravity's overrated.
is the game realizes they can't get to you, and they're easy kills when they're like this. So.
Yeah, and.
Yeah, see, it just
That's
happened
called
again.
smart gameplay.
That is
It's like,
fucked.
no, you're
very
not allowed
weird.
to be smart. You have to kill things the way we want you to.
They didn't develop mantling animations for attacking.
Come on, this cannot be a glitch. It's happening too consistently. Those times I was standing on the pillar, what if I stand in the middle? Like on the arch?
Both bears attack.
I mean, maybe.
You've only
like
got
the
a
Watson.
UI. You've only got like a few mods installed. Right? You don't have any content mods installed.
No, I've got a UI mod installed, and I've got a mod that allows me to train more than 5 times per level at a skill trainer.
I'm so happy I joined the stream right now to witness this.
Yeah, because you've seen what's happening in stream, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know this was a thing for Oblivion.
Neither did I. Okay, it doesn't
Okay,
seem...
no, I am not going to explain to Creed why Cynthia is perfect for him. Bat.
No
Yeah,
dinosaur
it's like that
Got a bat.
it's like that Holmes Watson glitch in that Sherlock Holmes game, where you don't see him, he just teleports somewhere on.
Okay, so the bears apparently are not able to do it if it's not right onto a pillar?
Yeah.
Because it ain't happening.
Because either this is some kind of glitch where they just teleport if you're on something directly...
Oh. Is it maybe a nav mesh thing? Maybe there's a glitch nav mesh down below and it just...
But it works on both...
happen to hop up here.
It works on both pillars reliably. I haven't tried the third one yet. Because I thought, okay, maybe it was running over from the hill and getting enough air to get on top. But...
No.
I also wonder if it'll happen in third person or not. Because it happened in first person, but...
Chat, we need to start referring to Kratos as His Majesty.
I was reading that. I was just reading that when I noticed you guys were in stream.
Fuel his ego.
I can't believe... I didn't know he actually did that.
Who did what now?
He was referring to you as Your Majesty.
Yeah, the court called him out for being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Like, hi, you might be the plaintiff, but there's a certain level of decorum you're required.
It's not happening again. I wonder if I go first person, if it will,
Well, that would rule out the idea that it's nav mesh, then.
Yeah, because it seems like if they can get up while I'm not looking, that it would be teleportation.
It could be
Yeah,
that when they're off the screen, they are cold, and so some collision problem happens, and either they scale the wall, and then when they come back on your screen, they become visible, or they have a weird collision with the bottom of the model and get forced up. That's probably the two likely cases.
Well, that was the nav mesh thing I was thinking of, but I think your
Yeah,
first
it wouldn't be.
is-
It wouldn't be a nav mesh technically because the nav mesh is all on the ground.
Hold on. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he was just running into that other pillar, and then he teleported onto the ground on the other side.
Yep.
So, is that Navmesh?
That's got to be nav mesh.
Well,
that's
so
not
okay,
glowing 'cause
they're
you can see
they're
'em.
independent. Okay, they're it's technically not a nav mesh thing. So the nav mesh exists independent of the model. The nav mesh is tied to the terrain effectively,
Yeah.
and then they would have placed down the models. So that's why bears run into things, is because they think they can go through it because the nav mesh wasn't made after the models were placed. The models were placed after the nav mesh was placed, and so it's likely just on one of the ticks that the game process on, because every game has to process at a specific rate, it probably passes through because it's moving at a specific speed, and so the game's like, oh, it's on the other side now. How it gets up, that's a completely different thing.
This is kind of fascinating, actually.
Yeah. Because it's strange that it happened so many times in a row, but it didn't happen when I was in third person, and it's not happening now. Maybe if I run across to the other one again.
If I had a septum for every time...
Clearly they're just, they just know they're in a dream, so they can shoot Kim.
There
They
it
can
is!
shoot,
The wolf just
Clearly,
teleported up.
Shigorat is just worshipping you.
Yep, this time was the wolf.
Guys, I'm gonna go. You guys have fun on the stream. I just came
Ta.
in here to...
See you later. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Later.
Xbox Live!
Shut up,
I do
silly woman.
find...
It teleported up again!
Enclave Emily is possibly the litigant of all time for not even showing up and defeating a gobbler.
well, considering the wolf
And-
teleported in third
Came back
person,
to
it's
say,
definitely a
"Screw
collision.
you, called
Yeah.
back."
Here's Kritosis being a goat.
And it's probably not even an
Fine,
intentional
keep
thing.
on.
It's probably just like how they clip through pillars. I doubt they have a stuck prevention thing, because if they were going to do a stuck prevention thing, they wouldn't just teleport to the other side of something, because there's going to
Yeah.
be complex objects that you can't just teleport to the other side of without
Yeah.
going out of bounds.
I wonder if there was ever a moment at Bethesda where they witnessed something like this during Q&A and went, nah.
That does often happen in QA, where like the Q&A department reports an issue, but they just don't fix it because they mostly fix the higher priority issues like crashes.
Yeah. We either push it out on the deadline or we don't at all until next year. We can fix it in post.
He's right,
It
this
is very-
goat behavior.
Get Emily
it
out of
was-
here. Give her out of here. No, don't give her a jacket back.
It was very bold of them to say that Starfield got fun after the delay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I need to finish the script on the fucking ML video, but it was bold of them to say that, yeah, Starfield is a great game in many ways. What ways, motherfucker?
I do find it a bit annoying that the judge allowed the one claim against you to continue because of because you paused. You paused to comment. I'm still positive that it's going to prevail. That you're going to prevail on that, anyways.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it's just kind of like it's like the whole thing is like, well, he paused, so
Another bear? Fuck off!
just remember not to pause next time, and you're fine.
I am annoyed that that continued on as well.
I will say this: the most fun I've had in Starfield was finding the uninstall button.
Starfield is good in many ways. It's a sleep aid. It's a
I
sleep
just play
aid.
Animal Crossing at that point.
There's also the wonderful feeling of your hard drive freeing up so much space when you remove it.
Dude, I can't wait. I can't
I think
wait.
I still. I think
That
I
is
installed
very
it on a
true.
hard drive just to see how it was like when I acquired it on release. Didn't
It's
run
like
that bad, to
carving
be
a
fair.
carbuncle off of your ass. Look, I'm
Honestly,
glad that's
installing that
gone.
thing on a hard drive, should count as some form of abuse because your hard drive is just weeping constantly whenever you load that thing.
Real astronauts didn't uninstall space. There were a couple of occasions where they wanted to.
May the wind be on your back.
It is funny
Real
how
astronauts went to the moon. Fuck you!
it is funny how space is the final frontier, where it's like, you know, crossing the ocean for the first time for humanity. That's a pretty terrifying thing. It's very easy to die in the ocean, and space is just like 1,000 times worse.
At least in the ocean, you have something to float on and you can breathe.
Well, technically,
As
you
long as
don't
you're
need anything to
above-
float on in space.
Yeah.
Honestly,
just fall
Starfield
for-
is a... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Starfield is a very good anti-piracy software because it's so bad you wouldn't even want to download it.
Hello. You haven't seen my sons, have you?
You wouldn't download Starfield.
Monsters and
Correct.
Nor would people who paid for it.
yes. For the last few days.
What wasn't that a thing? Is like the total number of sales versus the number of people who actually played it?
Yeah, they very quickly started saying players instead of purchases when they had to account for Game Pass numbers.
Hey, I mean, it was so accurate that Ubisoft wants access to the Steam's API so they can private all that stuff.
Hmm.
Hi there.
The light of truth burns vampires.
Go ahead, please.
Wait, do I just not... What do I do now in the quest?
Where are you? What are you doing?
I was struck by lightning and been granted a powerful spell. I tried talking to her and she doesn't have anything.
Okay, let me reopen the page.
Yeah, there's nothing after that, though. Hold on.
So, did you tell the lizard that you gave her the book?
No.
You need to do that.
Okay.
Yes? Is the book safe? Do you have it? What? This is unacceptable. At no time did I ever suggest that you should actually follow through and give her the book. It cannot be left in her hands. You will retrieve the book immediately if you have any intention of ever receiving a recommendation from me.
Wow.
Look at him, he's so tiny.
Hi.
I forgot what I was starting to say.
What?
The introduction of fairies to Oblivion has been a disaster.
You should go hunt Calbeck in this game.
Oh yeah, there is a quest to do that.
You leave my people alone!
No.
Hey, Calbic,
stay out
if
of
it
this,
makes you feel
Chloe.
better... if it makes you feel better, in Red Dead Redemption 1 Undead Nightmare, the unicorn is the best horse in the entire game.
Yes, I know, and I plan on getting RDR1 as soon as I can afford it. Now that it's on PC.
Finally.
I got it on release from I acquired it. Let's just put it that way.
If only we could get Saints Row 1 on PC. I heard it was on PC way back in the day, but it was extremely poorly
Green Raccoon, no.
Fantastic.
Hmm?
Thanks for asking.
Somebody is engaging in fetish material in chat.
Oh.
Stop it.
Yeah, chat can get pretty degenerate sometimes.
I do not want people on my shoulders. I tried that once with RoboCop. It didn't work out.
Have you Finally, I shall see to it that the book is kept safe.
Of course, by then the meme
Council
was dead, so.
decides what should be done with it. I shall also overlook your...
How goes it?
Look how small he is.
Itty bitty. Can you kick him across the room?
I wish.
Hurry up! You have to...
What?
Oh, hello.
Alright, now I can go to the Arcane University. Actually, what are my skills? What do I need to level up to get higher? Blade, destruction, light armor, marksman.
Hey, chat. If anyone here feels useless, just remember there's a tutorial on YouTube on how to breathe.
Bruh.
Quick, search it.
No.
Meme night, stop.
Green, I'm teasing. Sierra, you shush.
Beep has demanded access to voice chat and still hasn't joined. I was right to ignore him.
They know that they'll just get bullied as soon as they enter.
Another goat has hit the art channel.
Oh no. Hold on. Bruh. The dinosaur
Mods, draw him,
autism.
pray to art. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
No, go ahead. You were going first.
Mods, draw him, praying to our Lord Jesus.
Yeah, I said that earlier in stream.
That was great.
This dinosaur autism needs to come to an end.
You have my ear, citizen.
Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I want to level up some more. My options are Blade, Destruction, Light Armor, and Marksman.
Distraction.
Blade.
Blade. I do need to get better with swords.
Aww.
The main guy. Just asking to be hanged on dunks by Thor. His name is
Hey, Meme Knight, who's that in the background that's talking?
Well, you know,
Can hardly tell.
Someone's speaking. Either you're watching a video or you got people around you.
Hello!
REEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Alright, where are the blade trainers in Oblivion? Oh my god. Acrobatics, alchemy, blade. Alright.
While you were learning destruction spells, I was learning the way of the blade.
I should also try to fucking increase my healing magic, restoration, because that's super low and I want to get that up. Kind of annoying that they don't say, like, what level it is exactly. Leywin's Fighters Guild. Okay. That's not the Master, but...
That's the blue one, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, I think it's... intermediate? I think they have a... advanced. 0 to 70 is the blue one.
Oh, so I'm pretty close. I should just go to the Master, then.
Yeah.
Turangil Inn, south of the Imperial City. Oh, boy.
I think
the Ferengale
you have to
Inn
unlock the quest, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, right. I might need to go to the dude in Leywin anyways. Okay, I'll do that quickly. Let me travel. God, back in this fucking shithole. Ree.
I'm only asking for a single coin.
That is beautiful, though. The court cautions that it does not condone plaintiff's schoolyard taunts or blatant hostility to the courts or defendants. C, referring to Kratos as His Majesty. Just straight up, that's beautiful.
Oh my god, someone pulled their sword as soon as I stepped into the Fighters Guild. Sharina.
Woman detected. Destroy.
Do it! Kill her!
Oh, what? Let's see if we can't teach you. Knowledge is power. Let's see if
knowledge is power.
I didn't mean to say goodbye.
I'm willing to teach. Good that you want. Knowledge is the key to. There's much I can show. There's much I can show you. The 5 claws. If you're looking to learn even more, experience is your best bet. If you want pointers, I hear that Alex Lincolia is somewhere in Cyrodiil. Don't tell me you've never heard of him. He's famous for his skill with... I heard that he was on his way to one of the southern provinces.
Alright.
Go do it.
Yeah, it is funny that he got warned of that, because you know that's not going to be that's going to be something he won't be able to resist. He's going to fuck up very easily in that regard. And it is annoying that the judge let that one through, because it's like, come on, it's just like the rest of his fucking insane bullshit claims. I wonder how much...
Well, the bit with BB, we were always saying that the one with BB was probably legit because it was just really fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I'll just drop 12 DMCA claims on things, including stuff that's in the public domain.
I don't even know who that person even is, though, because...
Me either.
Like, from what I've heard, apparently that's a name people use as a, false DMCA name. So, Acer Tard might not even be able to get that guy, even if that one actually is kind of deserved.
Bibi Zurha Vaizi is a lecturer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Her research examines community-based education in settings of conflict and displacement with a focus on Afghanistan.
Oh, God.
Literally the first result of the name. So it's a real name. Okay, that's cute.
Yeah, at least it is a real name. But, what is it? Yeah, that remaining claim is going to be a pretty easy one to win, I think. Hopefully, that's something YouTube will be able to take care of on their own so I don't have to do anything, but absolute worst case scenario, that's like... I view it as fucking trivial.
Hi there. Yes?
BB Faizi, a business entity registered with Australian Taxation Office.
Striving to be known throughout the land.
Alright, I'm back. Much to chat's dismay.
I'd be happy to offer whatever.
Oh no.
Where's the timer? I want to know what speedrun pace you're on. I'm not speedrunning.
So the quest he has you do is just be famous, and since you're already famous, you completed the quest immediately.
Oh, that's lame.
What?
I wish it was that easy in real life.
They did a stag on Arcane Season 2. No, we didn't. We did a stream talking about Arcane Season 2. And, yeah, Season 2 fucking sucks. I hate it. I'm doing a video on it.
Yeah, I have heard many people on Twitter were like, it's very disappointing compared to the first one. I don't watch it based on principle. That's pretty much it.
Oh, what, Season 2?
League. No, the show to begin with, because it's League of Legends.
Lol.
Knowledge is... Let's see if we can't teach you a thing or two. Pay attention, and you... I'm willing to teach... You've got a lot to learn. There's much I can show you.
I think he's already filed, or at least...
Pay attention. Let's get to training.
Like, same fucking day, jeez.
What's that?
It's just there's 3 documents that are by on Pacer, so I can't see them. One is miscellaneous relief, one is leave to file document, which that would be somebody filing with the court, and extension of time to amend, because they give him 21 days.
That's a lot of days.
Well, it's 3 weeks is standard for a response.
Hopefully they deny that, just out of fucking principle.
And I'd have to see the deets for what his rationale is, or even it's like the miscellaneous relief. I wonder what the hell that's going to be. Because for all we know, he immediately mouthed off. I wonder what the hell that's going to be.
Mods bully the minority.
Dang, literally the second I poked my head in.
You knew what you were heading into.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
No!
Say I finished eating rice.
I like how we could hear ourselves laughing through Beeb's mic.
I'm sorry, I have to kill that. I have the stream on the other monitor.
Hello, Beeb.
Hello. Do not
I
inflict
think
your
this is
gay
the first
dinosaur
time.
autism upon me anymore.
What?
Is that sincere, or is it just...
I think this is the first time
That's
I've actually heard your
sincere, is it
voice.
just shitposting? Because I'm just shitposting. I'm under the impression that it's actually just a joke.
It's half serious, half joke. I do not like dinosaur autism. I like Jurassic Park, and that's about as far as it goes.
Fair enough.
So,
I will.
by which you mean Snoop Game?
Yes, I will spare you the deep lore.
The Snoop Game iceberg.
Oh my god! Like, if you include everything, there is so much fucking deep lore. Because it goes all the way back from the fucking trailer reaction of GVH, all the way up to, like, all of the derivative projects, some of which don't even have dinosaurs in them. They're just going with the theme of, like, here is a human character and his prospective girlfriend who's like a weird, like, creature.
Furries!
10 million years ago. Well, specifically extinct furries.
Yes.
You can't be like a deer. Because somebody tried to make a deer, and then they got overruled by somebody decided that's a carnivore wearing moose antlers as like, because she's a trail guide and she wants to be visible in the woods. So she has a headband that has actual moose antlers on it to make her more visible.
Bruh.
And that was when she
What
was
was
shot.
they said earlier about no dinosaur autism?
I haven't even gotten into like the really autistic shit.
No.
I will spare you. You know what? I wish I could delete those brain cells and like wipe them like a hard drive. You know, where you reformat a hard drive, all of the data gets wiped.
You can do that. It's through alcoholism.
I don't drink, so.
Well,
It's like there's an entire subgenre now of what was Volcano High, and it's just Snoop Game now.
Right?
It's all just parody.
they're visual novels. They're some of the easiest games to make. Of course, there's going to be derivatives. You get free publicity from the 4chan autists, and you can sell them plushies.
I give them yeah. Although I have to be honest. A lot of the people who are jumping into that are like 17, 18, 19 years old, and they have no idea what they're doing. That's
So
why
4chan
projects are dead. Like, that's why the Bunka project is dead in the water.
Well, that's modding community in general.
Yeah.
Autism kicks in, then somebody goes like, "Ooh, shinies," and goes running off in another direction.
Yeah. There's still a few forlorn Bianca fans who are just like, the game's coming out, guys! The game's coming out!
But you say that, we've got a Star Citizen fan in the VC right now, so I mean...
Aww. I feel so called out.
I wish Star Citizen was a game that existed 10 years ago so I could play it, so I understand. But, like, man.
Well, it did exist 10 years ago. In extremely alpha format, and it's still an alpha.
Like, when Star Citizen started development, I was finishing high school.
They are finally actually coming out with a release version, and it's pissing a lot of people off.
Before you can be
Because they're introducing AI blades to replace what would have been character interaction originally.
I mean, if that's like an appeal of the thing, that's like, hey, we want this thing to be so immersive, so we're gonna actually like run AI simulations in here. Although I can see that, like in your,
that's not it. That's not what I mean by AI. By AI blades, it's things like instead of hiring crew, you put AI on your ship to handle various things. Because they don't have NPCs sussed out correctly yet, but they want to launch something. So they're going kind of the EVE Online thing where they're saying it's going to be mainly player-driven content initially. It's like, okay, what about the 100-star systems? We're starting with 5 or 6.
This is way before my time, but isn't that kind of how they did things in, like, EverQuest? There weren't any vendors. There was, like, 4 or 5 vendors, but most of the vendors were, like, players. Isn't that...
Oh, there's a shitload of NPC vendors and such, but... point being the actual content as it stands right now, Star Citizen basically is player-driven content, and that's about it.
Right,
I mean,
right,
you can there are play loops that you can do various things, sure. But most of the interesting stuff are things like people doing like racing leagues on a given moon, like the Daymar racing leagues, things like that.
I would have thought that was part of the appeal that they were going for, is that they wanted a significant portion of the basically the NPCs you as a player have the ability to become an NPC in somebody else's game in order to enhance the simulation aspect of it. I actually thought that was one of their intentions.
I think it would be cool if they allowed you to, like in most MMOs, I wish they would allow you to like post up on boards and say, hey, I'd like to collect 50 wood. If you can collect it for me, here's 50 gold or something like that.
Yeah, player-driven economy, basically. They do have an actual economy being worked on. But aside from all that, this is basically a 180-degree change from the original plan, which was to have Star Citizen out first and then launch Squadron 42 based on what they did with Star Citizen. They've had to reverse that because that wound up being way too much, and they've been so far off into the weeds for so many years. So they're now finally saying, okay, we're pushing to release Squadron 42, which is the single-player game. It's like, yeah, you guys should have done this fucking years ago.
They didn't slice it very well.
No.
Just quickly, two things. First of all, hey Kretosis, I hired Acerthorn by accident. I have now stumbled upon this rabbit hole. How the fuck did you hire him? What? I'm very sorry for your loss. $100 from, I hope I pronounced this right, Ghidra? Ghidra. Thank you. Your videos helped me pass the time through an awful stomach flu. Thanks, Goat Boy. Oh, well, thank you. It's very much appreciated.
$100 dues.
Yes, I will be sure to spend
Hope
it
you
on
feel
Lego
better
because
soon.
my autism compels me to. I like how that just shut everybody up.
It made everyone speechless.
It's King Ghidra, not Ghidra.
Honestly, I just wasn't listening. Goes in one ear, out the other.
Oh, it's the kaiju dude from Tuhu, not Tuhu. Wow, Toho, the Godzilla people.
Actually, it's Tao.
I had no idea he was such a scumbag. I realized after his first day how bad I messed up. What did you hire him to do? and like,
He's on Fiverr.
Acerthorn is on Fiverr.
Oh, so he's not qualified.
No. It was a joke suggestion.
Oh.
Well, I know for a fact that he got a bunch of his stuff on Fiverr.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? It's like, oh, I've got these copyrighted musical things. I'm going to sue people over it because I use them as background music in my videos. It's like he literally got them off of Fiverr.
I mean, as long as he owns the copyright to them, then, you know. The problem at that point is he's trying to sue over something in the background when that's not, like, the substance of what people are covering.
Yeah, it's called incidental use.
Yeah. You helped me figure this out straight up.
If you were trying to copy the background music and redistribute it, that'd be one thing. If you're just clipping a part of a video and it happens to be in the background, that's why he put it in there.
Yeah.
So I can say that my stuff has a modicum of original content.
I have potions and everything.
God, he's such a fucking terminal cunt.
What will it be?
If only he actually was creatively, not bankrupt, maybe he could make some of these arguments, but he's not. What was it? The court is just like, you're trying to copyright snarky tone.
You're trying to copyright having a widow's peak.
Careful, he might try to sue you for saying stuff about him that he doesn't like.
That's more than I'd usually pay.
Fucking let him.
Watch him copyright the color blue.
He pretty much tried to.
Watch him.
He had, part of his copyright claim was claiming cornflower blue through periwinkle or something like that is specifically two
Two
shades
of blue that are basically
And-
the fucking same. Like, you can't tell them apart by looking at them.
I made a gradient, and the making of the gradient was a creative choice. And they're just like, you can't copyright the color blue, and you can't copyright hexagons. Try again.
Like, even IBM couldn't successfully copyright the color blue, and they were big blue.
The closest you can get is trademarks of specific colors, but even then they have to be tied into specific logo stuff,
Yeah,
rather than being like, oh no, I own this color blue in all fields. No.
It's like all you did was put text on a field of hexagons with blue in it. That's not sufficiently creative. Try again.
You need to make a better offer.
It's peak graphics design.
Graphic design is my passion. God, I love that picture, that classic picture where it's just like a JPEG frog with a white background.
And this is
fucking gradient. Graphic design is my passion.
Just the idea is like somebody showed up in chat and they were using a fake account, and that account used my logo. You let this person speak in chat using my logo, therefore you have infringed. Like, but fucking what?
I haven't been keeping up with the Acer Thorn rabbit hole, but I do occasionally rewatch that Stag episode where they where you guys did his New Vegas video. That was such an amazing episode.
He has a turkey burg unto himself.
Just
Sorry.
grabbing these comments again quickly from this guy. Harrison Walmart is a Walmart I hired him for. I have no idea how my company didn't find the shit from the background check, but I'm showing their upper management your video so they can make a decision. I never heard of him before this weekend. Upside down smiley face. I was in disbelief watching your 2-hour video. That's crazy that you found that video. And like, wait, that means he was trying to get a job though. At the place he tried to sue before for like billions of dollars. What?
Yeah, you would think that they would have him on their radar as like, oh, this is the guy who tried to sue us for like $1 billion at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Either way, I wish you all the luck in the world with dealing with him. I hope he doesn't try to sue, but I'm gonna be real, he's probably gonna try. But actually, he might not have much of a leg to stand on because he's vexatious litigant in his home district.
He told you his YouTube, so you looked him up.
Dude
Wow.
He's fucking hot shit with his shit-ass YouTube channel. Oh my god.
I'd like to get a job at this Walmart. I'm a YouTuber of some renown.
I was I did partial self-shilling here. I did a compilation of his Dark Souls playthrough, like his entire Dark Souls playthrough. I did a This Is How You Don't Play, and towards the end, he acts like such a pretentious cunt. It's actually insane. He starts blaming the fans for not watching the videos enough, and he's like, "This game's not even fun," and stuff like that. And mind you, he spent like 30 minutes farming a single mob
Yeah,
that he was using with like his broken sword.
That sounds exactly the kind of idiotic thing Acer Tard would do.
Why would you ever use the broken sword?
I'm not even kidding, it was like 20 minutes. Even though I sped it up to like 400%, he was still hammering away. He's so slow.
The only use for the broken sword in DS1 is like, it counts as a sword, so there are certain ascensions you can do with boss souls, that if you need to sacrifice a sword, I think it counts.
I mean, maybe if you were going to do a video specifically highlighting that sword and goofing with it, then that would be one thing. But that doesn't sound like what's going on.
Also, the broken straight sword technically has not scaling, but it can be upgraded. I'm pretty sure.
Hold on a second. I just thought of something.
So I think.
Well, no, this was the dark sword.
Out of the broken straight sword.
I just thought of something. What if this is his attempt to prove that, like, oh, look, slander has actually damaged me. I can't get a job now.
Damn, you
It's one of those. Well, There's the problem is that it ain't slander.
Yeah, it also has scaling, whereas the fist doesn't have scale.
I know that it's not slander, but he has tried to make a slander case against myself, and he's trying to make one against Sid Alpha, and this seems like the kind of thing he would do, where he might self-sabotage himself and take it to the court. See, I can't get a job because of this horrible slander against me on the internet.
And Holly's going, he himself put the information out there, so it's like, yeah, nobody slandered you. You brought the attention to it.
No, I know, but like, with the way he selectively tells things to the courts, that he would try to start a lawsuit anyways to cost money to... I believe he likes to use the court system to dox people. That seems apparent to me, in my opinion, based on his actions.
I mean, just the line, but I'm showing their upper management your videos so they can make a decision, is very useful to Acer, specifically because it's not I'm showing management his videos, it's your videos specifically.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think you can request that the court file your name as like John Doe or something like that, but I think that can get declined, and it gets declined in most cases.
What you're doing is you're asking the court to proceed under under anonymity, and yeah, it doesn't generally get done unless you can basically prove that the person has a history of harassment, threatening your life, etc.
Maybe not threatening your life, but I can prove that he fucking harassed me with his emails he sent me.
Yeah, that's not going to be sufficient, unfortunately, because court dealings are public records, and they want everybody to be on the record.
Yeah,
defending yourself at minimum, what you would have to do would be to do it through a lawyer anyways. There has to be an actual point of contact. You cannot represent yourself anonymously.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And yeah, his whole thing, how is he allowed to sue people with all of the dismissals? He's actually been rendered a vexatious litigant in multiple districts where he can't do it anymore without being pre-screened by the court. It's his home district, most of California at this point. He's working on Virginia now.
Virginia and what's
Maryland?
that state? The state that companies start their companies in?
That's Maryland, yeah.
I thought it was New Hampshire.
No, it's Maryland.
Okay.
New Hampshire is close to Maryland, but it's Maryland.
I'm so sorry for all of y'all being harassed by him, but I definitely won't take my chances with the guy Lamau. Yeah, I hope all that goes well for you too, man, because in my experience, from what I understand of him, I believe, it is my opinion, that if he can find an excuse to sue people, he will.
Yeah, he has a history.
Honestly, the only...
Oh, someone mentioned Delaware. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because he has a few things going in Delaware now, because that's where Google is, like, officially started, technically.
Hey, somebody dropped 5 loonies on you.
You mean 5 toonies. Loonies is $1.
I thought loonies was the 2.
Nope, there's loonies and toonies.
Okay, 5 toonies.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get to that, but we were talking about the thing. $10 from Quetzalcoatl. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you. Haven't been around long, but love your long-form content, Cree. Want to know what Fallout 4 faction is the least insufferable to you, and what ending you think would be ideal for the setting. Alright. Least insufferable...
Can I say one thing?
Go.
I was gonna say before we jump on this topic was the only good that can come out of Acer Thorn's lawsuits is if he copyrights being overweight. That's the only... That was it.
Anyways, to answer the question, which Fallout 4 faction is the least insufferable? So that right away eliminates the Institute and the Railroad, just outright. There's no chance for them. That leaves the Brotherhood and the Minutemen. And at that point, I guess it depends how invested you want to get in each faction. Because if you just want to get it done and over with, then the Minutemen. Because their quests amount to, hey, there's a settlement, go help them. At which point it's like, hey, there's some things in a nearby place, go kill them. Simple stuff. If you kind of sort of want to get invested in story, then it's the Brotherhood. Out of the 4 factions, they're the least bad, and they kind of have something there, with Dance being a synth. Otherwise, it's probably the Minutemen being the least insufferable.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Minutemen because it's the path of least resistance. You just get to do menial tasks.
Yeah.
And personally, I would say that the Minutemen probably have the most fleshed out actual reason for what they're doing. It's got a bunch of flaws in it, but as far as the story and motivations, they probably have the clearest reasons for what they're doing.
Yeah, and which ending do you think would be ideal for the setting? Well, the game technically only has 2 endings, but being good faith about it, which faction would be best to rule the Boston Commonwealth? I'd probably also go with the Minutemen. The Railroad don't appear as though they're looking to rule the Commonwealth. They just want to help the synths, which, I mean, they pretty much complete their goal by the end of the game, but I'm sure Bethesda will find an excuse to keep them around for the next game. It's also weird that they put a flag in Diamond City when it's like, wait, I wasn't helping you take control. It's not even what you guys were after.
No, it's totally out of character for them, in fact.
Yeah.
And basically a functional militia of landowners that have farms. Like, that's the closest thing the setting has to, like, a government.
That's the Minutemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even then, you're still basically talking about a bunch of farmers who have firearms, which,
hey, that's the colonial United States either.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start. It'd still be better to have like something that's more functional, something that's able to like fix roads and shit like that.
Yeah.
But Bethesda decided that they don't want anything that even remotely resembles the NCR. We can only
Well, you know that means that the Minutemen cannot be the official thing because they would advance civilization.
I think they're the canon ending, though.
It's either that or the Minutemen somehow never expand beyond it, or they get blown up again.
No, the canon ending, we know now from the show, has to be Brotherhood of Steel ending.
No, you know what's actually going to happen? At the end
With Maxon being killed.
At the end of Season 2, either Hank or another character is going to run farther east. At the end of Season 3, another character is going to run farther east. And then by Season 4 or 5, we're going to make it to the Boston Commonwealth, which will be completely fucking destroyed. Diamond City will be nuked.
Why is somebody trying to feed you Timbits?
I'll get to that after I finish answering the question. Did you guys want to keep going on that line of logic, or...?
I think we're kind of done with it. The problem is it's been chewed over so often.
Yeah. Just quickly, it wouldn't make sense for the Institute to take the city either. Because their whole thing is, yeah, we don't like the surface. We want them to fucking leave us alone.
Which is why we fuck with them constantly.
Yeah.
Until they finally came down and got us.
It's really fucking dumb and I hate it so much.
What even is a Timbit?
I'll explain that in a minute as well.
Yeah.
Again, that leaves the Brotherhood and the Minutemen. The Brotherhood don't seem like they would be best for the Wasteland. They seem like they would be entirely self-interested, and the Minutemen, their whole thing is like building a government to like keep the people safe. So the Minutemen are probably the best genuine option based on what the game shows us for the Boston Commonwealth.
They're the most altruistic of the 4, because the Institute says they're altruistic, but their actions speak otherwise.
Yeah.
The main frustrations with the Minutemen are just they don't actually try to do what they want.
Yeah.
They don't try and spread enough. And Preston holding a weird obsession over this one settlement needs your help. Yes, I know I need to help you find your kid, but this one settlement needs your help.
Yeah, it's really bad. That's one of the frustrating things too, is it isn't just that Preston is, oh, another settlement needs your help. It's like he has no fucking actual character. He's just meant to be a Radiant Quest dispenser. Like, if
He's
they at
making
least...
no decisions either.
Yeah.
Like,
I actually find myself having to defend Preston on that. Because, yeah, he's a Radiant Quest dispenser, but it's in the pursuit of their actual goals.
Yeah, but then there are no more to the goals after that. There's never...
No.
Hey, let's set up a government, let's establish a ruling body, a system of...
I'm just saying that the Radiant Quest thing, as portrayed with Preston, actually fits what the Minutemen are initially trying to do.
Yeah,
I agree that there's no follow-up.
But then
I think
it pulls in different
like,
directions.
It would work better if it was something along the lines of, okay, before the Minutemen collapsed, here are the settlements that we had allegiances with. We need to reforge those allegiances, and then we'll be able to rebuild our infrastructure. Because we can't just be a militia. An army marches on its stomach. We need to have people manufacturing weapons. We need to have people growing in food and compacting it into rations and shit like that. But none of that is like, food is a thing that you inject in the middle of combat in order to regain health. Nobody in the Commonwealth needs to eat, because it's a Bethesda game.
Well, except to maintain population in a given settlement, and it's just abstracted.
Yeah, it's they gamify needs and stuff like that. The problem, like, I don't dislike Preston for doing the Radiant Quest. That's just shows how little of a character he is. That's most of his dialogue, is that another settlement needs help. It fits what his character should be, is trying to pursue the goals. But as was said, he doesn't try to pursue those goals. He puts all burden onto you as the general, so he doesn't actually have a thought of what to do unless you start being evil. And even then, he still won't leave you. He'll just get upset with you. He doesn't have principles. He's not a principled character.
I remember someone saying once that with Bethesda characters, the only personality trait they have is their tone of voice, and I think that rings very true.
Yeah. $20 from Dello Yellow. Thank you. Here's your motivation to go get some Timbits. To my favorite goat, I love to harass. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. I get my YouTube pay on the 23rd this month, I believe. So on the 23rd, I'll go get a pack of Timbits. Thank you.
Christmas Timbits.
Membership for 1 month from the Willy Bot. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. The Minutemen, as written, require a strong man to function. Every time their leader dies, the organization falls apart. Yeah.
Not actually according to their backstory, such as it is. It took a lot of the generals dying and fighting with each other to get to that point. Problem is, by the time you run into Preston, him and his ragtag band are all that there is, and technically Preston's the only one, really.
He is
at least
the fucking drug lady.
There's a couple of others that are just wandering around, but the rest of those are just civilians.
That's a
that fled from the massacre at Quincy. I have to remember Quincy. I have to remember the massacre at Quincy because they never shut up about it. But they're all civilians from Quincy. He's the only Minuteman that you meet initially, and then you meet the head of the, basically the quartermaster later on when you retake the castle, and a couple of others along the way. But really, I mean, basically the leadership is dead.
The leadership is gone. What the Minutemen need, well, again, I'm just litigating this.
You're the general, because I said you're the general, because I'm the only one left. Well, that would make you the general. No, you're the general.
What the Minutemen needed in order to make more sense as a faction is you meet more people who are on the logistical side of things. What they was depleted of is fighting men. What they were depleted of is armed forces. So now they're kicked back from being a more organized military formation to something to, people who have other jobs.
By the time you run into them, it's just Preston. He's the only one who still considers himself a functional Minuteman. There is no logistics. There is no military.
That's exactly
It's just him telling you that you need to go help a settlement.
It's just him saying, somehow magically knowing about a settlement is getting raided by raiders or orcs. Like,
Really? Yeah. You shouldn't hear anything about that until at least in Sanctuary you've set up the radio beacon. You know, for bringing in settlers. Then he's like, "Oh yeah, I use the radio. I'm getting messages in."
I also find it
But no, he
annoying
just
that
clearly he just
Preston-
has.
Go ahead.
Yeah, clearly he just has a walkie-talkie up his ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it really annoying that Preston's whole character is... This is the most important thing to me, to the point where it's my entire personality. I want to help people. We need to help people. The Minutemen is the most important thing in the world. Blah, 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 blah. And rather than, like, taking control and leadership, he kind of shirks that duty and hands it off to the first person he sees that's, like, slightly capable.
You've been helpful. You're the general.
Yeah, it's just such an insane leap, and like
you found a piece of power armor and punched one big lizard to death.
Yeah,
You're the general.
And it would have been way more acceptable if the whole thing was, hey, I know someone who used to work with us, but they retired, and I have no one else I can rely on. Go get this person to try and, like, get them back into the game. And then you do, and then it's the normal Bethesda affair from there, and then they grant you leadership at the end.
Yeah, the thing is, that's basically the castle, retaking the castle, but that's in the...
That's like the third quest.
Yeah.
What can I do?
I think one of my main issues with the quest line is the main issue I have with a lot of Bethesda quest lines, where even though you become the quote unquote leader, you still don't have any degree of responsibility, like in Elder Scrolls, where you become like the Archmage, or
yeah,
you
and
become,
then after that, you
the...
just fucking come back to collect 20 gold once a week.
Yeah, really,
Yeah.
none of that's been legit
It's like
since Daggerfall.
I wouldn't. You bought that for us.
yeah, it's Sorry, I was gonna say.
No, you're right.
You bought that for us.
I was gonna say that it's like, I wish Bethesda would at least have some degree of responsibility, where if you don't show up for like a week or something and do a quest or something, then you get demoted. And I know that sounds weird, like how can you demote the leader? But it would at least offer some.
They kind of tried to do a little bit of a thing where if you don't go, it's like, hey, we got to report that one of our settlements is being attacked. But it doesn't really do anything if you don't go and deal with it. It's just a minor setback. It's not like you lose the entire settlement. That would be pretty bad.
That doesn't want there to be any.
As much as I don't subscribe to the. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, Bethesda doesn't want there to be any obligations to being the most important person in an entire major faction.
Yeah, you're the head honcho, but you don't need to do anything for it.
Yeah, it's like peak, have your cake and eat it too. We want you to be the cool, awesome leader, because isn't that cool that you're the leader of this faction? But we also don't want you to have any responsibilities you need to be necessary, or that are necessary for you to do. So, you know,
We don't want any impositions getting in the player's way.
Yeah.
Job.
Yeah. But it's also kind of a hard question to solve, too, because if you do need to do something in-game every week, that becomes a bit of an obnoxious burden. That's like, man, I really don't want to do this. Especially if you, like, get a DLC and you're off in a DLC area for fucking in-game weeks at a time. It's like, what the fuck, man?
I mean, it could be more like...
They could have someone
more intelligently.
where...
Hey, this is a job for the Archmage, and there's a quest that gets added to your inventory because you're the Archmage. Use the Radiant quest system like that.
Yeah. Hopefully it'd be more detailed than what they've got, though. The other alternative, and this might be a crazy idea here, you don't need to make everyone the leader of a fucking faction.
Now you're just being too sensible.
I don't know. I feel
Todd Howard was in like five, 6 different extracurricular activities. It's only reasonable to be just like
My
Todd.
favorite Todd Howard story is that somebody made made a thanks Todd joke, and they didn't realize that Todd was an alumni of their school and within earshot.
Wow, I can't believe Todd Howard fucking vaporized that man for that joke. Fucking
What?
brutal.
I can't believe Todd Howard used a dragon shout to completely generate someone.
I can't believe Todd Howard tore that man apart with his bare hands and ate his spleen for that joke.
I can't believe Todd Howard physically picked up an arrow and jammed it in somebody's knee.
Oh god.
I can't believe Todd Howard replaced all the carbon in somebody's body with thorium.
Thunderfoot has entered the chat.
Oh god.
Did somebody say thorium?
I was.
Go ahead. Who's trying to talk?
I was gonna say it's funny. I was trying to talk. I was gonna say my internet's being fucky right now. But what I was gonna say was, I was trying to talk, but it was whatever.
Yeah.
I think I think what they should have done is if you're off like in a DLC or something, they should have it to where before you enter the DLC or something, you can have someone else deal with being the archmage, like an acting archmage while you're gone or something like that. So it doesn't become like a burden, or after you show up a week later, they say, hey, here's all the stacks of quests that you have to do. Like at that point, it's just like you're delving into MMO kind of quest design where they're rewarding persistence. They're not rewarding your time with fun gameplay.
I like that idea, especially since you could have different outcomes depending on who you assigned. Like, it would have to be one of the heads of the various fields of magic, and depending on which one you select as your assistant, they do different things, and this actually may cause crises when you're away.
Yeah.
Honestly,
or they can maybe have it to where
you could very easily gamify it where
they
each
can
school of magic has a main leader, much like practically every game does. Every guild hall is dedicated to a specific school, and so you can have the master wizard of the conjuration school be the one you leave in charge, and when you come back, more people are casting conjuration spells, or you get a perk for who you have in charge.
Yeah.
That your companion, your mage companions, are more likely to use conjuration spells, or are stronger with their conjuration spells. You could very easily gamify it, rather than trying to make a dynamic system that can account for so many things, because it's almost always going to run into problems.
I was gonna say was maybe they can have it to where after you're done with the DLC or after you're done with the expansion or whatever, after you come back, they'll assign the most narratively useful character in the faction, and they'll assign him as acting archmage. And then when they see you're back, they're like, all right, everything's back to normal.
I mean, that's kind of the problem. We can see so many things that they could have done.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to my suggestion, because, I mean, it's just preferable at this point. Just fucking don't give everyone, supreme power over a guild. Have them stop at, yes, you're the guild leader's right-hand man. It's just way better to end a faction line that way than to make you a useless leader. There's no fucking point in it at that point.
Honored liaison or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair. In
I
the
mean-
current state, just leaving the archmage as is fine. But if you could just have basic, I get to change the curriculum. So, if I was using the Dark Brotherhood does it in Skyrim, the Knights of the Nine do it in Oblivion, where you have dedicated companion NPCs that are just there to follow you around. You could make it so that those NPCs are affected by your decisions as the guildmaster. Very simple. You just change their spell list. You just change their skills based on which one you choose to prioritize.
Didn't this actually come up?
Prioritized School of Magic, and the on-site magic shop would have its inventory changed.
Didn't this actually come up with email at one point in his explanation of why they were doing various things, because this actually pertained to Fallout 4, where it's like, oh, yeah, we were all talking about the Klingon promotion system that he had been suggesting. And where did he get that? Because to him, it's a Bethesda tradition going to Elder Scrolls. Because all the way back to fucking Daggerfall, it's like, oh, you could become the head of the guild. Yeah, Daggerfall made you work for it, though.
And also,
Morrowind
wasn't his
also has
suggestion
you become
like
guildmaster by killing the previous guildmaster, except in the guild of killers.
Yeah, I was gonna
you can just
say that.
Well, the point being that to him, it's just the player gets to be in charge of the faction because that's what you do. It's like, no, that's called having a bad habit. You're applying
completely unjustified narratively, except the first time it happened.
It's like you had a reason and justification for doing this in Daggerfall and maybe a couple of other games. I'm not that familiar with things like Oblivion, but when you're talking about Fallout, it doesn't work at all. There's no narrative basis for it whatsoever. But to email is just like, but this is just what you do.
Well,
Good day.
It's tradition.
I mean, Oblivion almost contrives itself into making you the leader of its factions. Oh, this one wants to retire because he accidentally got cursed by Nocturnal. This one, he kills himself so that you can fight the big bad.
Well, at least
this
there is
one-
a narrative
this one-
lead-in for those.
This one, you killed the last listener because of the narrative. Fucking Hannibal Traven killing himself is that narrative purpose is retarded.
Yeah, but then you get back
I
to.
was gonna say.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that as Bruce Nesmith said in a Skyrim press conference, he said that part of the reason why they made it to where if you kill a shop vendor, they get replaced with a relative or something like that, or next of kin. He said that they were going to have it to where if you kill them, then you just fail whatever quest they had. But they said that like they themselves hate when they have to have the player lose quests, like fail quests. So they are legitimately afraid of like resisting the player, which is a shame.
Consequences.
Because
Oh god.
part of the main quest requires you fail an objective.
So we cannot have consequences for
If
the
I'm a murder
characters.
hobo, punish me for being a murder hobo. Have some balls, man.
They don't like the players failing quests, but if you go and get the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller, you get a big failed on your objective marker because Delphine got it before you.
Yeah, they did say though that like they really dislike it when players fail quests, and so they came up with this like not convoluted, this like if
Why
you
not
kill this
leave it-
person, then they just get replaced with another person.
Why not leave it up to layers to feel annoyed?
That never actually applies to any quests because
We have
people
to put your money in the drawer underneath the desk, and then they slide you your goods.
part of quests are typically made essential, even still in Skyrim. You only get protected NPCs that, and those are rare exceptions, like fucking what's her name, fucking Holder or whatever her name is from the Banded Mare. She can die, and Ysolda can take up the role as the innkeeper, but she doesn't have any dedicated quests to give you, except she can give you the rumors for the one Daedric quest in Whiterun. That's like it. Otherwise, any NPC can just spit rumors at you, so her importance doesn't actually matter. Whereas, that one quest you completed like fucking 20 hours ago with the Greymanes and the Battleborns. No, they're still set to essential. Sorry, fuck you.
Yeah, I hate that shit
Yeah.
so much.
I really prefer Oblivion's bit, where you just get the pop up, with this person's death, blah blah.
You mean Morrowind?
That's Morrowind.
Or not? Sorry, Morrowind. I much prefer that just because, first of all, it lets you go ahead and do it anyways if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've broken the game basically. Okay, go for it.
Like, I'm aware that I'm playing a video game, right? But
Yeah.
you pop the bubble of verisimilitude when you have, like, the author reach into the game and say, no, your sword just doesn't work right now because you're hitting somebody who's going to be important later. Like,
Or worse, you bludgeon somebody to death and then they just get up after a couple seconds.
yeah, exactly.
To me, that is
there's a
far
reason why
worse
there's
than
like
just
a
reloading.
there's like and also there's a reason why like
Every
there's
time
a
you open
whole
door.
build meta around trying to kill Vivek.
And of course, their whole reason for doing that is, again, they're worried about the player being annoyed about losing some progress and having to reload to an earlier save.
But with Skyrim, they already have the solution with protected NPCs. If you kill someone, you should assume that you're going to fail any quests they've got. So make all NPCs protected. They can't be killed on their journeys between locations. They can only be killed by the player. You solve the problem. You make it always the player's decision to fail their quests, rather than, oh, they walked between two holds and got killed by a giant.
It is insane how much freedom it feels like you have in New Vegas, where you can just run around killing literally every single person you see, and have your screen spammed with, you failed this quest, you failed that quest, you failed these quests.
I was gonna
It's
say
like,
that.
yes, gimme. Fucking gimme. I want that.
I remember when I first played New Vegas, I was like, I'm really not a fan of this guy's attitude. I was gonna say, I'm really not a fan of this guy's attitude. So I just like I tore off his head. I bludgeoned him to death or whatever.
I want to make a
and then afterwards, it was like 3 minutes of just quest failed this, quest failed that, quest failed, and I had to just run around for 2 minutes with that pop up.
I want to make a mod called like Fallout New Vegas Deep Dive, and I'm just going to attach every single quest to Oliver Swanwick. So if you kill him, it fails every quest.
What I love
Just
is when
can't
you have
finish the game.
when you have a mod build for New Vegas, where you have to basically spend the first 5 minutes just sitting there in Doc Mitchell's house while everything loads. If I step out in the middle of this, I can crash the game or break the quests.
Have a mod that randomly fails quests every time you take 100 steps. It does so by just randomly exploding NPCs.
Oh no, what you do is you also have it so that, because there are some NPCs that a pop-up will appear when they die. A common one, there is a NCR soldier that after you do a certain point in the quest leaves from Prim to go to Camp McCarran, and on that journey he's almost guaranteed to die, so usually you get like Sergeant what's his name has died. It's like, who the fuck is this guy?
Your character just psychically knows.
I'd want that message attached to every NPC.
Oh yeah, and by the way, Scrublord, on all the DLC pop-ups when you leave Doc Mitchell's, this is why I always turn off the autosave that works according to doors. Because when the game is trying to load up and save at the same time, that is where you have a lot of possibilities of crash or corrupted saves.
You basically interrupt a script whilst it's running. That's
Yeah, by design, which is...
Yeah, and so you have dead scripts that can't be cleaned up and they can't be reset, so they end up causing...
and they've been saved in that status.
It's why autosave mods that actually increasing the number of saves makes your modded game less stable, because they are invariably going to save during some modded script.
Yeah, I turn off all the autosaves and I just go with like I prefer doing a rolling 3.
Yeah. There's some mods I really like for Skyrim, such as like giving arrows weight, so I'm not carrying 10,000 arrows in my pocket, or giving lockpicks or coins weight, so I'm not just carrying 200 grand of septins in my pocket. With coins and with lockpicks, that's actually really easy, but for some reason, until Special Edition, it is hard-coded that arrows can't have weight.
Really?
What?
Yes. Special Edition, you can do engine edits to specifically allow arrows to have weight. Any Legendary Edition original Skyrim mod that gives arrows weight does not just go into the creation kit and give them weight. You can't do that. It adds an invisible item to your inventory with the amount of weight that's equivalent to the number of arrows you have.
Wow.
That is the most batshit fucking insane thing I've ever heard. Why?
They can't give them weight for some
Put a
reason.
train car on a guy's head because they couldn't make a train car move.
Yeah.
But that's the thing.
I keep forgetting.
I mean, that's classic
With
Fallout 3, yes.
With the way that the special edition upgraded to 64-bit and gave some changes to the creation kit, for some reason the script extender and other engine edit mods can allow arrows to have weight now. It's like, what? What did they change?
Sorry to interrupt this, but I will have to leave. The BioWare CEO contacted me, and we have business to discuss. Anyways, I hope
Go get
everyone in this VC, and I hope everyone in chat has a great rest of their day.
Later.
Aloha.
I'm so happy to see you.
Fuck you.
He's lying. Lions are at his door.
Nah.
He has to go fight off the lions.
Let's do business.
I also probably should go to bed since I have like 3 different customer meetings tomorrow. It's gonna suck ass, but it is what it is. I get paid for it, so thank you. That's called black noise.
May a
Seriously?
flight of ceiling birds sing you to your sleep.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be making those jokes on your channel.
Wait, what?
I joked. Never mind.
You're allowed. You're allowed. Go now.
Joke that you have to add gunshots in order for it to be complete black noise. You know how you have white noise to help you sleep?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Ow.
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago.
Sorry.
God
Good
damn
day,
it.
everybody.
You know how long it takes to regenerate a shotgun blood? Get out of here.
Then there were 3.
Fucking trigger discipline, I swear to God.
Good trigger discipline is holding the trigger down until you run out of bullets.
No.
Yes.
Five rules of firearm safety. You can guess if a firearm is loaded by how heavy it feels. Shooting people can be illegal, but you can often get your way just by pointing. Don't let your finger leave the trigger. You need to be always ready for action. If you can't see your target, you can always shoot at noises. And the most important rule is have fun.
That's actually fucking great.
At least one of those is a genuine Joe Biden, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
Is it the have fun one?
No.
Wow.
Shoot at noises.
Bruh.
Joe Biden is on record as saying that nobody needs a gun in their house unless it's like a shotgun, specifically so that if you hear noises at night, you can go out on the porch, cut loose 2 into the air, and scare them off.
Bruh.
That's his recommendation for self-defense in your home.
Greetings, Evoker.
So he goes from the boogie school of gun use, I see.
Yes.
Welcome back, Potato.
Boogie was just taking, Joe Biden's advice.
Yeah.
But with Los Pistoles.
Boogie shot a gun in a school zone. Biden did something else in a school zone.
Even if he hadn't, discharging a weapon in the city if you don't believe that your life is in actually, even if you believe your life is in danger, this is something that I've been told by police. Democrats in particular have a standard policy for their DAs that if you do not shoot to kill, you didn't really believe your life was in danger, and therefore you do not have a self-defense argument.
That's retarded.
You must shoot to kill. Yeah, you cannot shoot to scare them off. So Joe Biden's advice will get you arrested. You cannot shoot to wound. And you cannot brandish. You cannot pull a gun and point it at somebody to get them to go away. Deterrence.
Oh, so it just
nope.
Immediately has to be, you die now.
If you skin your smoke wagon, you need to smoke somebody with it. That is according, yeah.
What if you shoot to kill, but you're off target, so the person survives?
This is what I wound up having to tell the officer.
Oh.
I told you I was told by police, and there was a reason. I had defended myself against a group of gangbangers. They had they were driving around in a shotgun, or excuse me, driving around in a shotgun. That'd be interesting. Driving around in a hoopty. They chased me to my apartment complex. Pulled up to the side, and the driver starts pulling a shotgun out. At that point, I take my pistol, put it over my shoulder, basically, because he's actually behind me and off to the left, and fire a shot. I miss. I hit the palm tree behind the car. The car takes off screaming. I go ahead and report it. The officer says, first of all, were you trying to kill him? It's like, he had a shotgun, so yeah. It's like, oh, thank God, I don't have to run you in. That's when he explained the whole thing to me.
So, Kelbeck, you were being followed by gangbangers. I've just got one question for you. What were you wearing?
Probably jeans and a black shirt, because that's basically all I've worn in that era.
Were they sagging? Were you giving them an invitation?
Nope. Okay, in sheer honesty, what had happened was that I had gone to the 7-Eleven, the Circle K. Things are afoot at the Circle K. And I go inside, I come out, these guys are tearing around the pumps in their car. They're like just circling around at wild speeds. I get in my car and leave. They immediately take off after me. So these guys were wilding, looking for somebody to fuck with.
Did the cops ever get them?
Not that I'm aware of. During the chase, they're doing things like throwing trash out of their car at mine, like bottles and shit like that. So probably initially they just wanted to have some fun, and then I pull off, and apparently one of them decides to go homicidal because he's pulling out this fucking shotgun. And this was down in Tucson, which is the Democrat bastion for Arizona, basically.
Yeah.
The only 2 times I've ever had to defend myself with a firearm, both times were in Tucson. The other time was again a group of gangbangers, who I was the cashier at the gas station at that time, different gas station. They come in, start driving their car around the pumps. I get out and wave them off. They immediately stop their car, pile out as like 5 or 6 of them coming at me, and this one huge guy. Now I'm tall. I am a big guy. I'm over 6 foot. This guy was as wide as I was tall.
Oh my God.
I swear to God. And he was at least that tall as well. I had to look up at him. He's fucking huge. So I'm like, okay, I have my 357 in my holster at my side. I put my hand on it and start reciting Arizona law on self-defense. His buddies grab him. He's still talking about coming and beating my ass. His buddies grab him, screaming, "Don't take no guns," drag him back to the car and leave. So deterrence does work. I just couldn't actually pull the weapon unless I actually planned to kill him. Anyways, yeah, that's Arizona, by the way, one of the more liberal states when it comes to use of a firearm in self-defense. I shouldn't say liberal because most people think that means left-wing specifically. I'm talking about like these are your liberties, these are your rights.
Yeah. Still, some of the restrictions on gun laws seem pretty fucked to me. Like, you should absolutely be able to pull a weapon to, like, if people are intending you harm, to, like, get them to go away. And I say that as someone who's like, I absolutely believe people intending you harm should be fucking blown away, but is it not the preferred outcome for everyone else that, oh hey, there was an incident, but everyone survived?
Well, again, this is specifically because Tucson is run by Democrats.
Yeah.
And here in this state, we actually have modified our state constitution, which always has allowed open carry as a constitutional right. We included concealed carry because Tucson kept trying to institute city ordinances to basically outlaw guns. They kept trying to exploit loopholes. In the course of my lifetime, there's been 5 or 6 attempts by the city of Tucson just to find a way to technically make guns illegal. So this is just their DAs creatively interpreting law to say, oh, you didn't really believe your life was in danger, therefore.
That's fucked.
Yeah, it is. And so they've essentially made the act of self-defense far more deadly than it needs to be.
Yeah. Sorry for the potion crafting stream chat, but I need money. I didn't realize how low I was on money. I will be getting
we
back
got to
doing
talk about
this
guns.
Fine trans. That's more.
Cree's doing boring stuff. We're talking about gunplay in Arizona.
I like to play with guns.
That seems.
He means in video games chat. He's a filthy Canadian.
No,
and I
in
say
real
that
life.
he's a filthy Brit.
So I know that urban areas in Canada are pretty strict on guns because, well, again, liberals, but I understand that when you get out to the sticks, it's a lot looser.
So I wouldn't know because, well, I don't have guns. It's not something I've ever really looked into here. I do know that hunting is legal here, so you can own guns for the purposes of hunting animals. But how far that goes, I don't know.
You don't expect me.
Well, since there's enough of a farming community in large parts of Canada, I would expect that vermin control would be high on that list.
I need to not say what I'm thinking.
A good.
I say vermin control, and your brain goes to dark places, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
It's
vermin
okay.
control would be
Pagans
really useful in the city.
It's okay. Pagan's not here, so
That's a fair deal.
I just
Listen,
said it.
chat. There are many vermin in your local city. Rats, you know. There might
Large
be
roaches.
gators, roaches. Okay. Other brown-colored things.
Oh no.
What, like mustelids?
That seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we mean.
Truck.
Weasels.
There could be some sort of sea creatures that are brown. You don't know.
Also in Canada, there's a literal living tank called a moose just roaming around freely. Per the senator.
You go dark way too fast. It was a funny joke. I can't help it. Cree wants a rat slayer IRL? Damn right I do. I want an anti-material rifle.
An anti-material rat rifle. It fires 22 slugs made of depleted uranium.
You know, when we were making the jokes about Todd Howard earlier, other people were talking. I didn't want to, like, interrupt because I know Meme Night was having lag issues there because anytime he tried to talk, someone else started talking. But one of the ones I wanted to say was, I can't believe Todd Howard force-fed that man a uranium rod. Not even a depleted one.
Todd Howard force feeding me the elephant's foot of Chernobyl.
You too.
Force feeding the demon core.
Todd Howard force feeding you an entire bowl of eggs.
Oh my god.
Every time I belch, I kill 20 people in a 100-foot radius. I swallowed the demon core. It makes my tummy rumbly.
Bruh.
I can't believe Todd Howard force-fed that man all 16 versions of Skyrim.
That's something he
After
actually
he-
would do, and that's fucked up.
After he forced that cashier to buy 15 copies, he then made her eat them as well. It's ridiculous.
Good day. Go ahead, please.
Knowledge.
Oh, it's digital, so it's not a big deal. Look, when it's all on one hard drive, man, it still goes down hard.
You know, I'm curious. How much money do you have to pay to get every single version of Skyrim? Like, how much money is that?
I can show you.
Every version? Does that include different console releases, or is it?
Yep.
Can I be like just PlayStation or just Xbox?
Every single
Like,
console
every?
release.
Okay.
Every single generation. Every single version. So even the anniversary editions and all that. How much would every single version
Okay.
of Skyrim
Can I
cost?
get the anniversary? Can I get the anniversary edition upgrade for an already existing special edition?
Yes.
Okay, because that will save a bit of money rather than buying the game again just for anniversary.
I just wonder how much all that would
I'll get
cost.
back to you.
I
with
want
the
to support the company, though.
No.
I would have to assume at least a good $200. That's my guess.
They put in so much effort. It's hard to make a video game.
What about Creation Club? You have to buy every creation
Oh,
for
God.
each version.
Every
What about
oh god,
creation?
that's gonna make the okay. Well, I'll just figure it. I'll just figure it out once and then just times it by the number of special edition versions there are.
That's another thing that doesn't make sense. They've done like released so many versions of Skyrim, but they only did Fallout 4 like 3 times.
It didn't do as well.
I thought it did. I thought Fallout 4 was like the most. It was like the most sold Fallout, wasn't it?
It had
It
a
might
very
be the
big
most sold
release.
Fallout, but it didn't do as well as Skyrim ultimately did.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
You see,
It
there
had
was
a
only
very
the
big
one.
release. People were very excited about it. I think it had like news reports of like this many million people in the first 24 hours, but it didn't continue that lifespan. It died off really quickly.
That might have actually been the start of the decline for Bethesda, because I do know a lot of people, like, people are way faster to shit talk Fallout 4 than they are Skyrim. And while there are a lot of hardcore fans of Fallout 4, it just kind of has that, like, aura of shit around it, where, like, again, people are just way more willing to call it out for what it is.
I've just run into an issue again. Isn't the Xbox 360 and like PS3 marketplaces shut down?
It is shut down, so to say it's $60.
Well,
Because
I mean,
it was originally
I can
$60
get an
when it came
Amazon.
out.
I can get an Amazon physical copy for like £7. So
Wow.
that's on sale. So
Okay, if you're going for like actual prices today, then yeah, okay, yeah, about $7. Because I was thinking about going like, you know, the price it was back then, which was 60. But
You know, there's gotta be people out there that actually
I mean, I can do
fucking
that.
paid for each individual version of Skyrim when they came out. Like, I don't mean across all consoles, but in the sense that, like, released originally, then they had a special edition, then they had VR, then they had Anniversary Edition. There's gonna be people out there that
fuck, I
buy
did not
every
know.
single version of that shit.
I
I-
guarantee you someone has. Yeah.
I'd like to say this isn't the case, but I've probably purchased, or I should say obtained, the original Fallout games more than any of the Skyrim games. Just because they've been re-released, and made free so many times on so many platforms. You got GOG Fallout, you got Steam Fallout, you got Epic Store Fallout. I don't think I've got that Fallout though. You got boxed original Fallout. You got 20th anniversary re-release Fallout.
Be gone, stranger. I have business.
Why are you trying to murder Bambi?
If I were to aid you, you would
Bambi
first have
deserves
to
it.
assist me. I
Well,
would
that
strip
aside.
the creators of their works.
Okay,
You
so
will help
assuming you bought $60 for each version, there is PC, 360,
as proof
PS3,
that you have helped
PS4,
tear
PS5,
nature asunder.
PC again for
Then
special
we
edition.
shall speak of spells
However, the
It
caveat
sounds like
there
you're
is-
flipping through actual copies.
The caveat there is you would have to have bought the special edition on a separate Steam account than the normal Skyrim, or after they gave it to you for free. Because when they first released special edition, they gave it to everyone with the legendary edition for free. So if you had already bought the DLCs, you wouldn't have bought special edition. I didn't buy special edition on PC. It just came with me having Skyrim with its DLCs. But I don't think that deal works anymore. So you would, if you were doing it now, it would, but with that year, the price of back then, it would also be 60. Then there's the two versions of the Xbox that it's on, and the Switch, and the anniversary upgrade, and VR. I've assumed, so I've put in one anniversary upgrade. You would probably need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So let me actually times this by 4. That cell times 4. And need to add this to the sum.
Man, there's a lot of math just to figure this out. Jesus.
515 minus H15. So that's $684.73.
Shit.
So you've got one. You've got three versions for 3 versions of the original, and I'm assuming like this isn't even counting DLCs because those would add more money. But 3 versions of the original.
The DLCs are counted. Jesus.
And then 2 for the 2 versions of PlayStation, 2 for the 2 versions of Xbox, PC, and Switch. Switch is apparently more expensive than just $60. It was $63.49 when I did the maths, but again, assume it's $60. And then 4 anniversary upgrades for, well, actually, you probably need 5, but whatever. 4 anniversary upgrades, and then VR as well. So yeah, that's like $600 something.
Paradox Interactive has entered the chat.
And now,
quickly before you continue, why is Tard's model moving his mouth? Because I am eating while they are having this fascinating conversation.
Yes. Because, you know, the world needed to know how much it costs for every single version of Skyrim. It was very important. It was very important.
This data has now been obtained and stored to the internet.
Now someone out there who is just a hardcore Skyrim fan now knows they need to put about $700 aside for each version of Skyrim. Now they know. It's a good thing to know.
Did you include the collector's edition?
No, I just assumed a $60 price.
Oh no!
Collector's edition would add more money. Buying DLCs for the original game would cost more money. I think did special edition come with the DLCs? I'm pretty sure it did, right?
I bought the special edition for New Vegas, and because I was so happy with that, I wound up getting special edition for Fallout 4 and was instantly underwhelmed.
Yeah, so the DLCs for the special edition are baked into the game, so I didn't need to add that. But if I was to add the DLCs, that would probably be, I think it was like $5 for Half Fire, and then like $15 for the other 2. So that'd be $35 per. That'd be like fucking $111-ish added on, so $700 something. Then the collector's edition, I have no clue because was that the original Skyrim?
I have no idea.
From where I am sitting, I can see where I have stacked the poker chips from my New Vegas collectible edition next to the My Little Pony figurine that I had made for the fic based on New Vegas that I fucking wrote. Yeah, I kind of like New Vegas a lot. And then below that, and to the side, is the packet of crap that came with the Fallout 4 collectible edition. Let me grab that because this is so underwhelming I have to describe it.
I have just found out right now that if you buy Skyrim, like original Skyrim on Steam, which you can still do, it's just unlisted, but it's still there. You can still purchase it. You can't purchase the DLCs for it.
What? That's bizarre.
So
okay, so first of all, this stuff comes in a Vault Tech, what looks like it's supposed to be a manila folder, which is not done as a proper manila folder. It's just this thing notched at the top that you can put things in and they slide in. And it says below that, limited issue. Boston, Massachusetts, 2077 Vault-Tec Industries. So it's like they're issued by Vault-Tec Documentation Department. Okay, first of all, why is it limited issue?
Yeah. So you can get the DLC. They're just unlisted. I managed to find them by clicking my already existing ownership of those DLCs and finding their store pages. But you have
And
to
then why
find their store pages?
Why below the in-universe identification and copyrights that you have, do you also have copyright 2015 Bethesda Softworks? Fuck you. So, and then you actually have the contents of this stupid thing.
Voxbox Scoot. If I go on Steam right now, it's $9.99 for Skyrim, the original version. It's not full price. Maybe on console, but not on PC.
Look at the muscles on you.
I need to collect 20 bear asses.
Mm.
A pleasure.
Like bare asses or bare ass?
Have you been embarrassed?
Like, are we
Bare
talking
asses.
BEAR or BARE?
The asses of bears.
Both.
Okay.
Bear asses.
How embarrassing.
Oh my god.
I'm reminded that some form of British dialect has bear, meaning lots of.
Cree, you're unbearable. Oh.
Okay, so first of all, you get the worst map of any of the maps that have been done for any of the Fallout games so far by Bethesda. Up on my wall, looking up on my wall, I have the Capital Wasteland map from Fallout 3. Next to it, the Mojave Wasteland map. I have not hung up the Fallout 4 Boston map for a reason. It looks like shit.
Wait, did they come with maps or did you get these separate?
I'm hear that?
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. Did they come with the game?
Like I said, I bought the collector's edition.
Weird.
Because I was so happy with what I got with New Vegas for the collector's edition. I went ahead and said I'll throw in to go ahead in the collector's edition for Fallout 4, and it's so fucking underwhelming.
The reason I ask is because I have the New Vegas collector's edition, and I didn't get a map with it.
You didn't?
No.
For New Vegas? Yeah, the Mojave Wasteland. Looking right at it.
No, I didn't get that.
Weird.
How are you today?
Okay, so the other thing that I got, and mind you, I didn't spring for, I guess, whatever the super collectible edition was, because it was ridiculously overpriced. And they actually said, oh, it's just like you're getting figurines and shit. Like, okay, why would I care about that? So literally the only other thing that you get are handheld cards for the special stats. It's like, hey, you got strength, and it's got the Vault Boy doing the strength thing. You have perception, and the Vault Boy doing the perception thing. And these are all like 8.5 by 11 cards. The card print is nice, but I'm kind of like, what is the purpose of this? What is the why? Why would I feel good about paying you people money to get these?
A pleasure to.
And of course, I got the Vault Dwellers Survival Guide for Fallout 4. Again, most underwhelming of all three of them that I've got. I've got the one for Fallout 3. I've got the one for New Vegas, which was Collector's Edition, and then I got the one for Fallout 4. And it's just like there's so little effort involved here.
Only quality goods for sale here.
I mean, I got chips and cards and a map and the fucking platinum chip and all that. I love that. For New Vegas. Then this Fallout 4, give us your money and we'll give you special stats cards.
Can I interest you?
Did anyone
Which
get
one was
the
it that they
Alloy?
gave you like a Pip-Boy and like you download an app
Nope.
on your phone and you put it on?
Nope.
Which one was
That was a separately purchased thing that you could stick your phone in, and then you could get an app for your phone to make it do stuff that
Like
sort of mimicked having a Pip-Boy.
Yeah, the app was free. Anyone could have that app.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what, I thought that was part of like
Nope.
one of the
Nope.
weird
You had to buy
Pip-Boy
that separately.
case thing.
Yeah, the actual Pip-Boy you had to buy separately. It was like this plastic shell thing, very cheaply done.
Yeah, I remember one time in high school, I went to my counselor's office, and my counselor's assistant actually had one, like a Pip-Boy, like on the fucking thing, and I looked at it. It's like, is that from Fallout? She's like, oh yeah, I love Fallout 4. I'm like, that thing looks really cheaply made. She was like, oh, I paid almost $300 for it. Oh, well,
Yeah.
good for you, lady. I'm proud of you.
Okay, I'm not sure if that was the one, because they did have one for $300. I don't think that was the cheaply made one. The $300 one, that was a full-on model kit, and it was gorgeous. I really wanted one. It's really beautifully done. It's by the Wand Company, and apparently they only did a limited run of like 200 of them. So she had one. She was one of the very few people who got one, and probably, I mean, it's like the day that it came out, they instantly sold out, and they never did another run.
Yeah, you know what? And yeah, she was pretty hot too for an assistant. I'll give her credit.
Yeah. The one thing that I wanted, the one thing that I actually wanted and would have paid good money for, out of all the shit that they put out, that crappy fucking mold-infested helmet, that crappy shell of a thing that you stick your phone in to fake having a Pip-Boy. It's like, here's one that actually has, I mean, to put it together, they actually included things like a set of Pip-Boy tools. It was completely done with loving attention to detail. And of course, it's the one thing that you can't fucking get. Ah!
I actually, I got the NCR Ranger helmet when they had it available a few years ago.
Oh, that's cool.
What was the quality on that?
I mean, you probably shouldn't go around wearing it because it doesn't really, like, it has a thing to rest on your head, but it's not practical unless maybe you're cosplaying. I just use it as a display piece, and it looks nice.
I have a...
It's not super cheap plastic.
Okay, I think I found the ad for the original thing here.
I actually have a NCR Ranger jacket duster, but I took off the NCR badges and stuff, and I use that as like an actual duster. The reason why I took them off is I don't like advertising myself for things, so I just ripped them all off, and I was like, yeah, this is a regular brown duster. You know, some people when they look at it, are like, is that from like Fallout? Like, yeah, it is. It is from Fallout. It's fucking cool shit.
The thing about the NCR Ranger helmet I got is they weren't selling them in Canada, so I had to have it shipped to someone who would then ship it to me.
That's really
fucking worth
good.
it, though, I think.
Have a look at my wares.
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh yeah, and somebody brought up the canvas bag, of course, which was not canvas. They ultimately had to do a canvas bag, like an emergency run, and it wasn't even the type that they promised in the first place. Oh, what was it? They gave a bunch of influencers a canvas bag, which also wasn't of the original intended version.
Yeah.
And again, NCR Ranger duster.
It's crazy how much they fucking dropped the ball on that whole situation. That might have actually been the start of people realizing how shit Bethesda is.
And it just went downhill when they did Fallout 76.
Yeah. But I mean, it wasn't just the bad game release. It was also, oh, you promised a canvas bag and that's not what you gave people, huh?
Promising the canvas bag, accidentally deleting games that you have installed, accidentally leaking credit card information.
Oh my god, yeah.
76 was just a complete fuck up. they had a preload that when you preloaded the game and you clicked run when it released, it would uninstall itself, so you had to just go through the entire time of reinstalling it again.
Do you think?
Just quickly, did they dox customers who wanted refunds? I think they... It was either that or people who were reporting bugs.
They initially did that accidentally, I think. I remember there was something about that.
You could access the information of the details on the on like I think the support website just by basic search. I think was the you'd have to go back and watch the YouTube the videos that were reporting on it at the time. But they effectively just left the information open to the public. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Do you think Todd Howard plays his own games?
No.
What are you?
Oh.
Well,
You know,
we know that if he is playing his own games, he uses UI mods.
You have done your part. So
I just always wonder that whenever you like play a certain game, it's like I wonder if the developer plays their own game. Do they like, you know, like how Gordon Ramsay he always goes to like I don't know, you guys ever watch Kitchen Nightmares? But he eats the people's food and he gets the chef and he asks the chef, "Have you ever eaten your own food?" And the chef is always like, "No." It's like sit down and eat your shit. All right, this is what you're serving, type of shit. I wonder if that for like video games. Like, do people actually
Fresh frozen. All my food is fresh frozen.
It's like, do you actually play your own games?
Much knowledge.
I wonder
we
about
know
that.
we know that I think
Good that you
Todd.
want to get
I think it's
better.
Todd. Yeah, Todd has his own special Xbox achievement. Do you know this?
I had not heard anything like that.
Xbox gave Todd Howard a like I think it was like some weird custom app he launches on his Xbox or something like that. That so he can have an achievement because you can't just give someone an achievement if they don't have a game tied to it, apparently. And in it, it's like it's got a really big gamer score and it's like a lifetime achievement Xbox award.
Bruh.
I was
I'll
gonna
pull up the
say
article.
that they needed to make it just works.
Hopefully that is what it is.
No, apparently it's a lifetime achievement badge thing. It's like, yeah. Suck ups.
It's a 1,000 gamer score achievement.
Wow. Being
so-
Todd Howard is only good enough to net you 1,000 gamer score.
Oh, hey,
September
Booin.
2020, Xbox gave Bethesda studio head Todd Howard a game made just for him to celebrate his 2016 GDC Lifetime Achievement Award. Simply running the game unlocked an Xbox achievement called Lifetime, worth 1,000 gamer score. And thanks to an apparent database update, we finally know the description of the achievement. Reflects on the amazing craft of Todd Howard and his team in making worlds as real as any on Earth.
Bruh. Fuck off.
Yep.
That's painful to listen to.
Uh-huh.
Bruh.
We purchased you. Now here, have some more wank achievement that we just made up for you.
We purchased you. You are our slave now.
We own you! Here is your brand.
Pretty much.
We will spill their blood in the name of our father.
If Todd Howard was in this call, what would be the one thing you guys would ask him?
Why?
I would ask him, "Hey Todd, why did you, in that grocery store in Bethesda, Maryland, force that cashier to purchase 15 copies of Skyrim? She's working paycheck to paycheck. She really couldn't buy those 15 copies of Skyrim, Mr. Todd."
I would ask him where he gets his jackets. He wears really nice jackets.
What I would actually do is I would request for him to give me proper crediting on every quest line in every game, so that I know explicitly who wrote what.
Why did he collaborate with Ethan Ralph to kill a girl behind an Arby's in 1994?
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. I want to ask him if he's actually good at chess.
He was in the chess club.
He was in chess
This
club,
is no
yeah.
guarantee that you actually know how to play chess worth a damn.
I mean, if he hasn't played his own games, I can't expect him to really know how to play chess. But I'd be curious.
Well, you might be surprised how rare it is for developers of any stripe to play their own games. Their attitude is usually that's what Q&A is for.
See that's why I like Hugo Martin because I remembered him streaming and playing Doom Eternal, and he was like, "Yeah, I running into the same issues that I have with the game." He's like, "Yeah, fuck this shit." It's really funny. And then the next day there will be an update for Doom Eternal that fixed that issue, and he's like, "Yeah, all right, cool."
Usually, if you run into a dev who's playing his own game, it's because they're also the QA guy.
Well, yeah, that's Hugo Martin. He was basically
Yeah.
game director. I don't know. If you watch his streams, it's actually really funny just watching him play the game and just being like, "Yeah, this is an issue right here."
So, going by a yearbook that Todd Howard's in, it's not the one that shows the chess club, that's a different one. But he was part of National Honor Society, Kid to Kid, Safe Rides, Homeroom Representative, Model UN, Latin Club, he was the vice president, tennis, sophomore and junior class treasurer, and senior class president. He was in a lot of extracurricular stuff.
Sounds like a fucking nerd.
Yeah. I'm gonna make games when I grow up. Who's laughing now?
Well,
You think someone who's that much of a nerd would make better games than fucking Skyrim and Fallout 4 and Sharpfield?
Well, he was part of Morrowind. He wrote some of the worst quests in Morrowind.
Well, let's think about this for a minute, right? Maybe there was a time that Todd was actually very passionate, and then maybe between the time of Oblivion to Skyrim, he just lost that passion. Is that possible?
I like I think it's the patrician hypothesis that given the crunch, the effective crunch they had to go through with Morrowind and then on to Oblivion, because Oblivion was supposed to be a release title for the Xbox, they had to delay it, I think. Or it was the other way around, Halo was going to be something like that. It was like they had a partnership with Microsoft and they needed to get the game out, but they struggled to get that game out, just like they struggled to get Morrowind out. And I think in part, not wanting to do that again, they just coast and play it easy, which is why Skyrim, it's like a much less technically proficient game. Fallout 4 is much less technically proficient, and for any technical proficiency that Starfield has, because it has some, it took them many years to make it, so they're living cushy lives in their jobs because they don't want to go back to, if we don't make this game, we're going to go bankrupt.
I think probably the biggest problem, not just with Todd, but with Bethesda, is Bethesda is first and foremost a corporate outfit and creatively secondary entirely. You look at all their most beloved games, and it's like these things were shoved out the door with. Basically, it's like, what was it? Daggerfall saved the company because they were just on the verge.
It was Morrowind that saved the company because post Daggerfall, with the bad releases of Elder Scrolls games and failing to make 10th Planet or 9th Planet or whatever the fuck it was called back then.
Yes, that's right.
They were on the verge of bankruptcy. So Morrowind,
that wasn't the first time though.
Not the first time.
Yeah.
But Morrowind, they received funding in part from Microsoft. It's why they have the Xbox version because that was part of the deal.
I can't do that.
Right. The point I was making is like they had been riding the edge of bankruptcy for the longest time. Whereas like one game and then another game, if they hadn't been big hits, they would have just died, or at least been marginal successes. And they wound up getting into a habit where they wanted to get a big concept project out the door with the appearance of a huge world that everybody could go wander around in, and then hide all the problems that they didn't have time to actually work out behind the scenes. It's just a big-ass shell game. That's the corporate business model, because that's how they kept their costs down. Doing what some people I remember saying that they put out AAA titles with AA teams. And they rely so much on crunch and everything else to bring it together. And if there's any problems, it's like, shut up and get it out the door. We don't care. And then you have thrown into the middle of this Todd Howard, who is basically started off as a huge fanboy of Bethesda products and just hugely sympathetic and energetic and very upbeat. And he just wound up becoming the face because who the hell's... I mean, obviously not Pete Hines. Pete Hines, goddamn.
I think part of what makes him the face, obviously, his position rising up through the company. Again, Patrician goes through it as well. some of his history with the thing is just he was selling those games on the forums. My favorite game, oh, it's obviously Morrowind, but you know that's my bias because it hadn't come out yet. Being like, oh my god, Redguard is so good. All these games are so good, good, good. Like Redguard, he was in charge of. Obviously, he's going to try and make it seem like it's a better game than it was because it's not a good game. He is very much. He kind of put himself into the position of being the face by being this. I don't know, like salesman for the games in forums and other places.
Giant cheerleader.
Yeah, pretty much. Big cheerleader.
So this is a guy who got invested in defending Bethesda from the get-go. Basically made his career about defending Bethesda, and just cannot back away from that at this point. It's all he is. If he were to actually cut from Bethesda, do a tell-all podcast saying, oh yeah, it was all bullshit, and I hated having to do it because I had to lie through my teeth constantly. If he ever did that, he would just not get... He would just have to retire at that point. You're out, you're gone, you're not going to do anything ever again for anybody.
He might actually burst into fucking flames if he were to do that.
Yeah.
He's basically
he's stuck where he
to
is.
retire anyway. He could easily do that if he wanted to. If it was true, I feel like he could easily, I think many cases he is doing his salesman position. He's bigging up the things, making like many lies he says are lies by omission rather than outright lies. The outright lies are when he's caught off guard with a question in an interview.
Yeah.
When he's doing his actual stage presentations, his lies are, oh, you see that mountain, you can climb it. Well, yeah, you can, but that's kind of not true, Todd. You can't just climb that mountain. There are steps you can walk up, and you can glitch your horse up it, but you can't actually climb that mountain.
Hey, some of my fondest memories were glitching a horse up that mountain. Spider horse.
Oh boy, a bandit in glass armor. And potentially Daedric Greaves. No, he doesn't have Greaves.
Because bandit.
Bastard bitch! Hold on. I don't have
You
enough
see an
magic.
obvious
Fuck
explanation
you.
for this. It's a Khajiit. He obviously stole that glass from someone.
Yes. From Oblivion.
I'm going to use
That's
chill
so
rend.
glass.
Oh,
I
shit,
hate the
that
glass armor
fucking
in this
moved
game.
me.
It just looks like fucking plastic.
Yeah, I like the glass armor in Morrowind better because it looked like really unique.
Yeah, it has some, downsides from a functionality standpoint, but it's a fucking magical fantasy thing. It doesn't need to be completely, functional.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spiky. I might accidentally stab myself with one of the small crystals. I don't care. It's fucking sick.
The gay little creature did a gay little swing to chop you in half.
For a second there, I thought that was talking about me because chat calls me gay all the time.
I'm actually citing chat.
No, I know. I
Yeah.
looked at chat and saw that comment there. I was like, oh shit.
I saw your head turn for a moment just before you started commenting. I was like,
Silly chat. Kree isn't happy.
I'm never happy.
He hates this all.
Yeah, don't you guys know? Apparently there's nothing I like. I don't like anything because I made a video criticizing a show.
Toxic negativity is his brand, chat.
Damn right.
I do have to appreciate that from what I could tell, it's like less than 1% of comments are negative. And
Yeah,
of
I'm
those,
surprised by that.
90% are just long goat is long.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised at how many comments, like the ratio of positive to negative.
Yeah.
Pretty happy about it.
Shit.
God, it's nice to have a fucking good weapon that fits my level again.
I have horrible news.
What?
I'm out of vodka.
Oh no.
Well, I guess we're moving on to wine. We'll do some red wine. We'll do some Manage Detroit red blend. Oh, that sounds nice. Wine is good for the soul. Did you know that? You guys ever tried wine?
Yes.
I had some wine many years ago, mixed with orange juice.
Why?
I don't know.
Were you trying to come up with a fruit medley or
No,
something?
I didn't come up with it. It was part of a wedding.
Oh, that's worse.
I don't know.
Honey? Wait, was it white wine?
It was white wine.
Oh, okay, I can probably see that.
I think there's even
What have we here?
a name for it. Let me...
You'll dance for me, little
I mean, if you're talking like sangria or something like that,
your corpse dance.
but that's a very different thing in and of itself.
What,
Sangria.
Those are good. I make those a lot for a group of people.
So it's called Buck's Fizz.
You
A
know,
sweet sparkling drink made with white wine and orange juice from concentrate.
Oh, it's a fizz. Yeah, okay. That's an East Coast thing.
I ain't got no crystal ball, but I had $1 million and I spent it all. No one knew that song, I guess. Okay, I'm alone in that. I'll just go fuck myself.
It's just kind of fucking random.
Well, no, he said Sangria, and it reminded me of the song Santeria. So I started singing Santeria. Yeah.
Cree came out gay? No, I fucking didn't. Stop spreading these lies about me. These horrible, slanderous lies.
Side switch. If he was gay, Pagan would have lit off already.
Probably.
Just because Cree has a lisp doesn't mean he's a lispy queer, chat. Like, come on.
Wow.
It's only because he's got those sharp teeth there. You can see right there in the model. Gets all hissy. He does not have a lisp.
See, that's the thing. It's hard to judge myself, but when I hear myself speak when I'm editing videos and stuff, the lisp doesn't sound that bad. It sounds like very slight. But then I get comments from people saying like, "Oh my god, what a horrible lisp." It's like, bruh.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Editing your own video, I didn't hear a lisp that bad.
Yeah, it's
Like-
a very slight lisp. It's only when you have to come up with sentences on the fly, like on stream sometimes, when the lisp becomes a bit more prevalent. But even then, it's barely a lisp.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I get like a bunch of comments saying I have a horrible lisp. But it's like, what? Because it's not like I speak like Mike Tyson, where it's like, I'm trying to think of what I could even say that I could like.
Or
fake
John Fetterman.
Or John Fetterman that I could fake a lisp with. Like,
Stop
You do have the
talking
Canadian
about me
problem.
like
though.
that, guy. Stop
You have
it.
a huge Canadian
Stop
yeah,
it now.
like instead of stop, it'd be like stop.
Stop.
Yeah, I don't talk like that though.
You say Hughes instead of house.
I say hoose.
Yeah.
To me, you just sound Canadian, that's all.
Yeah, yeah, he has a Canadian problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
The world has a Canadian problem.
Fucking drink milk in bags, motherfucker.
And once it gets fucking annexed.
Yes, Donald, please annex it. Make it the 51st state. that was a very
That was an offer, by the way. It's like, look, if we hit you with tariffs and you just can't handle your own budgetary shortfalls, we'll be happy to take you on. we got a spot in the side pocket here for Canada. You know, to help a brother out when they're down on their luck.
I was seeing people being like, okay, if that does happen, they need like a 10-year gap between voting where they can't vote for 10 years because you don't want all the Canadians voting.
Yeah.
Well, we're just leaving Quebec out of it, that's all.
They finally get independence, woohoo!
because nobody wants them.
As much as I hate to say it, my country did vote for Trudeau how many times now? Well, once is too many, but you know what I mean. That does raise a genuine question, though. Let's say Canada was annexed to be part of the States. Would it, like, would all the provinces just carry over as entirely new states, or would they break it up in a different way?
The usual process is territories. Like the initial acquisition of land, the area becomes a territory, and then people there can vote as to whether or not they want to apply for statehood.
Yeah, but when was the last time that was done?
During the last century, actually.
Doesn't Puerto Rico constantly have stuff like that?
Puerto Rico has like semi-regular. I'm trying to think of the term. Not a plebiscite exactly, but basically a popular vote where they're saying, "Hey, should we apply for statehood?"
Only quality goods.
And it always fails because they actually get better benefits by being a territory.
Mm-hmm.
And if I recall correctly, in a territory, you can still vote for the president. You just obviously you don't have congressmen and senators. That's all.
Well, reading Wikipedia, great source that it is, you can't vote in the election for the president, but you can vote in the primary. So you get to decide who is in the running for president, but you don't actually get to specifically vote for the president.
Who keeps thunking?
The drunk.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to. That reminds me. I'm gonna have to go ahead and update my Fallout prediction meme. Hang on.
I'm not even drunk. Yeah, I had like a couple shots of vodka and now drinking on wine. But
You're starting to sound like Emily.
You drank all your vodka, now you're drinking all your wine. You're not.
Well, the problem is I didn't have a full bottle of vodka. I had like 6 shots.
You need to start slurring your words harder, and you'll get to Emily before long.
Please no slurring.
Or shut the fuck up, you old fuck.
There you go.
Yeah, I could do that, but...
Oh yeah, there we go. That look when you realize COVID is the new plague, the vaccine is FEV, China is the big threat, it's 55 years until 2077. Well, now we're looking at the annexation of Canada, so the timeline is accelerating.
Trudeau won 3 general elections, or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah, that's too many.
And denied a couple, didn't he? Like, there were a couple of instances where there should have been an election, but they managed to cut it off.
I don't know. I kind of less know about... Bleh. I kind of know less about my, my own country's politics than yours.
So he has stood for election to the House of Commons 5 times and was elected each time. But the the prime ministership, he only got obviously 3 times. As for prime ministerial elections, let me see.
There we go. There's the meme.
Greetings, Dunmer.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we may have deviated last year from the Cyberpunk timeline, but the Fallout timeline is still possible. I don't know now. The TV show kind of fucked it.
I just checked the fan art channel, and Beeb drew a fan art of me eating Timbits, which reminds me, I forgot to explain what a Timbit is earlier. It's a donut hole. They're the little round, like, ball of donut that, yeah. We call them Timbits here because they come from Tim Hortons.
How wholesome.
Bruh.
That was not intended as a pun.
There's a fan art channel? I did not know. Yeah, on the Discord. It's labeled fan art. I love how my game's map is glitched.
I was reminded of something playing original Skyrim the other day.
Why were you
The
doing
cloak?
that?
Because I want to
Mods,
get all
kill
the
this man.
achievements. I want to get all the achievements on
No.
Steam because I haven't got them. But I keep modding it, and now it's crashing when I launch it. So I'm gonna have to remove all the mods again. But I was playing it, and I was reminded because of the local map. It auto maps objects in the terrain. It like turns them into effectively a wire mesh with some fucking drawing effects applied to them. So that's how you can get the local map. Because I had a mod that added an object to the local map, and it showed up. Well, it added a fucking cart, and it showed up on the local map. And I'm like, I checked the files of that mod. It doesn't actually change the map. And it's like with Starfield, they had to specifically make a new map system, even though they already have auto mapping systems that they could have used. Like, what? How did you do this?
I think they added like a proper map system. I'll have to check maybe next time I play. But that default map, I'm including that in the full analysis vid because that was unacceptable.
Yeah, so the thing that they added was slightly different from what it should have just been, which was, well, on release it should have just been they put a camera up in the sky like they did with Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
What they did was they made custom like versions of the things so that you could more easily see what was in all the places rather than it just being putting the camera in the sky. It's basically the same effect as just putting the camera in the sky, but they are slightly different for Starfield.
How does one Discord? I've legit never used Discord, so I don't have a clue. You make an account and use the link to join the server. Then you talk.
Well, you type. You do a lot of typing.
Well,
or you join it.
The question
Talk
is,
through
do you have?
typing.
Yes.
Well, first, do you have this crazy thing called an email? Right?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a
You gotta
YouTube
make an
channel,
email
a YouTube
first.
account, so he obviously has an email.
No, you gotta make an email. Make one with Hotmail or AOL. That's a very good one.
Yahoo.com is also excellent.
The guy who did the AOL voice died a few days ago, like maybe a week or two ago.
Me? Yeah, I saw that in the Discord. So
you are dead.
I think he's named President.
Kretosis, do you microwave your tea? I do not drink tea.
Do you have a kettle?
Stock up on lube. That's it.
Hey Kree, how much would you like to bet that in Fallout 5 they'll have actual magic spells? Probably. Like, I'm at this point giving it a 90% chance. Yes, we'll be relieved.
I mean, reminder: the only reason Fallout 4 didn't have magic was because they removed it already.
Yeah, and then they added magic in the fucking DLC anyways, which still pisses me off.
Poof! He disappeared.
But not like player magic. And then with Starfield, they decided to put magic into their sci-fi fucking space game.
Yeah,
make a comeback these days. MySpace.
No,
it needs to make a comeback. Yes.
Question.
Answer.
Counting that stupid ass magician from Nuka World, how many versions of ghouls are there in terms of basic concepts in Fallout 4?
What do you consider to be a basic concept?
Oh, basic concept. A feral can actually still be talked to by somebody who's not a feral.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
That's what the magician does. He speaks to
Yes,
his...
the magician is like actually talking to and very clearly being understood by a feral.
Okay, the feral understanding him is something I'm unaware of. I'll have to look at that scene again. Him talking to them, I assume that was just him being a crazy person because they're neutral towards him because he's a ghoul.
No, I mean, he carries on a conversation back and forth, and some of it also seems to include information that he himself shouldn't have at the moment. Because he reacts with surprise to certain things that the feral supposedly says.
Yeah, and he's not doing it for your benefit because he doesn't know you're
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's not next.
Fuck.
So let's see. They need food and water. They don't need food and water. They farm. They don't need to farm. Air. Do they need air?
Probably not, because Billy doesn't. He's in a fridge for 200 years.
Also, you can just get a syringe that just makes you a ghoul immediately.
Oh yeah, there's some experimental drug that turned Hancock into a ghoul because
reasons, yeah. They couldn't just have him be a ghoul who's been around and just decided to start using drugs to deal with his condition. That would have made him a more tragic figure. No, he's a guy who's so wild and crazy, he took a drug that made him a ghoul.
Well, we can't have him be around for a while because he's the mayor's brother. Even though, like, he could still become a ghoul.
You could have easily had it where on some drug-fueled vendor, he got into a place that made him into a ghoul.
Billy's fridge has a big-ass hole in the back of it, though. No, that's Maximus's fridge.
Yeah. Billy's fridge is actually completely sealed.
I hate that we now have to distinguish characters that survived in fridges in Fallout. What the fuck are you guys doing?
I have to admit, this guy's asking the real questions. Do ghouls poop? That's asking a real question there.
Does anyone poop in a
the
Fallout
real
game?
answer, knowing Bethesda, is that all ghouls poop, especially the ones that don't need to eat food.
Okay, look, we know for a fact that the only reason toilets exist in any of the Bethesda Fallout games is so you can get a sip.
I zoned out, what?
The only reason that toilets exist in the Bethesda Fallout game is so that you can get a sippy.
Oh.
I think everybody, their first reaction to trying to use a toilet was that, not like that, in Fallout 3.
Yummers.
And probably most people, you're still going to get those degenerates that are like, oh boy, gamer girl toilet water. And be totally into it.
Pardon me, I have to put the game on pause to wank a bit.
Oh,
Roll
God.
out wiki, does Moira Brown have a toilet in her house?
There's probably a fucking mod somewhere that just adds toilets to certain NPCs' houses for no reason. They don't even make sense that they're, like, where they're placed. They just need to be there.
My instant reaction to the first time in Fallout 3 was to try and stop the animation midway. It's like, no! What are you doing?
I did actually go on Moira Brown's wiki and I'm reminded of the fucking Shelter Online one that we've got the emoji for.
You know, I could actually see at least if it's like use, and then you pull out a bottle and you fill the bottle up, and then you now have dirty water. Okay.
You have your
then I can go and boil this somewhere, but just drinking straight from the fucking toilet. What the hell?
Look, no, Calbeck. This isn't Starfield. You don't have a suit that can magically bottle gas for you.
Oh, yeah, that's lovely. Oh, lovely!
It still like fills me with joy that I pointed that out to you. It doesn't go up to the vent and activate it. Hydrogen added. What the fuck? In Starfield, you were playing it, and I told you to activate the vent, and you went up to it and you activated it, and you got like hydrogen or helium or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
Starfield, where you have a spacesuit that keeps you protected from vacuum and other elements, except when you randomly go through a cloud of gas, and yeah,
you get poisoned, and then you can also just pick up helium from like helium vents on planets.
Right? Yeah. By the way, Calbeck, for that thing you said.
Oh, lovely. They've sent me a moron.
I got it on soundboard.
Yes, I know. Why are you drinking from a toilet? Recruit, that is a U.S. Army toilet. It has been distributed with water specifically for the purpose of flushing your crap from this base into the sewer running under this base to remove it from this base. It is not your drinking fountain.
Yummers.
Who are the people you're talking to? Anyways, a British potato, Calbeck, and Thief.
What?
The evil
Yes.
trio.
The real question is, Cree, did you eat the baby?
I don't have that mod.
That needs to be modded. It's ridiculous. That should have been canon, like fucking vanilla.
I'm pretty sure.
I have
not.
I do
It's
have
not,
a mod
it
that
isn't,
turns
but-
Sean into a rock.
Like, you have a cannibal perk, and then you didn't give the option to be a cannibal on specific things. Like,
Yeah.
the fucking baby. Like, let me eat the fucking baby. What the fuck?
Especially when we live in a fucking post Austin Powers world with Fat Bastard saying he wants to eat Mini-Me and singing about baby back ribs. And you don't add that option? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I actually walked out of the theater at that point because I thought he was gonna fucking do it.
Numbers.
Bruh.
I was convinced that's where they were going. I was like, nope, I'm out.
Bruh. Is there a real purpose to the cannibal perk? Not really. Roleplay, I guess.
No,
Or
seriously though,
fuzzies.
they should have done that. Imagine that just there needed to be that option to eat Sean at the outset of the game.
Yeah. Oh, Sean.
Yes.
I thought you were referring to the Babby in the pit in Fallout 3.
No, the Babby in the pit in Fallout 4. Just the pit is the crypt, that's all.
There should be like a cannibal that's like, I can tell if someone's a synth, not because of any synth component. It just tastes artificial.
Enchanting staves can be a tricky.
Digging into the person's brain, throws away the piece of plastic, doesn't even know what that is, starts eating the brain. It's like, oh, this was made in a lab. Synthetic, gross.
Oh, your choice. There are 3 things I can enchant.
I like how if you tell him which school of magic you want to do and you're like, let's start over, he's just like, oh.
Oh, all right then. Your choice is
okay.
Very well.
Oh, all right then.
All right.
Sacrifices Billy to the nearest death claw. Well, you can do that. just go find a death claw, bring him back towards Billy.
I have trouble believing a Deathclaw didn't tear that fridge apart in 200 years, thinking there might be food in there.
There's a snack inside.
Yeah. All right, chat. What should I make my staff? I've got Fire, Frost, and Shock.
Oh,
I've got Charm, Paralyze, and Silence, which I'll probably never use Silence or Charm. Paralyze might be useful. And I've got Soul Trap, Telekinesis, and Dispel, which I don't really need any of those, honestly.
Sounds like you ruled out everything except blasting people.
Yeah, but when am I going to use Soul Trap when I have it attached to a weapon already?
Point.
Next time you should play Skyrim, you should totally play survival mode on legendary difficulty. The next time I play Skyrim is for research streams, and then never again once those videos are done. Unless I'm paid to.
Survival mode on legendary is not.
You know what's
It's not a big deal, anyways.
I just thought of.
What?
So like they did this in Fallout 2, and I don't know why they never did it again in Fallout games, but like make the Deathclaw intelligent and make you have one as a companion. Like have like a group of intelligent Deathclaws.
No, I'll tell you, if you want to play Fallout 4 with true survival involved, you need to use the Get Dirty mod, which requires you to actually take a bath and take a shit every now and again, actually putting hygiene into the game, and if you don't, you get fucking irradiated and start baking.
There
I
are
don't care
mods
for
for
that. I'm just
Skyrim
wondering why
and
they never
Fallout
did,
that
did
add
anything like, you know,
bathing
smart
Wash
stuff.
your nasty ass.
That shit was
You
cool.
have 3 choices for
I would go with paralysis if you don't already have a paralysis spell, Crew.
Yeah.
However, I don't know how
I
it's
don't know why they never
scaled.
done that. You know,
in
I'm gonna
the
do
game.
some Google searching.
Well, I'm max, well, not max, but I'm level 31 or 32 now. So, it should be like, I should be getting the top tier item out of this, as far as I understand it.
Okay, so it's an 8-second 40 use paralysis that it's 15 plus, so you're way past the level scaling. For doing damage, the destruction ones are like 80 points of fire, frost, or shock.
Okay, that's way more useful than, like...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 8 seconds is fucking nothing.
Very.
Why does this guy remind me of
it'd be a bit longer than that, so yeah. 80 points of damage.
This guy reminds me of a high school principal or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically what he is. He's not a principal, he's one of the leader
I'm gonna
members of
go
staff.
with Shock.
You look like Dr. Phil.
He looks like a black
Kinda.
Dr. Phil.
So,
With a Nexium.
who's the guy that runs Family Feud? The black guy with the mustache?
Steve Harvey.
Yeah, there you go.
Really?
He looks like a mixed Steve Harvey. It's like if you mix
I always-
Steve Harvey
I
and
always
Dr.
think-
Phil together.
For some reason, I always thought Steve Harvey looks like a black version of Dr. Phil. I don't know why.
Yeah, a couple
I mean, look at
comments.
a picture of them. Look at the picture of both of them side by side. You'll be like, "Holy shit, they look identical." It's wild. Just one
Separated at birth?
It's weird. They look similar. It's weird.
Couple comments. Baywin says, I think he looks like Balding Tuvok from Voyager. Kinda. I haven't watched Voyager much, but I vaguely know what he looks like. He looks like a fat Eli Vance. And, hey Cree, when is the Skyrim video coming out? So, if all goes well, it's not all going to go well. I'm now working on the Starfield video. That's my main project right now, and I've got a few projects on the side, including the Arcane video. Once that's done and out of the way, and I hope to get the final part of the Fallout 4 analysis done as well, hopefully I'll be back to working on the Skyrim analysis. Hopefully. But I've got, like, a bunch of videos. I don't even know how many. So, okay, there's the ML video. There's the Fallout was never serious video. There's the Arcane video. There's the Starfield video. There's Fallout 4 DLC video. So that's 5 right there. Fallout 3 analysis you have to do as well. Yeah, that, depending how that goes, that might be 6 before Skyrim. And that's if nothing else comes up. Here's hoping.
He looks like Tuvok when he got blended with Neelix to make Tuvix, or whatever his name was.
How are you going to post the rest of the Acolyte? We still need to record those too, but they're very light on editing, so they won't take a ton of time. So Fallout video will come out in 2077 now.
Perfection. Fallout 76 analysis. That's mine. Just let me rant for an hour and you've got it done. Slap some edited video on top of that shit. We're good to go.
Anyways, I'm going to do Shock for the staff because Dark Elves resist fire and Nords resist frost, and I don't think anyone resists Shock.
Your staff will let you.
I think you mean the motive force.
Right.
Kritosis, do you need a vacation? I need to build my channel to the point where I can leave my day job, because I fucking hate my day job so much. The place is such a fucking shithole. It's always like, obviously I haven't won the lottery, but it's always been my personal policy that if I were to win the lottery, I'd give whatever place I'm working at 2 weeks notice still, because it's just, you know, common decency and all that. And even though this is like a big company I work for, I still would have done it out of respect for my supervisor, because he's actually like a really good guy. I have decided that's no longer the case. If I were to win the lottery, I would just leave at this point. I would say to the supervisor, sorry, I hate to leave you short-handed, but I can't take any more of this shit. I'm gone.
So you give him the wings clip. Is what you're saying?
That does not even begin to describe how much I fucking hate this place. Falls short in his description of hate when it comes to describing how I feel about my workplace.
Maybe you should go work at Bethesda.
It can't be so bad at your work. It is. It is. This place is a fucking nightmare. It is, without giving away where I work, it's a factory. And it's a factory that runs 24/7. That's part of the reason why I work 12-hour shifts. And on the fucked up schedule I'm on. So most of these machines are running 24/7. And sometimes, you know, they'll switch the product to a different line, so some of the machines might be down for a bit. You would think at a, you know, company that cares about their equipment that they would have preventative maintenance or whatever on those machines during that time when they're down, right? No. No. The machines they've had here, even the brand new machines have constant fucking problems, and I don't know how. Like, one of the things they've done is they got this fucking big-ass robotic arm to place a ticket on each pallet that goes out. And of course, you need the ticket to identify, okay, this is pallet number 273 or whatever, right? And, oh, look, the product that went onto that onto that pallet might be damaged. We might need to do QA on it, whatever. So that's how they, you know, they recall it. They keep track of the thing. I'm not sure why this big-ass robot arm is necessary when there's so, like, you could just have someone run the machine and put the ticket on. But the best part about this robot arm is that half the time it's non-fucking functional because it's a piece of shit, and you have to have someone manually put the tickets on anyways. This is just one machine, by the way. There's the...
This is starting to sound very Soviet Union at this point.
Oh, you haven't even heard about the machine I'm about to describe. The set of machines that I'm usually stuck on are two machines that put together corrugated cardboard for partitions to keep the products separate. And the machine will put them together, then put them into the box. And I also run a box machine that puts the box together, okay? Until yesterday, I would not have been able to say that I've worked on this machine a single day without having to call the mechanic for some fucking problem on one of these three machines. Usually both of the partition machines, or all three, including the box machine. There's always some fucking problem with these shit-ass fucking machines. And the only reason I didn't have to call the mechanic yesterday at the start of shift is because he was already there when the shift fucking started.
I think the eyes on your model actually glowed a little brighter there for a moment.
I fucking hate this place. It is a constant night. I actually dread waking up in the morning knowing I have to go there. I didn't talk about it when it happened, but about 2 years ago, or maybe it was 3 years ago, we got notice that they were laying off a bunch of people. The bottom 100 of seniority were going out the door, but they were also offering packages to higher seniority who wanted to retire or whatever, right? And I was looking at the list, I was like, fuck, I'm pretty low down on the list. Oh shit, this is actually a good thing because I don't have to be in this fucking nightmare factory anymore. I can't wait to be given the papers telling me that I'm laid off from this fucking shithole and I never have to come back. And, of course, enough people fucking took the bio packages that I'm still fucking there. I hate this place. It is such, like, I'm not joking. I dread waking up in the morning knowing I have to go to that fucking shithole and have to deal with some shitty-ass fucking machine that's barely maintained, that barely fucking works, and no one gives a fucking shit. Would you rather play Fallout 4 for a living or keep working in the factory? I would prefer playing Fallout 4. Without a, like...
Wow! Whoa!
But Kritosis, would you quit this job to make a Fallout 76 YouTube channel?
Pink goat becoming red goat.
Look. If you give me the same pay as I'm getting from this job right now to play Fallout 76 full time, I will play it every single fucking day.
Wow. You know what? You know what you should try, Kurtosis? I have an idea. If you're willing to go that far with it, you should do something where you start a stream where you start playing Fallout 76.
Oh god.
And you keep playing it, right? And you put a timer on the top, right? And the timer, whenever it clicks down, like $1 adds another hour.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're gonna kill the man.
Yeah, so yeah, you have to play for an extra hour for each dollar. See how that goes for you.
Why don't you quit or change jobs then? Because I have expensive habits, okay? Chocolate milk is expensive, and I need to pay to have a roof over my head, and I don't make enough off of YouTube to live off of yet. And as for finding another job, I mean, the job market is kind of shit right now in Canada. Especially because, like, our government imported a shit ton of fucking immigrants over the past, like, several years.
You realize that we're getting to the point then, if the Canadian economy is like that everybody's eventually going to just become a Saskatchewan river pirate.
Please do this when you leave, middle finger. Look, I generally don't like to be rude to people in real life unless they've, like, really fucking earned it. And as much as this place is a shithole, I'm not sure I could say anyone there has earned that kind of treatment. Especially not my supervisor. He's genuinely a good guy, and he has to deal with this shit on a scale larger than me, because when I'm working on one shitty machine, it's like, okay, this fucking sucks, my day is terrible, I hate this place, I hate having to come here. But my supervisor has to deal with, like, everything. Where it's like, yeah, my machine is shit, but there's also 10 other machines that are shit that are running that he has to, like, watch over as well. It's the company, not the people, largely, yeah.
Freud, the only way that Kritosis gets a free apartment or house is if he moves to Syria, becomes a citizen of Syria, then flees Syria as a refugee, then they'll give him...
500 broken shitty machines, yeah. So your coworkers are cool, but the tasks are terrible. That's the thing, too, is if it was that simple, it wouldn't be that much of a problem, because I've worked in a warehouse before doing shipping and receiving. I've worked in a factory making fertilizer before, chemical fertilizer, before anyone starts making unfunny manure jokes. They're mixing chemicals together for fertilizer. I wasn't fond of those jobs either, but they were tolerable because the people I was working with were generally decent. Despite, like, a lot of frustrations with those jobs, too. This doesn't compare at all. No amount of genuinely good, nice, cool people at this place offsets how shitty the actual work is. And doing it for fucking 12 hours a day. America might accept a pink goat refugee. Good thing he isn't purple. Bruh. You mean a bomb factory, chemical use in pipe bombs. Well, actually, this happened before I started working there, but they mentioned that one of the bags of chemicals that were getting shipped to them got stolen and was used in some fucking thing that got traced back to them. It got stolen before it arrived, but still. got traced back that it was their order. Have you tried working at McDonald's? No.
See, you're asking him to leave a place where the machines never work to go to a place where at least one machine never works.
But Donald Trump fixed the ice cream machine.
And then add this sound in the background.
Oh god. See, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. I fucking can't stand beeping. I can, like, stand it for a little bit, because it's like, yeah, stuff beeps, it happens, whatever. When any of the machines have errors, or when they get low on, like, stuff on them that they need to run, like the partition pieces or the boxes, they start beeping. Fucking incessantly.
I was going to ask you to stop there for a minute on the roof, but okay, just keep going.
I could get back up there.
Yeah, go ahead and say what you're gonna, and then I'm gonna rant about the roofing.
Okay. Yeah, the beeping drives me fucking mad in this place, and it kind of scales, because sometimes it's not so bad, sometimes it's just like run-of-the-mill, yeah, whatever. But the 3 machines I was mentioning before, I run those alone. Yeah, they used to have 2 people on the previous version of the job, which only had 1 partition machine and 1 box machine. And they changed it so now there's 2 partition machines and 1 box machine, and 1 person is running it. So I have to run back and forth fucking constantly on these things. And because it takes so long to, like, fill them up and do everything, open the pallets of material, blah, 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 they run out of material and start beeping pretty quickly, on top of the fact that they fucking have errors all the time, and that causes them to beep too. So for fucking 12 hours I'm hearing near constant beeping, it just makes me see fucking red. I was so fucking close to losing it by the end of the day yesterday, and I didn't even have, like, a really bad day. I fucking hate this place so much.
Okay, this is supposed to be the Adamantine Tower, isn't it?
No. So this is the Arcane
No?
University.
Okay.
It's 1 step away from what isn't the Adamantine Tower, but it's the equivalent tower, which is the White Gold Tower.
All right. Okay, but it's supposed to be one of the towers. I guess this is just... Okay, so these are...
Sorry. To anyone who is an Elder Scrolls lore node, this isn't one of the towers, like, named... but it is a tower, yes.
All right. Well, that actually kind of deals with one of the bits I was going to rant about, which was supposedly that these walls are supposed to be, like, inviolable. They're extremely tough. They're supposed to be impossible to break down or some shit.
Yeah.
And then you see a building that's actually built partially into it. Now, this is why I was going to go ahead and start ranting about the rooftops, because if you're going to do that, there are ways that you can do it. It would just basically be, okay, we're building the roof flush against. My first degree was in architecture. So I'm looking around the various bits of architecture in this game and going like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. Nice use of technique. Then I see these roofs. I'm like, okay, where's the support beam for that? This should be collapsing in on itself. No, don't step on that because there's obviously nothing underneath it. Wait, what the fuck? It's like a bit from a okay, like this roof right here. Pick a roof, any roof, and just look right down at it.
Yeah,
to me, architecturally, this is like looking into an H.P. Lovecraft novel. You know, somebody looking at the thing with the wrong angles that shouldn't go that way. I'm like, no, this is all wrong.
This non-Euclidean geometry baffles my mind.
Yes, the only way this works is if it actually is built into this stone ass wall here, which is dumb because given the joining and the layout of the wall itself, these are all solid blocks. So you'd actually have to chisel the fucking thing out in order to put the wood in. Just the most retarded thing that I'm looking at. And obviously, if you're just looking at this from down below, you probably don't notice a damn thing because none of this really shows up. But and of course, you get this kind of thing a lot in various Bethesda games, where it's just this sloppy shit put together. But every time I see it, my brain is like, "Oh, I want to remodel this whole."
As Beowin points out in chat, these roofs are roofs. What? These roofs are really good for standing water. Because look at that.
Yes, that's the other thing. There's no drainage.
There's a big
you have a beam right here
for
water. That's why.
No drainage.
Okay, that was actually why I was saying that you should fall through. But my mouth wasn't putting the words together. But these are catchments. The standing water should have rotted through these fucking tiles.
Not only that, but it's a place for pests to fucking like breed in, like mosquitoes, which a tropical forest place would have.
Strangely enough.
Oh, I
No,
don't
but
bring
it's
that
not
up for
that
any
any-
particular reason. Don't mind me.
Yes, Bethesda sloppy shit put together. I am mentioning more than just the buildings. It's just a personal pet peeve that I'll see this stuff put together. I want to immerse myself in the world. One thing I like about a number of Bethesda games, one thing I like about Fallout 4 even, is wandering around, exploring things, seeing shit, experiencing shit. Especially if there's no plot involved, because then I don't have to deal with the writing. But it's just like, oh, hey, cool. And then I'll notice, no, that my eyes starts twitching like mad. It's like, no, that doesn't work that way. It just fucking ruins the experience for me. Groups should be a thing.
I accidentally said groofs, so now it's gonna haunt me forever.
They have built a groove into the wall. It is like a groove where they installed a roof. That's where they carved into the side of the wall so they could fit the stupid building there.
Clearly, since the Imperial City is technically of alien construction and they use magic in all their places, it's just magically made. That's the explanation. The bird elves.
Gonna go ahead and magic together a couple of dimensions. Well, I mean, we're experiencing one right now, just seeing through walls, just spiritually.
Well, the funny thing is, so the alien king Umaril, which is part of the DLC, he is a half alien, half Remora, or half Daedra specifically. So like, maybe he does have access to pocket dimensions.
Game crashed. 10 out of 10.
You were introducing non-Euclidean geometry to an engine not intended to work.
Like,
with
it's not like you have any mods that would actually be running scripts to cause a crash. It's just Oblivion's natural bugginess.
But guys, New Vegas crashes all the time. Oh, it's put me back out here. Lovely. At least I have my map back.
I'm pretty sure that's what crashed in the first place. The game is trying to render shit that shouldn't be there.
No.
Nah.
Have you been to Wellspring Grove?
If there's one thing that the Bethesda games are relatively good at, it's having their LODs, function for the most part. The only time they start to fall apart is when you move across a map too quickly, but their interior cells, that's an entire void of nothingness that uses the default terrain and maybe some things, but it's mostly just going to be the proc-gen hills and valleys. But it's a ghost universe. They do that. New Vegas does it as well, because they need to separate their interior cells. But also, for some reason, even though you're not expected to see over the walls, they still need them out there just in case.
Booin? Fallout 4, like I said, I like exploring the nooks and crannies. And then I'll run into something like finding fucking Han Solo frozen in carbonite. It's like, okay, how's this? Okay, so Star Wars is canon to Fallout?
Yes, it's all finished. It's in that cupboard.
Why is this here? It's one of those little scenes where you have, like, the toy animals doing shit together. Like there'll be a tiny TV and they're watching the tiny TV. Okay, that's cute. You can sit there and go like, okay, somebody got up here into a weird area, propped this stuff up just to be goofy and left. It's like, okay, so why is the frozen Han Solo and Carbonite model here? Who did this? Oh, it's just a dev being funny. It's like, I'm sorry, that's content that I would have expected to see in the Frontier.
You're just nitpicking. New Vegas had an Indiana Jones reference.
No, it didn't. It had a skeleton with a hat in a busted open refrigerator. Could have been anybody. Could have been a gambler who went bust in Vegas and it's just like, oh, he has nowhere else to sleep. He falls asleep in the fridge and dies.
Okay, it has aliens.
Yeah, so
the proper defense is it's Wild Wasteland. It's meant to be referential humor that if you take the story seriously, you can turn off.
But the bit I'm talking about is not that.
Don't you understand that Fallout has never been serious? God, I hate that shit so much.
Bethesda's definitely been flanderizing it.
Yeah.
Is that the correct use of flanderization?
I believe so. Because flanderization is when you have a character, and it can apply to a franchise too. But typically it's used for when you have a character who they have more depth, and over time they grow to be their more superficial aspects. And this comes from Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, who he was like a good Christian father. He was just like, aside from being a little bit overly religious.
Hey, diddly no, neighbor.
Yeah, he was just a friendly neighbor, regular guy originally, and over time he grew into this like crazy religious nut who his entire personality is, oh well, I'm a Christian. Howdy do, neighbor. And stuff like that can happen to an entire franchise for sure. It's happened to Fallout. It's happened to Star Wars.
Star Wars is lightsabers.
Did you know, in the 70s, a stormtrooper hit his head?
Yeah.
That means it's always been funny. Can't do it seriously ever.
I'm so sick of the people like doing that shit with Fallout, where it's like, oh, you can make a porn movie in Fallout 2, and
wait. The thing is, when somebody brings that up, I'll point out to them that was never intended to be funny. That was not intentional. So what you're saying is not Star Wars has always been funny, but Star Wars has always been fucked up and includes errors.
And they just don't fix it. Fucking disingenuous. So when they do it, it's just an excuse the shit they like.
Well, I think we kind of have a generation, maybe generation and a half, where the attitude is, stop making me feel bad about things. I want to feel good about things. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can understand you wanting to enjoy whatever you're into. That's fine. In which case, don't pay attention to people trash talking whatever you like. Go and have yourself a life. Enjoy whatever it is you want to enjoy.
These damn kids keep making me care about them. Here's your fish.
Quickly, $2 from Box Fox Scoot. Thank you. They didn't carve into the house. They're just 2 feet wide. Yeah.
Problem is, when you actually go into those houses, they are, they
honestly, Bethesda has a real fucking TARDIS problem with most buildings in their games, where they're literally just bigger on the inside.
They have a TARDIS problem in general.
Morrowind, for 99% of the game, actually has the interiors fit the rough size of the exteriors.
It is rough, but they usually go oversize, like outright.
Okay,
a lot of times they do keep them just as cramped as they are on the outside. Like a lot of Balmora is the size it would be.
Kind of like what I'm getting at is they are slightly bigger on the inside. I've actually checked this in the engine, like when I was modding ages ago when I was a kid, and like I get what you're saying, but they are slightly bigger on the inside when they're above ground, even in Balmora.
It gets worse though with the DLC. The whole reason why levitation is banned in Tribunal is that when they were making those interior cells, they didn't stick with the actual map of what it would be. So, whilst you could relatively easily make all of the interior cells in Morrowind technically exterior cells, it would be you'd have to still scale it down ever so slightly. It's practically impossible with Mournhold because the pizza slices, because it's made up of like triangles, don't actually line up together.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
This was my first actual problem with Fallout 3. The first time that I started realizing something is wrong here, something is amiss, it was actually running around in the main world, and I find a building. It's like, hey, this isn't a ruined building. It looks pretty much intact. There's no windows smashed in. There's nothing boarded up. I should be able to get in here. So I'm like going all around the building, and I don't find anything.
Yeah,
there's no door. There's no door, and I'm just like, I must have missed it. Go around another time. I must have missed it. Go around another. Wait a minute. Then I started convincing myself that it must be buried under rubble. This is like the 3rd or 4th floor that I'm at. So around here somewhere, there's got to be an underground parking garage that I can access the building through. So it's like I was literally undergoing Bethesda fanboy cope from Fallout 3.
One of the best examples of the interior geometry problem is actually from fucking Rivet City. And I've talked about this one before, but if you go to the market area, there are 2 doors, one above the other, right? And if you go straight down these hallways, both of them lead into the science bay where Dr. Lee is. I forget what it's called exactly. But one of them, the door enters from the side. It's like it just doesn't work. But better yet, if you go straight into the market from the bridge from the mainland, and you go straight across the market to the door on the other side of the room, and you go out that door, you'll come out mid-ship where the break is, and you'll be on like a ledge above water.
Yeah, it's like, how the fuck does this work?
When that should be leading you onto the fucking deck.
Fantastic. I have a new task for you.
I have a new task for you. I still love the fucking Autism Cat series where he talks about Raminus Polus and his name being so fucked up.
Ramming his Polus, yes.
Yeah. I have the same pet peeve about games with sailing ships. Oh, so you must love the fact that the Imperial City has a harbor where ships go out to sea, as proven by that one quest where you're on a ship that goes out to sea. But if you follow the river down south to the sea, the only sea access that the lake has, there's numerous points where A, the ground is too shallow for a ship to cross, and B, they have a fucking wooden plank bridge across the fucking water that's like pretty much slightly above ground level.
On the daily, you have a building crew come back out. Put it up again.
The funny thing is, if you take that as actual information, because I'm pretty sure part of the law is that on the west coast and the south coast, they have most of their ships, not because you're meant to like sail into the Imperial City. Like in law, you are supposed to be able to do that, but they also have those in fortified positions because those are the main ports out of the country. You're in the middle of the nation. You want most of your army to be on the edge of the country, not in the center. And if you use the fact that the boat can't sail out from that, it actually kind of explains what Azura says in Morrowind, because she says, "You have been taken from the Imperial City, first by carriage and then by boat." So if you can take a boat from the Imperial City, why didn't you?
Yeah. Bruh.
You took a carriage down south to probably, Anvil? And then took it from there around the coast up to...
well, why would they take
Morrowind.
you to Anvil when they could take you to Leyawiin? Like, they don't have a port there, but they probably should.
I meant Leowin. I forgot which one was which.
I do have to say Fallout 3 was not actually my first Bethesda game, though. My first Bethesda game was Redguard. Also my first Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah, well, it would have to be from the first
I had
Bethesda
seen
game.
I had seen Arena and was not interested. It looked a lot generic to me. And I don't know why I had given a pass on Daggerfall. I think because the similar games I was playing at the time had better graphics. I think like Eye of the Beholder and such like that.
He's a graphics boy. Wow.
I was back in the day. I didn't want to be playing a game that I thought would be an eyesore.
Wow,
So
what an elitist.
Yeah. Yes. PC gamer race forever, man.
PC Master Race. Sorry, my game can't run because they designed it for console and the PC port is shit, but PC Master Race.
Hang on a second. I need to set my buffers to 30.
I find it so funny that they removed levitation because of the walls, but then still let you jump really high.
Yeah, because there's like numerous cities that you can jump out of. Like, as long as you have max acrobatics and have something... Like, look at this. I can totally jump out of Castle Skingrad right now. I just got
I'm
curious.
sure no one will abuse this.
Oh, you know what? They have a fucking invisible wall ceiling, but it's too high.
Oh, that's terrible.
Bruh. What are you doing?
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Bonk.
So you can't even get up on the highest stuff because the air will stop you.
Yeah, the air is too heavy up here. Because I did kind of want to try to get up there.
They use their court mages to replace an invisible ceiling with magic.
But we also have windows in buildings that are higher than this, so in theory you should go into the building and then go out the window and be above the barrier.
One thing I hate about like stealth playthroughs of these games is that every building basically only has one door. Like, they've got windows that can obviously open. They should be able to open, but I can't go in through the window. No, fuck that. You have to use the front door.
Yes,
or
somebody has
in
some
city, you can use the sewers.
An important Fallout show question has been asked in chat.
Good to see you.
What's new with
From Wolfie.
I understand.
$5 from your favorite vampire succubus, aka Wolfie. Would you rather the Fallout show have better humor or get rid of all the pregnancy/incest stuff?
So, are we changing the writing at all? Because that's kind of the key question here. Because I could excuse the weird incest pregnant stuff if, like, the writing was more solid as a result. If it had a purpose to exist within the writing. Whereas the unfunny jokes are just unfunny. You know?
I think the better humor actually solves both problems, because if you had better humor, it would get rid of all the pregnancy incest stuff. Or at least it would be funny.
Wolfie says no, the writing stays the same.
Bastard bitch.
If the writing stays the same, how do you get better humor out of it?
How are you?
Well,
I think in terms of
the implication being
narrative
the jokes are
is the
better,
same.
but the actual writing of the story, characters, and world are the same.
Well, you could easily change the 10 years of cousin stuff to a different joke and still have basically the same story.
That's a tough question.
No, Booin, you're not being commissioned.
I think I would still get rid of the humor, honestly, because it's really just that painful and detracts from, like, everything that's there. But that also, like, raises the question of what do you replace Vault 4 with, because 90% of Vault 4 are unfunny jokes. But, yeah,
you know what? I think I would actually go for doing Fallout 4 seriously.
How do you do?
Where you have more of a tragic backstory and you don't have the stupid flip around where it's like, oh, we should have obviously told you this or whatever. But instead, she actually gets genuinely curious. She sneaks past a guard or something like that, and they play everything seriously. Like the whole bit about you are banished, death by banishment to the surface. And she can ask, is like, but we've been up there. Yeah, it's just tradition from back in the day. Because right after the bombs fell, which is when this place was founded, it was extremely radiated. So we still have that on the law books. They would actually explain why this isn't stupid of what they're doing.
There's obviously a level of intent to Vault 4 of having Lucy kind of learn a lesson, but then also highlighting how she doesn't know that her vault technically is partially an experiment, even though it's also technically a control vault.
Mm-hmm.
There's obviously the intent there, it's just the narrative is sidetracked by the purpose of having the goosey joke or the drinking coffee or the glasses or the you want to make my car explode now.
Yeah, so much of that, if they had actually just played Vault 4 straight, and also not have it above ground where it's fucking obvious where it is.
He wishes to meet you north.
If they had set it where it's in the sewers or something, it's the door opens up and it's actually below the medical facility or something like that. It's like, in other words, it's actually hidden from where the master is, and anybody finding it actually would have fallen into a pit and been killed trying to find it.
I mean, the funny thing is, technically, Fallout 3 lore, I think, and then going into New Vegas also technically highlights a problem with the vaults even existing anywhere in Los Angeles, is that you can very easily get the locations of vaults from other vaults.
Yeah.
So if he can crack into one, he can crack into all of them.
Kinda. He still doesn't know where Vault 13 is, even though
what is it?
I believe he's cracked several vaults at this point, hasn't he?
Vault 13 actually has a defense behind it, specifically given that it was way over budget and delayed. So there's the potential that already existing vaults didn't have it on record, just in case it didn't get finished.
Okay. That still highlights something of an insane security flaw, if that is the case. I kind of don't like that.
Yeah, but again,
really,
it's a Bethesda edition. It's not part of 1 or 2, so...
Oh, it is a Bethesda edition?
Ultimately, yeah.
Pretty sure it is.
Ultimately, the biggest problem in all of this is just...
I just want to get this out real quick. It does make sense why it's so retarded then, because Bethesda made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it just goes back to the core problem being, what if we made everyone dumb? So how about you make everyone awesome? How about you actually just make a Fallout story?
Yeah.
Everybody being dumb is the worst thing. Or if you're going to do that, say this is non-canon. You have your entire first season, and then Bud wakes up in Vault 31. That was a weird dream or some stupid shit. Please, just don't try.
Bud as he is?
Bud as he is, yes, as a Roomba. It's like, wow, I had the nightmare again.
Someone needs to give me more brain gel. I had a weird nightmare.
Yeah, something. And and it'd be the most tragic ending too, because he's just puttering around in the vault by himself, wandering around going, I hope they send a new shipment of brain gel. The last one came 30 years ago. Some shit. I mean, actually, that line alone would be implication, so maybe not use that line, but...
Fantome says that one quote makes me think that's a case of me not knowing what to do with the script, which is the Michael Waldron, right? The Loki.
Yeah.
Multiverse Madness guy.
Let's destroy the world to make money.
But you don't understand, the Vault Dwellers are all happy capitalists, so obviously they're all dumb.
It's win the game of capitalism. I'm sorry, it was a game. Let's win the game of democracy.
I mean, whilst the Halo TV show isn't being talked about as much recently, it's still got a lot of hate, but it wasn't canon, and it's because it had golden rules it was breaking, like turning off the helmet. But broadly speaking, it wasn't canon, so people shouldn't have cared as much. If you're going by that logic, if the Fallout TV show wasn't canon, people shouldn't care. So it was even if it's not canon, it's still a shit story that taints the image of the franchise even more. Like Bethesda has already tainted the franchise, but they're tainting it even more, even if it's not canon.
It magnifies the problem.
Yeah.
It's not something that you can just laugh at and have fun and say, "Oh, it's a Fallout product," but it's not legit. But apparently with Bethesda, everything has to be legit. Like Fallout 76 are like, this is totally canon. And then you go through it, it's like, okay, this breaks that, this breaks that, this breaks that. The fact that nuclear weapons you can set off in-game and they don't do permanent damage to anything. How the fuck? Literally everything recovers.
Bethesda have a silly relationship with canon. I think they treat it in such a way as they don't want to commit to anything, which is why you get the early problems with the Dragon Breaks. I always defend the first Dragon Break, that's fine, but they do use that. They used it as a crutch for, we didn't want to pick a canon ending. We wanted multiple canon endings so we could have the Necromancer's Moon, we could have Orcs as a playable race, etc. And because of that, they then go into the future. Well, the canon doesn't matter that much. Anything can be really canon. Creation Club, that's like half canon. Like, we didn't make it, but when the people we contracted to make it made it, they tried to keep it in line with the law. It's like, no, they didn't.
No.
Umbra as a weapon should not exist in Skyrim. You made a guy write 2 books specifically to explain why Umbra does not exist in Skyrim. And you retconned those books by having it so there's just a random pseudo ebony warrior in a random dungeon that never existed, that now does, that has Umbra. When it should.
Because wouldn't that be cool? Remember Umbra?
What's funny is...
Remember AT-ATs?
I'm pretty sure that dungeon in and of itself is like a theme park. Like, literally designed as a...
Yes.
You reset the dungeon, and you have like a frightful experience going through the dungeon, and you have to solve the puzzle to then get to there's this ghost that's practically immortal that can kill you, but it's also a theme park.
Well, I think I've told you this before. My view of a lot of stuff with MMOs is you have the theme park dilemma, and Fallout 76 actually leans into that by having the rides reset and having a narrative reasons why they reset.
Yeah, but this isn't Skyrim.
It's like, yeah, no, that's not Skyrim. But
the one I'm talking about is in Skyrim.
Yes, I know you're talking about Skyrim. You're talking about Umbra.
It doesn't fit. There's just a dungeon that you reset.
Yeah,
to go through, and like even if it was like some ancient Nordic trial that you meant to go through.
And that's from Creation Club, right?
Yeah.
Right. I was trying to say that it's essentially the same thing in that it is a ride somebody created for people to go on a ride. Here you go.
The way I think it was either Pete Hines or one of them was basically saying it's half canon because whilst
how the fuck is it half canon?
Bethesda didn't make it, but the people that made it at least tried to make it fit in. Is effectively the explanation, which is very silly.
I mean, okay. You know my story with BattleTech. My story with BattleTech makes more sense than that shit does.
Yes.
That dude, that one necromancer just did a get down, Mr. President, for the fucking green shirt guy I was trying to kill. Like, that threw me off.
He jumped right in front of you.
Yeah. I will intercept the bolt meant for you.
Mr.
President, get down!
At least I get my soul gems back. Because I kind of wasted one of them by accident.
Oh, I wonder if they're going to do that. There's actually like a Get Down Mr. President game that somebody did about Trump. And I wonder if they're going to do a sequel now that he's been reelected. I'm sorry, I just threw that in there because it just came to mind. It's like, oh yeah, that was a thing.
You have to run in front of the bullet.
But of course, now they could go ahead and do it upright because they have actual arenas that they could build based on the historical events.
Oh my god.
There's a golf course level.
Yeah, where does the guy...
level?
I mean, there's one guy out there. He could randomly spawn in any number of areas. Wouldn't you? And of course, the quote-unquote joke plotline is the Secret Service really wants him to die, so you're the only agent who's been given the job.
You play as the female agent and you can't put your gun away.
Oh my god. And you can't fully cover the president either. To do so, you have to jump at just the right time to intercept the bullet.
When they go for the earshot, you have to jump. Yeah.
Successful interceptions get you like an instant replay.
One thing I liked in Oblivion over Morrowind is the ability to recharge your items through a vendor.
Through a vendor?
Yeah.
Well, okay, here's the thing,
spec-
though. In Morrowind, they recharge over time naturally, so you just have to wait.
Yeah, that's fair. But that I prefer them having magical energy that, like, if I was gonna blend them, I'd still have them regenerate, but I'd have them regenerate a lot slower than they do in Morrowind.
I don't like that
Because
you have to... So, if we're going by Skyrim's lore of the souls of the people you trap getting sent to this fucking hellish realm, I don't like the idea that, you know, people, their entire soul can be trapped to be put into a magical artifact, and, like, your soul's only the battery for it. It's not the actual, like, creation of the item. No, you're just a battery. I don't like that.
Oh, and I went ahead and looked it up. The name.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The name of the game is actually just Mr. President, and it is clearly Trump because the backboards are like rump for president.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if it's like a fan theory or if it's explicitly stated, because you do speak to the Ideal Masters in Battlespire, and then they show up in Skyrim as just crystals. You don't even get to speak to them this time. But I believe the way it works is that by enchanting an item with a soul, you're effectively making a contract with the Ideal Masters where they give you part of their power to enchant the weapon, and the souls are the costs to basically resubscribe to the contract, which is very silly.
That is definitely a choice.
But I think the way it's kind of explained is that, yes, those big draining crystals in the soul cairn are meant to be the Ideal Masters, yes. Mr. Day as well.
You impossible fool. What possessed you to think I would suggest a meeting?
I'm not opposed to the idea, because it's like, if you see the soul cairn as an extension of Aetherius and like the Daedric realms, these are meant to be magic fonts of, like, huge fonts of magical energy. It doesn't make sense to be able to just take someone's soul and make a like a relatively powerful magical item just because they're relatively strong. There should be some, like, limitation to it that isn't just, oh, you can cast it 3 times a day.
I just realized, so the Count of Skingrad just, like, ran out to me and he's like, "You fool, you foolish fool, why would you fall for their trick?" And one of my options is, "What? Who are you?" Bruh, I cured your wife of fucking vampirism. Why is this an option? I watched her die, and I looted her corpse the very moment she died.
Frame perfect loot steal, yeah, I remember.
But I still have the option to be like, "What? Who are you?"
It's just emblematic of a lot of Oblivion's problems.
Yeah.
You are doing the Mages Guild questline, and then if you do the Thieves Guild questline, you have to steal from yourself.
I feel like I should know the name of the actor playing this guy.
Bob.
No. Like an actual famous actor.
Kretosis, professional loot goblin. Yes.
No, it's not Herbert.
Recognize a necromancer when you see one. I suspected Mercator was involved in their cult, but was unwilling to move against it without knowing the identities
Also,
of his allies.
that's something I find irritating too. Do you not recognize a necromancer when you see one? He looked like a dude. What was supposed to tip me off that he... Like, I'm sorry he wasn't wearing the fucking robe with a creepy skull on it at this very moment?
Oh, that's it. Nicolas Cage.
I kind of see it.
Just that dead-eyed stare. He's actually frowning a little too much to be Cage.
What's funny is this quest line kind of does this twice, where there's a secret necromancer under Hasseldor, and he's like, "Could you not recognize a necromancer?" And then they have the most like orchestrated, fucking scripted, all these people are necromancers scene, where you go to a random fucking dungeon and there's a bunch of just wizards.
Yeah, I know the
standing
quest you're
there.
talking about, because it's when the Mages Guild has, like, a big falling out, and they want to keep relics away from the necromancers, and one of them get overrun with Daedra, and the other one was like, "No, we were necromancers the entire time, haha!" It's, like, painfully fucking obvious.
The best part of Skyrim is when you become the chief archmage and then you legalize necromancy, and it's great.
The best part of Skyrim is where I click on install and go play Stardew Valley instead.
Unfortunately, as the Skyrim Archmage, you don't have any duties or responsibilities other than going around and finding random magic anomalies and hitting them with a stick until they go away.
Bruh.
That seems like something I should be able to farm out to a guy from like High Rock
Well,
or some
you say
shit.
that,
But also,
the
that sounds
anomalies
like
in Skyrim.
it sounds like the
Yeah,
barbarian solution. Magic thing bad. Clunk. Magic thing gone.
You still have to use the Staff of Magnus to seal up these breaches in reality or whatever the fuck. But the magical anomalies, they're just enemies that you can use the staff on, but they have scaling health, and they infinitely scale to higher than your level.
Bonk.
So part of the reason you can't just get someone else to do it for you is probably because they are the strongest beings in all of Skyrim.
Okay, Booin, that's hitting a little too close to home, okay? Become CEO of Disney, legalize necromancy, put Carrie Fisher into the movie.
Entirely honest with you.
I mean, it's not the first
Dude,
time you did necromancy for those.
That shit they do to bring dead actors back is really fucking creepy.
Out of all the people, out of all the original characters that they could have kept, the one that they chose to keep was the one whose actress died.
Yeah.
I mean, Harrison Ford, understandable. He didn't want to be Han anymore. He's just going like, nah, just kill him, get rid of him. Luke,
to be fair, and this isn't the best defense, I know, but she died after The Last Jedi came out.
Yes.
So they had already done their thing, but that's a thing they shouldn't have been doing. Like, okay, if you want to have characters pass the torch and make a sacrifice, sure. Cool, whatever. Both of those deaths were fucking pathetic.
If she actually had the best death, she dies in battle, she's blasted out into space, and everybody actually for a brief moment has a moment going like, oh my god, Princess Leia is dead. And then like, no, she literally does the fucking Mary Poppins pose.
Yeah.
When I first heard it...
Instead, she kills her own son by distracting him during a fight.
Yes. Yeah, it would have been fine if she died in space. It was like, we didn't expect the actress to die. It was like, this is an earned death. It's a tragic death. Leave it.
I see that.
No.
It's so much easier to start the movie out with her funeral and say that the trauma of going into space and barely surviving, and you know the turmoil of the end of the movie of The Last Jedi made it so she couldn't keep going.
Now our business here
Treat it with more respect rather than, oh no, we kept her alive as a puppet.
Yeah, it would have made for a much better lead-in for what they did after that.
And also don't have her show up as a Force ghost that's retarded.
You get to have a Force ghost, and you get to have a Force ghost.
Like, I get that Qui-Gon was the first one to discover it, taught it to Yoda and Obi-Wan, and some others. But Luke logically would have learned it from being with them. But the training Luke and Leia should have done together should not have got her to the stage of being able to just easily become a Force ghost.
Well, the third movie even says, you know, she's not a Jedi. And by third movie, I mean the third in the Disney trilogy. That she wasn't a Jedi. She gave up her training because she saw into the future and saw that completing her training would result in her son's death, which she then says, no, someone else was supposed to do that instead, meaning kill her son, which is what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, but the
Thanks,
last Jedi is really
Rian.
good.
No, TLJ just straight up killed Star Wars. I put up with a lot. I am one of those guys who, when I'm invested, I'll go ahead and write into what the writers don't do in order to make it make sense. I will figure out a way to make something make sense.
I must apologize.
But
It was never the council's
TLJ made that impossible. It's just like, no, I can't get past this, this, and this. These are all coping. Yes, I am. I'm seething right now. I'm no longer coping, though. It's just, it's dead.
At the time,
What annoys me is when, somebody will try and engage me and is like, hey, what about the Mandalorian? It's like, no, fucking Star Wars dead. Like, no, it's not. It's like, okay, it died for me with TLJ. Oh, you're just a hater. I've been here since 77, motherfucker. You're on my lawn.
What's funny is I've heard so many people say that people are souring on the first season of Mandalorian. People are souring on the first season. It's like, anytime I see a discussion of the Mandalorian, it's always it got bad, not it's always been bad. And I only just realised it. Most people, they realised it was shit early on. A lot of people didn't have these revelations where they go back and actually this first season was crap.
People were telling me, no, you need to get in here. You need to watch this. I watched TLJ. I saw them throw something away. I do not want to get invested in something. If it's good now, they'll trash it later. Oh, you're just being negative. I was right.
but the council does not consider him to be
Raminus Polus protecting Hasselhoff.
We feared Hasseldor may have been involved with the necromancers. Thanks to your involvement, it would seem that he is not.
Is the goat that copes in the room with us right now? No, that's me. The unicorn is coping.
We will make no.
You knew the movie was going to be terrible when you saw the bombers. It's like, no, that was just one example.
Who up for Ramin de Polus?
What?
Some people have told me Andor is good.
It is.
And okay, I will say the last thing that I enjoyed of Star Wars was and suddenly my brain is frying trying to remember the actual name of the fucking movie. Rogue One, yes, that was it.
What's a Star Wars?
Are you ready for it?
Explain to me what a Star Wars
Very
is.
well.
Is that one
There's a
program
research-
that
Ronald Reagan was
trying to do?
It's a movie about space wizards made for children.
He's a good man.
Oh, I only know about the Ronald Reagan project.
It has Captain Kirk and Spock and Bones as Star Wars.
Ronald Reagan also made a movie about space wizards for children, and it was intended to protect America from nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
It was called Star Wars.
I don't know what a Star War is.
How about mixing up
Nancy, I think I'm going to have to go blow up the Death Star.
Look in. It's an alien skull.
These clothes are always like the white robes that they have are very silly. It looks like Elvis. This is meant to be like the center of the Empire's like magical knowledge, and you just got some dude looking like Elvis.
Yeah, I'm going to say the Arcane University is kind of underwhelming, isn't it? Which of the guilds is it that gets disbanded before Skyrim? Is it the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild?
The Mages Guild.
Man, I don't know how to feel about that.
So the Skyrim just doesn't have a Fighters Guild like base. I think they should have had, but they don't.
Yeah, because
everyone's a fighter
instead.
Basically, with the I think it's actually shortly after the Oblivion Crisis, given that the Archmage disappears, the replacement Archmage, your character probably also disappears. You know, him becoming Sheogorath is only an interpretation. It might not technically be canon.
I'm like 99% sure that's canon. It's kind of...
I'm 99% lost here.
Like, you mantle Sheogorath, and Sheogorath references Oblivion in Skyrim, but
that sounds kinky.
There's nothing directly stating that you have actually become like
Come on,
Sheogorath.
come on. Like, you can't... There's only so much you can do to, like, imply something without outright stating it in a way that doesn't make sense in universe. Hi, yes, I used to be a human, but now I'm a Daedric Lord. That's... no.
You're talking about Shivering Isles, right?
I mean, they can go with it as canon, but it's hard to directly state that, as a matter of fact, it is canon.
No, it's canon.
Because the problem with it is that by having him as canon and having the references he makes, it makes it so that the canonical hero of Kvatch does every questline, which can't really happen, given the way that it's presented.
It's Bethesda. Of course they expect every questline to have been completed by the fucking same character. Like, it's retarded. But come on, we're talking about Bethesda here.
Yeah, okay.
Are you trying to violate the physics of this room?
I should probably correct that and say Bethesda probably treats it as true, but in universe it does not make sense.
No, I know it does not make sense. There's so many things in universe that do not, make sense. Like, that's... I don't think that's a solid enough basis to say that, oh yeah, the hero of Kvatch isn't Sheogorath, it's only implied, when, like, the whole point of the implication they make is to say, yeah, it's the same guy.
Yeah, but the implications they make are very vague, right? They say, oh, the butterflies. It's like, okay, just because you experienced the butterflies at the start of the Shivering
Well, no, he
Isles...
says he remembers a head, referencing the Mother's Head from the Dark Brotherhood questline, a fox, referencing the Grey Fox, and a couple other things. I don't remember what the full quote is, but the point is, oh look, it's all these things from the previous game, therefore I am your character from the previous game.
But my position is Sheogorath is also present in the previous game.
What I really like about all this lore, to be honest, is so much of it is left vague enough to allow for arguments like this.
Well, no, because the whole point is that they're saying your character Skyrim is...
He says
he's a successor to himself.
Yeah.
Meaning he's the Mad God who became the Mad God because the old Mad God got turned into fucking Jiggalag, which is what he was originally.
But technically, that's already the case, because every era, Sheogorath resets into himself.
Yeah, which doesn't... Well, I can't say that doesn't happen anymore, but, like, the very obvious implication is that that doesn't happen anymore, because Jiggalag is off doing his own thing now, because he's free from the curse, because you have taken up the mantle of being the Mad God.
Yeah, that's definitely what Shivering Isles basically says. But, like, the line is, you were the best septim that's ever ruled, him talking to Pelagius. Well, except for that Martin fellow, that he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sporting. You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvellous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, oh, and the cheese to die for. Like, the cheese thing is specifically the old Sheogorath, not you. Like, the cheese for everyone stuff is specifically something...
Yeah, but that's something you experienced by hearing him talk about it, so it makes sense that that would carry over.
Jiggalag sounds like me after this signing.
Thanksgiving meal is what...
Oh, Thanksgiving, right.
Bloody tiny keys!
After these jiggle.
Buin is trying to contribute to the conversation on a phone, so forgive many things.
Yeah, phone typing.
I wouldn't be able to do that.
Phone typing is exceptionally obnoxious. I can't tell you how many times I've hit a key and it's the wrong key, so I have to backspace a couple times. Try to hit it again, hit the one next to it. Try to hit it again. It's like I'm placing my finger carefully over it, and like I'm still somehow hitting the one next to it. It's like,
oh, you're living my life where I practically have to get a stylus to tap the keys because I am a large person, so I have big fingers.
Kree is a boomer. Mods, banish this man to a realm of oblivion.
Okay.
Where'd the fucking lizard go? There she is.
You have business here? Don't tell me Jarl sent you. Erlov sent you, did he? Figures. He can't be bothered to come check on his own project, so he sends someone who knows nothing about it. And this is supposed to help? No offense to you, friend. It's not your fault. And perhaps you can help. If you can figure out how to use the pillar, I'd be thrilled. You're welcome to try your hand at it. That's what we're calling it, only because we don't know what it really is, or was. It's magical, we know that much.
Shit.
Enchanted somehow. We think
Guy Kree is not a furry, so he doesn't have any thoughts on that.
how it works.
I, on the other
All
hand,
I can say for sure is that it reacts to magic badly most of the time. Several mages were hurt attempting
My thoughts
to
are
cast
no.
spells at it.
All
It's
I
at
know
the
is Savage
bottom of the
Degenerates.
ruins, if you wish to try your luck. Be careful, though. It could be quite hazardous to your health. Best to play it safe. No complex magic. Stick to basic spells with single effects. It's not worth taking unnecessary risks. What a waste of my talents.
Shit, what do I do with my lighter?
What the hell is even that?
that's all that really needs to be said on that.
Be careful in here.
You know what sucks about YouTube?
A lot of things.
I know, but like, man,
Just open up a book there.
What?
Like, you just scroll through YouTube and nothing is like interesting at all.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
It's all the same shit, you know? It's just fuck, man.
Alright.
We're going to recommend to you videos you watched a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I hate.
Yeah.
You know what's funny to me? Is YouTube recommending me my own videos at the end of other videos that I watch. It's like, bruh, come on. I just
Yeah,
spent
that's up to
several
me,
months
man.
on that. I don't want to watch it again.
But like, it's gotten so bad that, believe it or not, I went back to watching old AVGN videos. Like,
I mean, that's not a problem. There's nothing wrong with some, like, rewatching AVGN.
well, no, the problem is like, there's nothing good these days. You know? Like, I was watching his Ghostbusters video, and it's just like, man, you just don't have that vulgarness anymore. Because, like, some of the things he said in that video were fucking hilarious. He was like, this is a bunch of ass fuck. Fuck the shit. And he throws a fucking controller after the room.
Okay, I
Relax.
decided to just check right now to see what my recommends would be, and I got blessed with 2023 French Holiday MRE Prawn Risotto Gourmet Festive Ration Box from Steve 1989 MRE. Steve is so precious. He's the guy who does things like get a hold of a Boer War beef ration and eat it. Yes, Steve 1989 is an absolute treasure. How this guy is not dead, I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely saving that one for later.
Golden age days of YouTube again. Yeah. That was an interesting era of YouTube, that's for sure.
Let's get this out on a tray. Nice.
Another channel that I used to watch a lot was Your Movie Sucks. I remember watching a lot of his old like movie reviews. That shit was hilarious.
Now we have
Whatever
the
happened
drinker
to
for
that?
that.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened to that.
I used to watch YMS a lot. I haven't really watched him since he went after Drinker, but I also haven't been paying attention to his channel.
The last thing I watched of his was that Lion King video. I like his really long, like
Yeah,
fucking 3 hour. Yeah.
The Lion King video. Oh. Okay, yeah, the
I
Lion
gotta
King
make
video one was good. I was thinking you were meaning the Kimba the White Lion one.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that one's a classic as well.
Yeah.
Cool Cat saves the kids.
And Cool Cat. Yeah. Fucking hell. I remember the first time I watched that Cool Cat video. I was like, dude, this is hilarious.
That one I couldn't get through because I couldn't take the cringe of the fucking cheap-ass movie.
Oh, dude. And then the Neil Breen. He introduced me to Neil Breen, and ever since then, I've fallen in love with that man. Neil Breen is a treasure.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I can't
How could you
believe you
commit
committed suicide.
I can't help you out of this one, Jim. And then my one of my favorite lines. Who am I? What am I?
Delivered with all the charisma of a wet fucking log.
It's beautiful though. You have to admit, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like no one could write movies like Neil Breen except Neil Breen, and that's why he's a treasure. All right, he's an absolute treasure.
A national treasure.
He really is. It's a shame Neil Breen's last film was Dog Water. Hey,
all of them are.
It was okay. The thing is, sure, it might have been his. Actually, no. I think it's better than Double Down, and I Am Here Now. But it's all right. Okay, it's all right. It's still pretty funny. The man's not aware of his humor, and that's okay. And I like that because of that.
It's
I
kind of
don't know.
shocking that he isn't aware.
Well, the reason why, actually, I know why. See, because I'm a hardcore Neil Breen fan, right? I wear Neil Breen shirts.
Oh no.
See, I'm just kidding. I don't. But he made a 5-hour-long movie class video where you get to learn how to make movies. All of his movies, he talks about how he makes them and teaches you how to make movies, which is hilarious. And I watched it, and one of the parts in the video was about how do you take criticism and how you take feedback. And you watch it, and you understand why he's so oblivious.
Oh no. Does
Because
he just ignore everything?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't ignore everything. He because everyone when they talk about him, they say, "Oh, Neil Breen, you're amazing. You make great content. Love your movies. All this shit." He loves it, and he doesn't know why. He's like, he gets the impression people just like his movies for what they are, and he's okay with that.
Oh my god, that's almost kind of sad. It's like, buddy, you do not understand what they mean.
Yeah, he doesn't understand it at all. So he thinks he's making like real, like personal, deep, like believe it or not, his last movie is supposed to be a psychological thriller, right? I didn't even fucking know that. So like, you have all these people, man, you did such a great job. Your movie's amazing. You know, he doesn't know.
Oh, I'd never heard of this guy, so I immediately go to YouTube and look up Neil Breen.
Oh god.
And immediately regret.
Why
Dude,
do you
Neil
regret
Breen's
it? You have been
he's a
enlightened,
treasure.
sir.
He is a
I'm watching this guy walk out of the distance through a Windows 95 landscape to fight a white tiger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was fuck, what film was that? I'm a Neil Breen expert, not I should know which film that was. That one's my least favorite. I forgot the name of it.
I'm actually trying to figure out how this animation was done. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know this program that he was using.
Don't watch Kate the Torture Crossing. He became self-aware. I don't know about that. There were some scenes that he clearly was not self-aware.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I can't believe you committed suicide.
Neil Breen's just amazing.
What the Kree doing? Well, I just got killed by a trap because I wasn't paying as much attention as I maybe should have. Wah.
My God, it just keeps going.
You know what I want to see in the future?
What?
I want to see Neil Breen make a Bethesda game.
You know what? The writing quality would actually improve if we got rid of ML and put Neil Breen as the lead writer.
See, the thing is, it might actually get better because if you only have one writer instead of the many writers taking it in all different
Well, the
directions.
problem is Neil Breen is just going to write about...
Stop, someone's coming!
He's just going to talk about murdering a bunch of people and that he's the right god and all this shit.
Oh shit, he used Poser 4. He used Poser 4 to create a stop motion tiger fight.
Or it's going to be like I Am Here Now, where he was Robo Jesus, you know? It's
In
like...
Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, and Skyrim, you all play some variant of a Chosen One figure. And in Oblivion, you're technically a Chosen One, but only insofar as the Emperor had a dream about you.
Okay, well then I guess Neil Breen would be perfect for it.
The Cinema Snob reviewed his stuff? A compilation. Okay, I gotta watch this. The Neil Breen Collection by the Cinema Snob.
Because in Arena, you're chosen by the ghost of Rhea Silmain, or what the fuck else her name is, to go about and beat Yeogarthan. In Daggerfall, you're chosen by the Emperor to complete the mission. Morrowind, you're chosen by Azura to try and fulfill the prophecies. Oblivion, the Emperor has a bad dream about you. It's like, oh, you're destined to do something, but I don't know what. I'll probably save everyone. And then in Skyrim, you're like Dragon Jesus.
It's our most biblical story we've ever written.
A portion of the dragon god's soul was put into a mortal man, and he can cast healing, and he hoards bread and wine. So clearly, he's Jesus.
You know, I think Neil Breen would be perfect for Bethesda. I think he would. I think you're right. He would increase the quality of the writing.
Absolutely.
Bears do not abide the levitation ban. What the fuck?
Are you in the fan art channel, Mr. Cameron?
The fan art discussion channel, yes.
Oh, wait. I thought you were here for that part.
I was, but I didn't realize that Beeb was able to sketch that up that fast.
So when the first time it happened...
That was when I
and
came
Beeb,
in.
And Beeb did the art, that was just before Calbeck had joined.
Oh
I
my god,
thought
that's
Calbeck joined at the second time it happened.
Yeah, and Beeb did the art the first time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remind people.
I hadn't scrolled back far enough.
Yeah, I don't think you've heard of Neil Breen.
That's why you pick the fan art one, just to see the images, and then you go to fan art discussion.
Shit.
I'm just trying to get caught up on stuff, and for me that's impossible these days.
Everything's going too quickly nowadays. They should make you slow it down just for me.
No, I get interested in too much shit. I really should get rid of about half of these Discord channels that I never actually say anything in.
Take it from someone that got rid of a bunch of Discord channels. It's pretty nice when you only have like one.
The Great Culling. I have Discord channels like Kree used to have tabs.
Used to.
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm hoping that
dare insult my tabs.
I am hoping that your character arc has proceeded at some point.
It has. I have even more tabs than I did before.
Oh God!
Wait, you're telling me you have a bunch of tabs open all the time on your computer?
Yeah, don't you?
Well, I think I found out why Starfield was lagging yesterday.
That's
There was-
strange because I didn't play it yesterday.
There was once a surprise reveal of his desktop, and it was like all shortcuts.
Bruh.
It was recently, but it wasn't yesterday.
yesterday.
It was
It was
last time he was
yesterday.
playing Oblivion, then he went to Starfield, then the next day played Lethal Company.
And then I was off for 2 days because I had work.
Yeah.
I know one day you played Starfield and it was lagging like shit.
Yeah.
That would explain that. Fucking, how many tabs do you have open?
Few hundred.
Jesus Christ. Why?
Because it's stuff I'm interested in and want to return to.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Maybe book.
Where other people have
the only
bookmarks, he just
downside-
has tabs.
The only downside
Yeah,
is
I would say
Cree
just
almost
bookmark
lost.
the page
Book-
so you can go back to it.
Cree almost
Bookmarks
lost
are-
some email tweets.
Bookmarks are stuff I'm saving for later.
Oh, okay.
I have a system. God.
Kree's character arc is going in a direction. Downwards is a direction. Kree, get help. Tab addiction doesn't have to control you.
It's not a downward direction. I am fine. It's all of you who are wrong.
You know, Kree, I bet you're one of those people that, like, if you got a new monitor for your computer, but it didn't come with a stand, you would just put a bunch of games underneath of it and books to keep the monitor keep it staying up. You sound like that kind of a person.
No.
I used to
If
I
I
used
got-
to set my third monitor just on the table because I wanted it sideways.
Yeah, just lay your monitor on the fucking table with games and shit to lean it, and that's it. It's like, yep, all right, that's it. That's good enough. I don't need to stand.
If I got a computer monitor without a stand, I would return it.
Really?
That's if I wanted the regular stand. Right now, I have one of those arm stands for the monitors that like latch onto your desk, so I can move them. They're up a lot higher than they normally would be with a regular stand.
We are not allowed to banish anybody to the tab dimension. They simply would pop up in Kree's room.
No.
I also have arms. Mine are bracketed to the wall. I can move them forward and sideways and rotate them.
Yeah, it's really nice having the monitors on arms. I don't move
The
the
only
arms
downside
much, but you know.
Is my right monitor I mostly just use for Discord and coding, and we set the bracket too low. So I can't actually turn it sideways, so that I can have it portrait mode.
I should get a third monitor.
It just hits the table.
3 monitors are really nice.
Yeah, having
I'd
two
have
is
more
like
monitors,
actually
but my
life
graphics card only
changing.
Yeah, my graphics card only has 3 ports, so I can only have 3
Well,
monitors.
when you have 3, when it comes to like editing, it's a lot fucking easier because you can have one monitor for like having all your files open for whatever you need to grab. You have one monitor open for like, you know, whenever you need to grab a YouTube clip with like 4K video downloader, and then you got the editing program.
I just have box towers. Like, I've got my dresser over there. On top of it is a U-Haul box, which has a shitload of games that I haven't opened up in like over a decade. Just really old shit. And on top of that are guns, bullets, and a D&D style chest, which is also full of bullets.
Sounds fun.
Give me your
Like,
bullets.
well,
I
I-
need to eat more delicious gunpowder.
I need more bullets. I need more bullets.
I didn't buy any of these. I have friends who just dropped them off.
Actually, Mr. Calbeck, they're considered rounds. The bullet is the bit that goes pew pew. The round is the entire thing.
I'm going to take a bullet, and I'm going to fire it through your nose. Because your nose is hollow for your skeleton.
Yeah.
Oh god, a couple of liches got summoned.
Oh God. Oh Jesus, there's 3 of them.
Later, liches.
No,
Button!
Later,
Boing.
whores.
Later, liches.
Hey, come back here and let me zap you.
Hey, Mages Guild people, everything's fine. Don't worry about the liches that are coming up from the basement. Have fun.
It's funny that they've got two different types of liches in this game.
What's that you?
They've
That
got the
looks
lich
important.
enemies, and then there's just a random dude who has a phylactery in his pocket.
Really found something. You'd
So
best
that if you
get
pick it
that
up, he
to
immediately
Murloc
dies.
back at the- This place has been since we disposed of the creatures that had taken up residence. The pillar has had us stumped for more than a week now. Not to mention the
Wolfie's like, I don't know who it is, but one of you in the call sounds like me, and it's
what a
scaring me.
waste of my talents.
Who?
Clearly not you, and clearly not Thief.
But none of you sound like Wolfie.
Hagen's not in the call, silly.
What?
The joke is that Wolfie got mistaken for Pagan when they were playing a game.
Oh, that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. See, Jack, he doesn't know his own law. I know his law. He doesn't.
I can't. I don't have enough memory in my brain to remember everything.
Maybe close some tabs.
I need to remember where to buy chocolate milk from.
Sayonara, Nick. Very insightful commentary, Wolfie. Regular. Can't say phylactery anymore. D&D says it's racist or some bullshit.
What?
Can't have phylactery anymore because woke. SMH my head.
It's racist towards liches that you would say such a horrible thing.
Well,
I'm so sick
you
of
know,
woke shit.
Hello,
some liches are phylactery intolerant.
What's this?
Bruh.
Well, Romanus was right in sending you out.
I like how the fucking lizard bitch was like, "Oh my god, this place has stumped us for more than a week." It's like, bruh, really? A week?
Okay, that's pretty specific.
Well, see, that's the thing. This is like medieval fantasy land where traveling takes time. You like, oh hey, we haven't figured out this Iliad rune for a week. Wow, it's like, I don't know. It probably took the dude longer, realistically, to walk home from the ruin than a week.
No, the origin of phylactery.
Oh.
There's 3 definitions. One, in the middle, any charm or amulet worn as a preservative from danger or disease. You would think that that would be basically it. Both of the others have to do with Jewish tradition. So I'll bet you somebody's out there screaming, this is anti-Semitic.
Bruh.
Same people who bitched about golems being in D&D.
Paizo has discontinued the use of the word phylactery in its Pathfinder publications due to the word's origins as an item used in real-world religious customs.
Oh, wow. So we need to get rid of all kinds of other things, too.
Yeah, that's retarded. It's like, yeah, you can't have holy water in your thing anymore because it's a religious thing. Fuck off.
So it's not even Wizards of the Coast, it's Pathfinder did it. But then again, Pathfinder went, quote-unquote, went woke, with Pathfinder 2 having its weird, like, fucking... I can't remember which one it was, because Vampire the Masquerade had the if you're a Nazi, don't play this game in their rulebook. And I think Pathfinder 2 had something about, like, gender ideology in its fucking rulebook.
The newest version of D&D for DMs is saying that your players should have the ability to have safe words, so if they're offended by anything in the game, they can just stop and tell you what it is, and you're also not allowed to ask them what the reason is.
That's so silly. So I played D&D with my girlfriend's friends, and they're a bit more left-leaning than I am, like a lot more left-leaning than I am. And even with them, I joked, I didn't sign a consent sheet for this D&D, and they were like, oh no, fuck no, that's bullshit. Because, you know, most people, even if they're left-leaning, it's like, I don't want to have to fucking fill out the consent sheet so you know what you can and can't fucking do in this roleplay. That's ridiculous.
See, I would have thought that their problem with phylactery would have been to claim that it's anti-Semitic because, okay, the phylactery is what brings the Lich back, right? Unless the phylactery is destroyed, the Lich can come back.
Yeah, that's usually the thing.
Well, the origin of the phylactery is it's straight up a Jewish item which contains a couple of scraps of parchment with biblical verses written on it. Either of two small leather boxes containing strips of parchment inscribed with quotations from Hebrew scriptures traditionally worn strapped to the forehead and left arm by Jewish men during morning worship except on Sabbath and holidays.
So in the article, they say it's noted that subsequent descriptions of the phylactery in Dungeons & Dragons even went as far as to note that the box contained spells written on strips of paper, similar to how a tefillin, the Jewish phylactery, contains passages of the Torah inside of it. So it's just a look. It's the same. Like with Hogwarts Legacy, oh my god, they put a Jewish musical instrument in it, and there was a riot from the goblins. That means the goblins are Jews.
Because we are so focused. I'd like you to
Oy vey, there's a candelabra with 7 points on it. It's a menorah.
I saw a meme around when Hogwarts Legacy that came out that made it seem very funny to me. Where it was like, pick a random year in all of history, and the Jews are going to be doing something in it. So it's like you can't pick any year for any revolt to ever happen. Because it's just a fucking year set in a historical setting for a bunch of fucking magical creatures. It doesn't mean Jewish people.
That's the thing, is that I would have expected that if somebody had to burr up their ass, it's because somebody went and looked up the Wikipedia definition and got offended.
Now that is a bit more specific.
This article draws a connection with because liches are depicted almost universally as evil creatures in D&D and other fantasy properties. Some methods of becoming a lich involve the ritual sacrifice of an infant, and because the phylactery is usually depicted as an evil artifact, some have pointed out that using the word seems problematic.
I'm unclear on the origins of the text, but it does involve these gems.
If you don't want to be associated with if you don't want to be associated with ritual sacrificing of children, maybe you shouldn't do your religious ceremony where you cut the foreskin off and suck it. You fucking freaks.
Take care.
So a lot of respect to any Jew that calls out that shit, because it's fucking disgusting.
I was actually zoning out because I was paying attention to the game.
Oh my god.
What?
You were paying attention to the game brought you into it to the point that everybody else got tuned out.
No, I also just didn't care about the discussion that was happening anymore.
Okay.
I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but like, it is very easy for me to just like fade away from a discussion when I just lose all interest, which sometimes can literally just happen at random.
Fair enough.
Chat, which part of the autism spectrum is that? Is it ADHD or Asperger's?
I'm diagnosed with ADHD, so...
I was going to say that's ADHD. The brain keeps going incessantly, but changes gears constantly.
As well, the D&D is made for people who are traditionally socially inept, yet people never had trouble with talking out their problems at the table until Tumblrites joined the hobby. Yeah, pretty much.
A visitor, yes.
Creep hold up. Bored now. I mean, kinda.
It's attention deficit hypergotive disorder.
Right.
They just used to call it being hyperactive in my day.
How goes it?
Yeah.
Here, have some coffee. That'll calm him down by the time he gets to school.
The goat is short. No, I'm not. I'm not super tall either, but, like, I'm not short.
He's not a goatlet.
By the way, they changed the word to soul cages in Pathfinder. Which
That's
is like,
retarded.
Yeah,
Phylactery is like a way better word because it just sounds
it's a
more
cool
interesting.
sounding word. Yeah.
I don't think a lich would refer to themselves as being caged.
Yeah.
I'm going to cage myself now.
It's especially when the whole point is like freedom from death. Like the whole point is so you're not constrained by the limits of life. Phylactery is just cooler? Yeah, that too. So sad to hear Kretosis is a diagnosed retard. I mean, that is the joke I made earlier when I got back from being AFK. The diagnosis is in. I'm retarded. The Lich is free.
Autism gives me the opposite problem, unfortunately. Lots of noises makes it hard to focus on something. Well, I usually pause things whenever I get a sound donation.
I kind of have that too, to a degree. Like, it's a different kind of thing where, like, if I'm trying to write or read something, hearing stuff will just completely scramble my brain on the matter. I can't do any writing if I have most kinds of audio playing. I'm getting a little bit better with, like, music that has no lyrics, but otherwise, anything else is going, and I can't.
Yeah, we talked about this before. My limit with that is speaking and typing. I can't speak and type, but listening and typing, I could do that plenty. I feel like I've basically just brute forced myself into it though.
Sorry, what?
Is that a joke or is
I was actually looking up the etymology. See, the thing is, when people get into a pissing contest over the meaning of words or how we should think of words, I like to go back to, it's like, okay, what did the word actually originally mean? Because that's what should be important, not what you attach to it in your modern baggage.
Excellent work.
Even if that so-and-so modern baggage was from the 14th century.
I've never heard.
Say the origin of phylactery is basically to guard, to preserve, guardian, protector. It's from Greek.
Good day.
Yeah.
And also amulet. Phylacterium is essentially an amulet which guards. Hey, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's what it does. How it does that and for what purpose, that is a different question.
Sheaf of notes with him about it.
But it'd be like saying, I don't like the word biscuit. The word biscuit is terrible because it has to do with dog biscuits. So I associate it with dog biscuits. Like, no, it's here, have a digestive biscuit with your tea. Have a biscuit with gravy. Have, whatever. It's like, no, I can only associate it with a dog. It's dog food.
I'm sorry, your example made me look up the etymology of biscuit, and it comes from the Latin panis.
Perhaps we should look into it for more clues.
Anis?
Panis, biscottus.
Oh, panis. Oh, well, biscotti. Biscotti.
Yeah. Which I recognize. It's
so panis and coctus is biscuit.
An altar there, as the note suggests. Go to the Dark Fisher the next time this. Please.
Oh, panis is just bread, right? Yeah.
I think twice baked is bread twice baked. So biscottis.
That's called toast.
Yeah. So toast is a biscuit.
Bruh.
If you toast if you bake your toast twice, though, you just have a charred piece of bread.
So where does the British calling it biscuit comes from? Because even this goes with the American definition.
It's about how the British do everything wrong.
Yeah, pretty much. Because this specifically says kind of hard, dry bread baked in thin, flat cakes, which clearly isn't British biscuits. Where does cookie come from?
Now I'm hungry.
Stop talking about food.
Oh, it comes from cake, I think. Fair enough.
Cree, your thoughts on the French? Disgusting creatures.
Get out of my sight.
There's something funny about being, like, unnecessarily fucking racist towards French.
Is that
It's,
even
uh,
racism?
It's
No,
Reddit racism.
it's
It's
just being
safe
correct.
racism. The French deserve it, but the British, we go through enough trouble already. We don't need making fun of, okay? I have heard of aristocratic utensil. Have you guys heard of aristocratic utensil?
Yeah, I've watched one of his videos.
Yes, I have.
See, there you go, Wolfie. We all have heard of aristocratic utensil.
Insufferably monarchistic. We love him so.
I do think he's a bit wordy in some of his videos. And not in a like long man bad way, but in like a you used way too many words here for like a very simple statement.
I probably fail horribly at this, but I try to use as few words as possible to describe what I want to, usually.
Usually use as few words as possible when you want to, usually. Nice job.
Shut up.
The voices will not stop. Safe racism, being racist towards the French, versus not safe for work racism. Hating, is that Rhode Island? Is that New England? I don't know what state NI is.
New Illinois.
Oh my god. I thought the old one was bad enough.
We could have got of had. Now there are two of them.
Yes, North Idaho and Illinois.
Illinois, I like Illinois, that's fun.
Illinois almost sounds wholesome. Nebraska.
In the Cree chat, straight up representing New Idaho. I'm going to rename myself from Safe Llama to Safe Racism. His video.
Yeah, good luck with the script there.
Is the main reason Wolfie's writing a script for a possible video idea. Not sure if I go through with it. Basically, a breakdown of how narcissistic he is. Who Utensil or Birdman?
His videos on the Birdman is the main reason he's writing the scripts. I think they mean Utensil.
I'd agree with both of them being narcissistic.
I assume...
I kind of like Utensil's presentation and such. My only problem is that if he has any chance at coming back to monarchy is actually the best system of government, actually, that he will always do it, 100%.
Yeah. But yeah, Wolfie said Birdman. And I agree, Birdman is very narcissistic. Utensil's narcissistic in a posh type of way, whereas Birdman's a narcissist in a type of, did you even read? Okay, well, clearly you'd agree with me if you just read my comment. Because he also
I'm not sure that's narcissism as opposed to just being a snarky fuck.
Kind of. He also did a video about Drinker, with the whole, oh, Drinker's evil, he does this, he's lying about things. It's like, no, he's not lying. And I watched it and I was like, oh, this is fucking awful. This is just so bad.
Something that kind of bugs me about the Fallout discourse, actually, is I've seen a lot of comments, even on my own videos, from people saying stuff to the effect of, yeah, Drinker really dropped the ball on Fallout. It made me unsubscribe from him. When it's like, I'm sorry, is he not allowed to have, like, a bad take once in a while? Even Drinker himself has, like, walked back his praise of the show. Like, after seeing Mahler's video.
He dropped a quick impressions video talking about the things that made him like it, which is like, yeah, that's understandable. A lot of people can fall for that. And then in his stream where he's discussing it with Mahler, he has someone on his side. So it feels like, oh no, maybe I am right about this. Because the other guy in that call did actually lie. He said just blatantly incorrect information that he knew was wrong. Because he said, I had just played New Vegas, but actually the Pridwin was added in New Vegas. Like, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, the thing is, it's one of those shows where if you're just going to binge it on first pass, everything seems to be okay. It's only when you stop and start thinking about it, it's like, wait.
Yeah.
Or if you know enough about Fallout lore that something just stands out and smacks you in the face and you stop and go, wait.
Yeah.
But yeah, Birdman's video on Drinker was basically just YMS's video on Drinker, just repeated, even though basically every point in Drinker's videos like debunked.
Oh god, wasn't that Chris Gore? No. There's four or five people on that stream. There's Mauler and Drinker, obviously, because there's open bar. There was... I kind of want to say it was Jedi Brooks that also hated the show, but I don't know if that was him or not that was on there. And there was another guy. I don't remember who that was. Gary was there, I think? Yeah, because sometimes they have five people, and I remember Gary wasn't too into it either. Who?
I think his name... So there was a dude that had a Darksiders 2 profile picture, which I think was like Reaper or something. And the other one, I think, was one of Drinker's either moderators or, like, supporters.
Yeah, then it was Reaper, then that was on Mauler's side, saying how much he fucking hated the show.
Yeah.
Because I remember it was someone who was, like, a YouTuber I was aware of existing. I couldn't remember... Like, I forgot the name Reaper for some reason, but I thought it was Jedi Brooks.
So there are 5 here. There's Nerdrotic, Reaper, Mauler, Drinker, and Lance Steen Anthony Nielsen. Anthony Nielsen was the guy that said the blimp is from Fallout New Vegas instead of Fallout 4.
Yeah, that's...
not a blimp!
And he was the one who made the "it's just a game" argument that Drinker then reinforced. Like the Lance guy was the first to do it, and then Drinker was like, "Oh, yeah, no, that's a good point," so he copied it.
That is a bit weak, but again, that's not enough to unsubscribe for Drake. Again,
yeah, no.
If you're going to unsubscribe from someone for one bad take, then you're going to end up unsubscribing from everyone eventually.
The way I saw it was Drinker had the position that he liked the show. He had someone on his side reinforcing things like, "Oh no, that's like the game. It makes sense." And so he just had someone that agreed with him, so he couldn't think as critically about the position. But then later on, he admits, "Oh, yeah, no, this is bad." After watching Mauler's video, like, he's one of the top comments saying, "Okay, yeah, this really was bad."
Yeah.
And I think, to give Lance some credit, I think he says something along the lines of, "I think that was added in New Vegas." Reaper says, "No, it wasn't." And he's like, "I'm pretty sure it was." It's like, no. At best bet, you're misinterpreting Brotherhood of Steel and Tactics, because Tactics is the one with the blimp. I was thinking that was New Vegas.
But how do you mix those games up from New Vegas when they don't play like New Vegas at all?
Dunno. That's just my most charitable interpretation. It's like, oh, there were already blimps in the game, so New Vegas must have done it.
Yeah, fair.
And then I think...
None of them are blimps!
I think Drink's position
airships,
was that he's only ever played
whatever.
Fallout 4.
They're dirigibles.
Dirigible.
Dirigibles.
Dirigible these nuts.
I would describe the Fallout show as a gilded turd that looks really convincingly like a lump of solid gold. If you're not primed to actually investigate it, it could easily fool you. Yeah, if you're a mouth breather and you don't breathe through your nose.
Well, if you were breathing through your nose, you would notice that it's a turd.
Yeah, that's the point. You have to be a mouth breather to know.
When the fuck does this stupid thing activate?
Oh, the Revenant Moon.
Yeah. I've waited nearly the entire week.
I can't believe somebody actually did a compilation of all the songs from the Fallout TV show as a video.
Bruh.
Just, okay.
How many
how
songs?
Is it...
It happens
Okay,
one night
let's see
per
here.
week at midnight.
Okay, at midnight. At least I know that. Which night?
Okay, the video takes an hour and 50 minutes, so it's all the songs.
Let's see.
No, I mean, how many songs are there?
Let me see here, because he actually has.
'Cause I didn't actually do a count.
He actually has the full list here, which is interesting. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Does the wiki really just not have a... Is it random? It's got to have an actual day, right?
38, 39, 40... 42.
Sunday. It's Sunday. Sunday morning, so Saturday night. Finally.
Oh, so yeah, it depends on... Well, this makes no sense. Okay. So what month are you in? Sun's Dawn. Oh, that's the next month, crazy.
I was looking to see whether or not I could find any videos other than yours that were really doing any kind of significant critique, and it just kept going on and on with trash. It's like, hey, here's a video that's an hour and 50 minutes of just music from the show. It's a giant playlist. Oh, okay.
Give me your black soul gems. I need... Whoa.
What the hell?
Never seen that before.
Really?
I need to use the black soul gems to capture souls of my enemies. I shall use them as batteries for my staff.
That was a very weird visual.
That's basically everyone, isn't it?
Yes.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Don't miss your chance to spit upon the gods and make your own blaspheming black soul gems. 12 a.m. on Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
How ironic would it be to...
You're doing it wrong. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Don't miss your chance to spit upon the gods and make your own blaspheming black soul gems! 12 a.m. on Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! You'll buy the entire seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. for me, so of course I'm not check out that.
How ironic would it be to capture a necromancer's soul and use it as a battery for my magic weapons?
Would that be irony?
Yes, it would.
It's not dramatic irony, but it is the other type of irony.
The Fallout TV show is unworthy. This show could not pick up Mjolnir.
Now that is irony. God, I fucking love Futurama. Don't forget the we'll fuck your wife. Yep, that's right. We'll fuck her at the end of the Soul Gem commercial too. What?
You bring in your wife and we'll fuck her.
Bruh.
If you're
Big Bill Hell's black gems.
If you're dumb enough to use a black soul gem this Sunday, you're dumb enough to buy this.
Oh my god. Not the real Lich! Or, Wraith.
Fuck you, Kvatch!
Fuck you, Cyrodiil.
Well,
if
that
you're
is
dumb
a
enough to
Lich.
use the black soul gem. I find it funny that you can just summon liches.
Yeah.
Summon liches, get bitches.
It's kind of fucked up, actually.
Like, a problem that Morrowind has with its necromancy is that you're just summoning skeletons. You're not actually being necromantic. You're just, like, a magical skeleton. And that's a genuinely good improvement from Skyrim's part. Like, the tiny improvement. You can actually resurrect bodies. It's just very funny that in none of the games where you can do a form of necromancy, summoning skeletons, or raising bodies, is it ever really a crime.
The thing that bugs me too is that there isn't a school of magic that's necromancy, it's conjuration. I don't like that there isn't that separation.
I've in my game I've split necromancy into its own skill tree.
Yeah, that's what I want to do for mine as well.
You
Fuck
just-
you,
you just
Baltimore!
You just took silence off of this guy. Silence, whore.
Silence.
I also split off like the Daedric aspect of conjuration into its own tree, because to me, conjuration spells are using magic to make things like elementals or magical items, like bound weapons, not summoning a demon from hell. So summoning a demon from hell also isn't necromancy. So summoning a demon from hell should be a separate school, which is like I call it communa because it's communicating with hell and heaven to summon heavenly and demonic beings.
Oh my god, there's so many gloom wraiths.
Using conjuration to summon a girlfriend for Kree's lonely ass.
Wow! What the fuck did I
Solid.
do to deserve that? That was fucking brutal. That was
I've
actually
seen Skyrim mods that
fucking
it was voices
remorseless.
because it was brutal. I've seen Skyrim mods that fix every problem I can ever have with it, except it's shit like well, there is it's a really long in the works still, mod that is rewriting the story for Skyrim. I have obviously grievances with it because it seems like they want like weird character romances as part of the story instead of not having that. Like you're trying to make it Mass Effect instead of just writing the story a bit better. But still, it's not out yet, but it's getting closer and closer to finishing. I'll have to remind myself what the name of the mod is.
They went for the fucking kill shot with that one.
Reusing conjuration to conjure up some chocolate milk and dino nuggies.
I don't like chicken nuggets. And especially don't like dino nuggets now thanks to fucking Beeb's dinosaur autism.
The alchemy shop owner when I walk in with a fire.
I can't eat this. This is my girlfriend.
Fire resistance potions.
The alchemy shop owner when what?
When I walk in with a fire Atronac and buy all their fire resistance potions. Be careful, voices. If you're using Skyrim, the fire resistance can't reach 100%. You're gonna get a burnt penis.
This is a terrible dungeon. The skeleton summoned the skeleton! Oh my god, they're using the power of mitosis to fucking reproduce. That's what it's called when a cell splits in two, right?
Yeah. And when you do it, it's called cretosis.
Wow. That's racist.
Just forge a magic resistance ring. Even that doesn't, like, you can get up to 97, I think, percent Phantome. So if you do magic resistance and fire resistance, you'll get up to 97. So if you're still going to receive some fire damage. I think it's 97. It's really high, but it's still not 100%.
Oh no.
Yes, it's pronounced mitosis, but who cares? Mitosis is just as fine.
Potato, potato.
Yeah. I think there are some mods that try and give you more poison usages based on like a perk, rather than just giving you 5 usages of a single poison. But balancing alchemy is always going to be hard, so that's understandable.
Yeah.
My personal pet peeve with Skyrim, it's got so many mistakes and problems in it. My personal pet peeve is the fucking resistance caps. 85% for armor and like the same for magic. It's like, fuck off. But if I want to be 100% resistant to fire, let me be 100% resistant to fire.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Wolfie says, all right, work's getting busy, so got to go. You guys have a good night. Good night, Wolfie.
Yeah, have a good one, Wolfie. See you later. That's one thing I really, really, really fucking hate about Skyrim's alchemy system is the fact that you can't do it on the go anymore. You have to use the fucking alchemy table provided to you in set locations. I hate it.
And the thing is, so many mods, well not so many, but there are multiple mods that let you do it in the field by just carrying a mortar and pestle around with you, and there's like no flaws with it. It just puts you in the exact same animation that it plays whilst you're at the alchemy station, and you just use your crafting menu. There's no reason why they couldn't do that.
The reason is fuck you, we're gonna make things arbitrarily stupid.
And like, I don't think Skyrim ever does it, but New Vegas obviously has the code to let you access crafting tables through companions. Veronica has one and EDE has one. So, like, the game is capable, you know, modders can do it anyway, but the people making the games are capable of just having it so that you can, at will, activate the crafting menu that is the alchemy menu, just tie it to using a mortar and pestle. The alchemy shop owners union really outlawed mortar and pestles. So true. What do they seek to gain from this? It's why I always just, like, again, I play it so much, but mostly because I play it modded. A mod that lets me use a mortar and pestle on the go. And, like, the mod I use even has the option that, oh, to make Alchemy Station still have a reason for existing, if you're doing it on the go, it's slightly less effective than doing it at a station. Because they don't want to add all 4 parts of the Alchemy Station that got fucking combined into that one place. The Alembic, the Mortar and Pestle, the Crucible, and the Calcinator.
Where'd the fucking entrance to this area go? There it
You're
is.
trapped underground with the dead.
No. Oh god.
I think it's this cave, or it might have been a different cave, that Patrician and Private Sessions specifically point out that it'd be really good to just have a fast travel out of cave option.
Yeah.
Because these dungeons are not designed for going back out, really.
Yeah.
Is this why they dumbed down dungeon design later so that the exit would basically be
100%.
right there?
It's why most dungeons are all just circles, because making the character, like, designing a maze for the person to go through, oh no, they're going to get frustrated. And even in the cases where they do have slight mazes, they're very rudimentary and basic.
I always hated that.
Labyrinthian goes from an actual labyrinth in arena to a fucking hallway with multiple, you know, rooms on the sides of it.
I think about the only time that I didn't have an issue with it was with Clavicus Vile's thing, where the exit to it is basically its own thing. This is an exit that if you'd known about it, it makes sense that you should have been able to find it.
There's a
because
bunch
that
of
would be the way in.
There's a bunch of dungeons like that in Skyrim too. There's 2 types of dungeons. Circles or lines. Lines have a secondary exit that don't have a map marker, and they're either impossible or extremely difficult to reach, even if you do know where they are. And even if you can reach them, they're usually locked.
Clavicus Vile's one, for example, has like a weird portcullis that you can only open from the inside. So if you do go in backwards, you're just stuck. You know what fixes this? Mark and Recall. Yes, but they had they wanted to trap you in a bunch of things, and they don't have Dagoth as a good excuse this time. So. What's funny is in Morrowind right now.
I'm sorry. I have the mental image of you leaping at this statue of Vermina and like stabbing it with a black soul gem. Here! Both hands outstretched. Whack!
You know what?
Fucking soul gem.
What's the code for a black soul gem? I want to do this quest, but I don't want to give up the black soul gem I do have.
Okay. Let me.
In fact, let me use that one to charge a battery.
You want it filled or not?
I don't think I need it filled.
So it's just 192.
192.
Yep. There are 2 others as well, but I don't know. The 3rd one is the Chaden Hall recommendation one. The 4th one is never found in game, so don't do them. Okay.
Black soul gem. Alright. Let's see what happens when I do this from a jumping position. Hold on. If I do it from here. I do it from here.
We meet again, mortal. For we have met
We meet again, mortal.
whether you know it or not. When you mutter in your sleep, you speak to me.
By the way, where's Azura's shrine? I need that soul gem.
Azura's shrine is relatively close to.
Ew. When you wake up wet, you just left my house. Ew.
Bruh.
I think she's talking sweating, not wet dreams. Don't worry, Calvin.
The wizard Arkfed has the orb of Vermina.
I dwell in your dreams.
The dreams of my followers.
Only my waifus live there.
Into the waking.
And you know, the nightmares that terrify me.
Retrieve my orb.
Northeast, that's very helpful.
Azura's shrine is. Where the fuck's Shading Hall?
Daedric whore.
Yeah, it's like north of Shading Hall.
North.
It's past the cave you do for the Mythic Dawn, the Lake Arius Caverns.
Oh, okay. So if I go to Lord Rungdump estate, then that should put me relatively close.
Yeah, it's
Rungdump?
it's northwest.
Lord Rugdumph.
There's also an Ayleid Well, like directly west of Rugdumph, and her shrine is north of that Ayleid Well.
Also, it appears I lost Shadowmere. I don't know where.
I like how you have a skeleton familiar with all the information you need on hand.
Yeah. The green skeleton from Batman.
Yeah. You have the slightest.
I need to find a Daedric shrine.
He's one of 2
Well,
skeletal
Bosh.
minions I have. The other
Just
one
to
is
the northwest,
Idigo.
Bosh.
Alright, you said it was north of a lake.
Okay, yeah, the well is around about where you are, actually. Should be at the top of this hill, maybe?
It doesn't have a map marker of its own, does it?
Azura's Shrine does, but the well doesn't.
Well, yeah, I know Azura's Shrine does.
So I think you're near Gutted Mine, I think.
There is a mine nearby. Let me see if it's the Gutted Mine.
Because I'm pretty sure Gutted Mine is where she sends you, isn't it?
I found the Gutted Mine. It needs a key.
Yeah, because that's the quest she takes. So the well is directly east from the mine, whereas her shrine is northeast.
So I just gotta keep going north until I see the icon.
Yeah. The little weird demon-looking image.
Oh no, it's a bear. She usually likes to have her shit on the top of mountains.
Yeah, you're currently going northwest. You need to turn right
Look
a bit.
across this broken landscape.
Look, I'm using my goat powers, okay? It's the only way it's gonna be able to cross here.
Woe who bear upon you.
No, he's trying. He's fucking trying.
He may be succeeding. He's getting closer. Ah, I'm over a cupboard. I forgot to sell my shit.
Are you actually gonna tap out? Oh, never mind.
What?
I thought you were going like, hang on a second, bear. Fast travel to town. It's all shit.
So
Can't when enemies are nearby.
east. I think you're basically in line with it at this point.
What?
Going from the brief glimpse of the map, I think it's just directly east now. Just don't go back down the mountain. Yeah, you're very far north. Look at that beautiful LOD. Oblivion surely looks like a painting done by a monkey.
You cannot go that way. Turn back.
Yeah, you're a bit too far north.
Maybe I should have just traveled to the fucking Temple of the Ancestor Moths.
Yeah, there's a road that takes you from the moths to the shrine.
Bruh.
There is a rune stone nearby, relatively, as well.
Boingy, boingy,
What do the
boingy.
rune stones even do? Don't they just give you, like, some shitty piece of summoned equipment for 20 seconds?
Yeah, but I think they... actually, let me remember.
I hate the Skyrim rune stones. Oh boy, I'm at
Oblivion
the
one?
Temple of the Ancestor Moths.
Yeah, so it's basically...
There's a rune stone.
There should be like a... Oh yeah, there is a rune stone. So it's like kind of left-ish of the rune stone, but in
I
a
see the
straight
marker.
line. Like
I
if
see
you...
the marker.
Ah, you found it. Yes. Let's see.
Hey, just ignore me, Ancestor Moth blind people. I totally didn't return to the scene of the crime. For real, I just stumbled across here by accident.
What's crime?
Yeah.
What crime is it that you speak of?
There she is, you elusive
Right, yeah, the
bitch.
rune
The crime
stones-
of this bear trying to kill me.
The runestones are just bound equipment. You've also got the Heaven and the Birth Sign stones, which do actually give you effects. They give you, Do they cast the spell, or do they give you the power?
Oh, the bear's like, fuck you guys, I don't care about you. I want to get this guy on the statue. Now stay away from me. I want to kill this one guy, this fucking goat. Let me kill this goat.
Oh my god.
But yeah, the Doomstones, as Deus Vult says, give you like spells. I think the power's there.
The lizard woman died. That's what she gets for being a piece of farm equipment. Did he just...
Bruh, he is inside the statue.
You can see the
Again,
shadow.
These animals,
You are... The shadow of Azura has trapped the bear within herself.
The funniest thing is this, it's really dumb, but it looks like the statue is attacking them now.
It's a miracle.
I was about to say something like, it seems animals have buggy collision in this game, and then one just gets immediately ragdolled
The
away.
bear has been reduced to a shadow.
She summoned the shadow bear to kill her own followers.
Oh,
What have they
getting
done to
ragdolled and
displease
dying is
her?
hilarious. All of them are dead.
One of them's knocked out.
Oh yeah, Zura has contained the threat, trying to protect her.
Oh, what the hell? The guy stands back up.
Yeah, he's set as a mortal, so he can only go unconscious.
Ah.
Right?
The bear is shielded by the statue, protected within the arms of Azura.
But her followers, they are retarded.
Wait until the witching hour.
Oh no, I'm over encumbered again. Okay, after I get her quest, I'm gonna sell a bunch of shit.
Nothing. You bitch. You bastard bitch.
And I missed the other half of that. Azura has contained the threat trying to protect her followers, but her followers, they are retarded. The Shadow Bear will test her immortal followers.
Instead of over-encumbered, over-incretarded.
Wow.
A bit forced, their voices.
How dare. How fucking
The hero
dare.
of Kvatch was set upon by a bear. This offended Azura.
And then another bear, and another bear, and a teleporting bear, and a teleporting wolf, and a bear.
By this time, Azura had had quite enough.
A pleasure to... What can I interest you in?
What can I interest you in?
500 bears.
No.
You got a great deal there. That seems a fair... That's more than... And that... You drive a hard bargain.
Oh.
You know, this is about all I actually remember from the one... I think I tried playing it twice. Playing Oblivion.
I find it funny that...
Selling all kinds of shit.
The main quest basically incentivizes you to go for getting rid of Azura's star, even though it's the best artifact in the entire game.
Why is that?
So when you're going through the main quest...
yeah, you have to get rid of a Daedric artifact.
And you are pointed to the Azura quest.
Oh.
Yep. And what happens is they spawn in will-o-wisps near the shrine if you have that quest enabled, because will-o-wisps drop glow dust, and you need to give her glow dust to start the quest.
Oh, that's good to know.
But if you don't have the quest enabled, the will-o-wisps aren't there.
That's interesting.
Sometimes I wonder whether or not I should reinstall Oblivion and actually complete the game for once. Then I remind myself that I haven't completed Skyrim yet.
Well, I mean, it is Skyrim. There's not really missing out there.
I get through the Civil War arc, and I'm like, hey, that was actually fun for me. And it's like, oh, you want me to continue on with this stupid dragon shit and some godly stuff? Nah.
I have had my Skyrim so modded that I could be level 50 before even fighting the first dragon.
God damn.
Because why would you fight the first dragon when it just spawns in more dragons?
Also, speaking of goddamn, this stream has been going on for nearly 6 hours. I'm going to do the Azura quest and then call it there.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura!
No.
It's the Grand Champion standing here.
May I
next
interest
to
you
me.
in some of my fine wares?
Do you have any glow dust? He does. How much glow dust do I need?
Just one.
A fine bargain.
Oh.
Thank you.
Later,
Good day.
whore.
Thank you, come again.
Longmen goat. Hey, sorry about your
Didn't
buddies.
appreciate all this talk about killing dragons. So
Yeah, you got it wrong. I didn't appreciate all this talk about killing dragons.
I have seen your name, traveler.
Yeah, well, these dragons are dicks, okay?
I ask a service which holds promise of
Don't talk about dragons and dicks around Baelin. Come on.
Oh, yeah, that's
Many
right.
years ago, 5 followers slew the
Also, is there any dragon in I was about to say Skyrim lore and fucking Elder Scrolls lore that is not essentially a dick?
Yeah, so there's Nephalagus, which is Turboseptim's basically right-hand man in terms of dragons. You fight him in Redguard, but like you fight him for a valid reason. He's not like an asshole. He's like the. You also
That tells you that I never completed Redguard either.
Yeah. Then there's like, it's debatable if you consider Odoving or Durnavir to be assholes. One of them's a necromancer, and the other one lets you finish the main quest. But like, you have to trap.
I'm not sure if he's an asshole. He's a necromancer. Wait.
No, but I mean,
It doesn't
he gets,
inherently mean you're evil, like by default.
Yeah. Like, he is evil by default because he's a dragon, but
yeah. He's not
and obviously
evil because he raises
party
his
snacks,
head.
which if you've never got like that far in the main quest, you've obviously never met Parthenax. But party snacks definitely is like meant to be a good dragon.
I actually got a bunch. I've never actually done the thing with the Parthenax dilemma, but I have a bunch of mods for it regardless.
Yeah.
Because I already know what the fuck happens.
That plot point is so fucking dumb.
It is.
They are a faction sworn to serve the Dragonborn. Yet they will say, no Dragonborn, you're fired if you don't kill the dragon.
It's like for the most retarded reason, too. Oh god, I just got vampire AIDS again. I'm not going through all that shit again.
You've contracted porphyric hemophilia.
See, that was a neat touch. That Porphyric Hemophilia is the Oblivion one, and Sanguinea Vampiris is the Skyrim one. The problem is they function identically, so...
And also, I think the one in Oblivion is the same as the one in Morrowind.
Yeah. But Morrowind had different clans of vampires, so that was cooler.
Yeah, I just remember losing interest in Oblivion because my reptile brain kept telling me I have to clear out the Oblivion Gate to destroy the Oblivion Gate because the whole thing is about getting rid of the Oblivion Gates.
Yeah, all 64 of them, yeah?
Yes, and I basically was just locked into that shit. I'm not doing anything else. I'm running back to town every 15 minutes with a load of fucking ebony shit.
Time to get the bug zapper out.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting! The taser's not working. Blah,
Fucking stop resisting. Pull out the fucking taser.
Breast.
Taser, taser, taser!
Oh boy, I hope I have more feather potion. Okay, I do. Thank God. Yeah, Zura, I hope you don't mind if I loot the corpses of your old followers here.
I mean, they're not going to need them anymore.
Yeah. And they're worth money to me. Don't be mad. Also looting the tombs of the dead.
Stop resisting, vampire. I can't feed. This is why I only carry a revolver. That way I can't mistake it for a taser.
But mistaking it for a taser is the best part.
What are you, a woman? Silly.
Oh my god. That rope flipped the fuck out. Ah! Bruh, are you...
That's funny. Or when the red guard tries to buy a potion with counterfeit septims. No, son of Yakuda, this Akaviri banana is not for you. But sir, I have 20 drakes right here. I'm calling the guard. No, no, don't do it.
Clearly, whoever's shooting me is around this corner.
Imperial City Autonomous Zone.
Oh god.
That's called the Waterfront District.
ICAS 2024. No, what's fuck, I can't even remember how the Imperial calendar works anymore. Was it 3E something or other?
Yeah, third era.
Showing your face.
They saw me.
And the eras are rather arbitrarily defined. Usually they end with something.
It was like the first era is like the era of myth. Shit happened.
Well, it's also
Well,
weird
technically-
because Sheogorath is like, yeah, the Grey March happens every era at the end of every era. It's like, but what? So your loss of control that Jigalag reappears that mentally fucks you up happens at the end of an era, which isn't specifically defined, I should say, by like, you know, a particular set of years, like, you know, 500 years or whatever. It is defined by like major events.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Who's to say what a major event is? That's major
the
enough to be a new era.
So there are 6 eras: the Dawn era, the Merethic era, the first, second, third, and fourth eras.
So did he do a Jigalag after the end of the Dawn era?
Well, that depends when the other Daedra teamed up and turned him into a fucking crazy person.
Let me get up Lord Jigalag and answer that for you.
Like, hang on a second, let's go ahead and have an era where we don't actually have a straight linear timeline because time didn't exist for part of it.
Who the fuck sees me?
He was
I
cursed-
still...
So the line is, he was cursed in antiquity, which is like, what? In time before recorded history. So it's either the Dawn or the Merethic era, because those ones aren't, even though we have them on like wiki pages, they aren't actually recorded history.
To arms!
Have I watched anything by Olinol? Yes, I love Olinol's work. It's weird as fuck. It's well done generally. It's tongue-in-cheek.
So the wiki places Jigalag becoming, getting cucked in the Dawn era. So from Dawn era to Merethic era, that's one Grey March. Then to First era, that's a second. Second era, that's a third. Third era, that's a fourth. And then the end of this game, going into the fourth era, is the last Grey March. That's the one you partake in. What's funny though is in Oblivion, in Shivering Isles, he says that no one's ever mantled Sheogorath before, and then in ESO, Haskill mantles Sheogorath.
Of course.
Retconning one of the best parts of Oblivion, which is the Shivering Isles DLC. Like you can easily, I'm pretty sure you can still easily have Haskill show up in ESO without explicitly stating that he's mantling Sheogorath. And you can also have Sheogorath show up, because it's Sheogorath.
Is this a villain inventory, or is he just a walking shop?
This is an enemy who's an archer with a wide range of arrows, apparently. You know...
I believe it's part of the leveled list. Higher level archers end up getting strong, huge, fucking stockpile of arrows on them.
I've never actually seen that before. The thing... Okay, there's a lot of things that bug me about Skyrim, but it does bug me that we never get to see Jiggalag in Skyrim either. Because, like, oh hey, there's a new Daedric Lord we haven't heard about before, and we freed him in Shivering Isles. I can't wait to see what role he'll play in the next game as, like, oh, here's his Daedric quest with his Daedric artifact. No, he just doesn't have one. Because fuck
Yeah,
you.
like the usual defense would be, oh, he still needs to build up power, but they decided to set it 200 years in the future. So the first era, Calbec, is 2,920 years. The second era was 896. The third era, which is this one, 433, and the fourth era, we are up to 201 as of Skyrim. So
somebody looked at the old calendars before the Gregorian and said, "Hold my beer."
Yeah, so it can be anything from 3,000 years to about 1,000 years to about 500 years to about, like, we don't know how long the fourth era is going to take.
That's the thing, I don't even mind an era being, like, determined by major events as long as what constitute a major event is clear, but also the fact that you don't have a god's fucking insanity clock reset at the end of an era when, okay, what if an era lasts like a decade? What then?
So the second era coming to be was because the Akaviri potentate, the Siju Shay, assumes the imperial throne and declares the start of the second era. So the ruler of the empire is like, yeah, no, new year now, new year.
Okay, so the Oblivion crisis, which I suppose could be argued as the end of the Septim line, starts a new era. So can it just be declared by a person then? Because, like, that's
pretty much
even more fucked up.
Well, I mean, to an extent, it makes sense for somebody whose idea of a timeline is like, well, I reckon things by the last time big shit happened. So it's been 473 years since the end of the Dragonborn line. Okay, that makes sense.
If an empire basically has control of, like, almost all the countries and decides this is the start of the new era, that's perfectly fine. The problem is when you have other things that tie to eras, like Sheogorath saying at the end of an era. So Sheogorath decided to have a Grey March when Tiber Septim in 2E896 said, this is the third era now because I conquered Tamriel.
Yeah, so the major point of contention there for me is I could understand maybe the gods deciding, like, okay, an era might be decided by a human, but hey, that's how it goes. We're just going to set it to that. But at the same time, would the gods really defer, like, their punishment for this guy's mental breakdown thing to be at the complete whim of humans?
I was going to say the same thing. It basically sounds like the Emperor of Tamriel can just say, end of an era, Shigarath, you're fucked.
Yeah, and obviously he wouldn't know about that, but, like...
Yeah, it just happens, though.
Yeah, it just happens, which just
through
feels
dialogue,
weird.
He describes it as a process that he knows the era is about to end because he has been degrading.
But how...
And the Grey March is starting. So it's like, how
yeah,
does he
I remember
know?
that.
So there's actually a lead up,
though, because how could he know an era is ending if it's something decided by a human? That would mean it's predetermined.
That actually sounds like the human's declaration is predetermined.
Yeah.
Well, the Shivering Isles DLC does actually give a level of all of reality. It was predetermined through Jiggalag, and it was only by making him insane where people got effectively free will.
I feel like that's too much power for Jiggalag to have. Because that technically even controls the other Daedric Lords, where it's like, yes, I'm going to control this mortal to be a fucking Azura worshipper, or a Bothia worshipper, or whatever. I probably pronounced that name wrong, but you know what I mean.
So
Boteo?
what it
Boethia, I think it is.
seems, what it seems to be based on the lore is that whilst he doesn't have perfect knowledge of the eras outside of his realm was growing in size, and that's why the other Daedric princes were like, we need to stop him before we end up part of his domain, and then he has perfect knowledge about everything we will do.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about this feels really off to me. I don't like
It's
it.
very fucky. When you get with these metaphysical god manifestations, you're always going to have issues.
Well, we are already at the point where we are staring at the Pepe Sylvia yarn, carvings and trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, especially when in Skyrim you sell your soul to like 10 different Daedra and other fucking creatures.
And they're all cool with it.
Yeah, they're all just cool with everyone else
It's
owning,
my
like, stock in your soul.
For the right price,
The realm was home to the Great Library of Jiglag, which is where you go to in the Shivering Isles. A vast collection of knowledge on all things mortal and Daedric alike.
But
the knowledge was the result of a formulae of logical deductions that Jiglag implemented. It's like, what?
But also, isn't that Hermaeus Mora's fucking realm as, yes, I am the collector of knowledge. Come to my realm full of fucking cursed evil books.
So
you can't read just one. I made sure of that.
I think the delineation, even though it's, kind of pointless, is that Jiglag has predicted all knowledge, whereas Hermaeus Mora must actually discover all that knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, because the single most useful power to ever have is to know everything that will happen in the future, like, on a whim. Like, oh, I wonder how I'm gonna die. Oh, well, looks like I could avoid that. Now how will I die? Well, I can avoid that. You know what? Let's skip that. How can I gain immortality? Oh, I just have to do this, that, these, and those. Oh, there, it's done. How can I fucking get all the fucking... win all the lotteries? Oh, I've just picked these numbers this week, and then next week, and then the week after, and so on and so forth. Infinity. At least until people stop buying lottery tickets, because only one person is winning. It's literally the most useful power. So if he can, like, basically predict anything and everything that's going to happen, then he should be realistically unstoppable.
Also, I don't know, I'm going to read where this citation is from after I read the line, but the USP says, Jiglag's realm expanded throughout Oblivion, further with each passing era, increasing the Prince of Order's influence. No, the Dawn era was when he was locked up. There can't be other eras.
There are eras before there were eras.
Yes.
Yes.
There's also a bit of a truism that I've always heard, which is there is the knowing and then there is the doing. Having the knowledge doesn't do you any good unless you do something with it.
Yeah.
And Hermaeus Mora always kind of seems up his own ass about just plain knowledge, because that's his thing. It's like the guy who learns incredible secrets in a library and then stays in the library to learn more incredible secrets.
Yeah. It also seems weird to me that Jiglag's realm of Oblivion can just, like, fucking expand infinitely and take over. Like, I thought these were their own pocket dimensions, essentially, as opposed to... No, they all exist in the same place, and they can grow and overtake other Daedric Lords' realms, and Jiglag's is so fucking powerful that he can take over all the others. And that's why they need to band together to fuck him up and turn him insane.
So, the obvious source we have of this information is Jiglag and Shogorath. So they can't be fully trusted on the information they give us.
Yeah.
Because Jiglag will obviously try to up his own strength, and Shogorath is literally the Daedric Prince of Madness, so also can't trust what he says. But if we are to accept that, this is our only real, other than that and, the books from people who travel through Oblivion, the idea is that... So okay, I need to I'll go on another tangent if I do it, but there's a map that people like to point at. It's not canon, it's the idea that you've got Nern, then around it is Oblivion, and around it is Aetherius.
Okay.
Kind of like a Russian nesting doll.
Yeah.
Not canon, you can interpret that from way certain lines are said. Like when it's said that the old gods, when they were escaping Nern, punched holes through to Aetherius to make the stars and the sun.
Yeah.
That's part of a book that like hypothesizes what the start of the universe was. And it does say that they punched through Oblivion, so like a tube going from Nern to Aetherius is now existing through the realm of Oblivion. And it's very much consistently described that all of these realms of Oblivion are essentially portioned up parts of the nearly infinite, if not infinite, realm of Oblivion. It just feels weird to introduce another Daedric prince, the strongest of the Daedric lords, that never existed but now does, that actually was so super crazy that he was going to take over everything. Like you'd think the Daedric Lord of Domination wouldn't be dominated by someone else.
Yeah.
Like it's very weird to me to say that Molag Bal and Mehrunes Dagon were scared of Jiggalag, so they made him into a mad dude.
Oh shit. I almost made a big mistake.
Yes, the adoring fan.
I managed to escape him last time. And
Yes, voices will not stop. ESO did introduce a new Daedric prince. It's the Daedric prince of basically free will.
Sweat.
What?
So ESO introduced a new Daedric prince whose boon and sphere is basically
What's his
not
name?
fate, like as let me get the name up actually.
Wasn't that the entire point of
What is it?
the creation of the planet in the first place? God, I'm trying to remember the guy's fucking name. Lorcan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ophelia, known as the Prince of Paths, the mistress of the untravelled road, the unseen, the fate changer, the dark reflection, the last tomorrow, she who saw and wept, is the Daedric Prince of Paths. It says that prisoners, aka the people you play as in Elder Scrolls Online, exist by her will. She supposedly had the ability to shape destiny, alter fate, and rearrange its strands according to her whim. Basically, Azura.
Okay, so we can blame her for the whole thing with Destiny giving Fuentes a BJ. All right.
Oh my god.
Yes, she's just a knockoff Azura.
Just had to throw that in because I gotta bug out now. I've run out of time tonight. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, I'm about to end this anyways.
Yeah. She's I never cared to remember her name because I don't treat her as real. Just a random Daedric prince that never existed that just copies Azura.
But I was sent to ask for your help.
Sounds like Azura Mephala. Yeah. Azura, goddess of fate. Mephala, goddess of like whispers and secrets.
My husband Gillen has requested
Or
that
what? Betrayal.
Normally I wouldn't approach a
It's just very weird to do it. I don't like it. Why would she make Destiny enjoy such a thing?
You're to meet him at Seradur's house, which is located. That's
Oh boy, I got the
Mephala,
vampire
that's
quest.
Mephala. Murder, lies, deception, sex, and secrets. She's a spider. Does spider have... How much fame do you have now? 47 over 57.
Better.
Yeah, just 10 more quests. 5 if you're lucky. And, or 10 more Oblivion games.
I've closed one. I think. Hold on.
I think that's in your stats page.
Oh. Maybe it is. In fact, it should be. Oblivion Gate shut. 0.
Oh.
Oh.
The hero of Kvatch is slacking.
The hero of Kvatch isn't the hero of Kvatch. Anyways, we've been going for well over 6 hours. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. I will be back tomorrow with something. I don't know. Maybe more Warcraft 2. Maybe... I don't know. Something.
If you do Warcraft 2, have fun. I probably won't join for that if you're in here, because
Wow, traitor.
I mean, I haven't played any of the Warcrafts. If I was going to experience them, I'd rather experience them like myself.
Okay, fair. But, yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated, and I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Bye, have a great time.
Later, whores.